Say hi to YouTube. This will be on YouTube.
Hello,
at some point.
YouTube.
But yes, welcome to the next installment of Revisionist History. This is where we take completed manga series and we kind of talk about the perception around it and see if it was warranted because, sometimes something has a certain type of like connotation and kind of like reputation and then it changes over time. So we want to see if Dragon Ball's reputation has changed for better, for worse, or stayed the same over time. How y'all doing?
A little something like eeny, meeny, right from the beginning. Smoke a little pack, but the pack never timid. Church, but I'm seeing it. Curse when I'm winning. She need a new back. When it's back, I'ma bend it. Slap up some guinea. Pass me the hen it. Watch a nigga black slipper yak, I'ma quit it. Swerve in the Benzie. Perfume is Fendi. Bob and move fast, real fast like I'm Ricky. That's cause I'm pretty. Came from the dirt. Shovel up a nigga can't handle the work. Ooh, y'all, swing with it first. Young white girl like a ramble.
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking.
Anytime we talk about Dragon Ball, I am doing absolutely fantastic.
You love to see it. And we have a couple of people that I think would be joining us. I know Griever about to come. Thank you for the gifted subs. My God, we here. But okay, the first thing I actually wanted to ask you guys before we even like start to dive into some of the meat and potatoes is where did you guys start? Because I honestly have heard some wild ass things in terms of how they've started. Like, I know people who've started with GT, with Super. My one friend started with the Tournament of Power, which was crazy. And I'm like, son, what? So, like, where did you guys start? Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball, GT? Like, where did you begin?
I guess I'll go first. I think I kind of said this in the Naruto, but it was my friend when I was like 7 put me on to Vegeta at working Gildo on the manga, cutting his head off. And I remember there's another time I think around that same age, I was in the library and I saw like they had like the OG Dragon Ball mangas, and I just remember seeing it. This was around the point where Goku just met Yamcha and Bulma and them, and it was just like Bulma being naked. I'm just like, what is this series? That in tandem with just like think like the OG Dragon Ball Budokai being out and my brother playing that. That's just kind of like how it's just a bunch of different mediums where I was like, oh, let me just finally get into this. But I started with actually Dragon Ball Z. I didn't go back to Dragon Ball till like after.
Okay, I got you. How about you, Pat? Where'd you start?
Okay, so as we all know, in America, for whatever reason, they showed us Dragon Ball Z first before anything. So Dragon Ball Z is literally the first anime that I've ever seen in my entire life. I still remember it very clearly. I was like 4 years old. Shit came on Cartoon Network, Tsunami, and I seen niggas fighting. And it was so different from other cartoons. I was like, wait, their hair's kind of different. They look more defined compared to normal cartoons. And they going crazy. Like, they screaming, yelling, throwing punches, moving super fast. I'm like, what is this? So, like, for years, I was watching Dragon Ball Z on Tsunami for, like, I'd say, like, maybe 2 years. Time moved a lot slower back then when you're little. But watching it, and then I think it wasn't until, like, 2002 where there was, like, all of a sudden, see the story that started it all. And then they started showing Dragon Ball on Toonami. So, like, by then, I had already seen, like, from Saiyan Saga up till Namek. Because for whatever reason, they always, like, showed from Saiyan Saga to Namek, and then they would just start all over again. They never continued past that point.
They were notorious for that shit, yeah.
Yeah, so then, like, once they started showing the Cell Saga, that's when they started showing Dragon Ball. So it was like, you would watch Dragon Ball at 4 o'clock and 4:30, and then Dragon Ball Z will come on at 5 o'clock and 5:30. So you get 2 episodes of each every day from Monday to Thursday.
Okay. Glam, welcome. Griever, welcome. How y'all doing?
Definitely did not wake up 10 minutes ago, but I'm still.
Yeah, me either. Total coincidence, eh, Glenn?
Hater Glam in the building. You love to see it.
Oh my God. Frame 1. Now it's like frame 6.
But Glam's not a Dragon Ball hater, though, so we're going to have fun on the stream.
Top 3 characters.
Yeah, we're going to get into it.
A link got deleted? What's up, high and low? I started watching Dragon Ball Z with YouTube clips. This is honest. See,
Watching Dragon Ball Z with YouTube clips is crazy.
I actually know somebody who played the Ninja Storm games and then watched Naruto. So like, you'd be surprised at how some people get into stuff. But what about you?
You mean me? Was that
Was that you?
Yes,
I know
that's me.
I know someone else who's done that.
Yeah.
Though. I know someone else who's done that.
Yeah. No, Glenn said that on the Naruto fucking stream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. But I know.
Pat had a similar one because he played a different game I think before, and then he watched it. I think.
No, you said with you now.
For Naruto?
Oh, for Naruto.
Yeah.
No. I started Naruto on Tsunami.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
When Americans, why I watch Z, you'd expect after the sex of Z, they'd show OG. Haha, wrong. They started showing GT. Was years later I found the OG DB box sets on accident. That's crazy. Is it controversial to say Dragon Ball greater than Dragon Ball Z? I'm probably in that camp. I don't think it's really controversial. I will say that like I obviously. Like we do the thing where we obviously to differentiate from Kid Goku from like adult Goku into like the other series, we say ZGT the way we do Naruto and Naruto Shippuden. But for anyone who doesn't know, the Dragon Ball manga is just called Dragon Ball through and through, from start to finish, from Kid Goku to Buu Saga. Yep. The same way Naruto is just the Naruto manga. There's no Shippuden. It's just Kid Naruto to fucking Kaguya and whatever. So, in case you don't know that, but Griever, how did you start? Where did you start?
Well, actually, how did I start? I started Dragon Ball. Actually, it's sort of hard to remember because that is one of the old ones, you know. Like, so I think my first introduction was sort of like what I just caught the tail end of Pat, was sort of like Dragon Ball episodes were on, but so were Dragon Ball Z running at the same time. By the time I was old enough, you know, like 96, 97, to start watching those type of things. So I'm not really sure which one I first saw, though I do remember it was the Ocean dub, not the Funimation dub.
Okay.
For episodes.
It's Dragon Ball Z. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so some episodes you'd watch and it would be total different voices. I'm like, that's not Frieza's voice and stuff. Like, I'd be all fucking confused because some of the voice acting was still good from the Ocean dub, but some of it was absolute garbage, and it was like, wait, why does that sound wrong? And I remember going to my dad at like 6 or 7 going, what's wrong with the TV? You know, so I couldn't understand why the voice acting was changing and stuff. So I think my first introduction was around, I think it was like the Frieza saga and stuff. My Dragon Ball episodes were around like Goku and Krillin training, like it was early Dragon Ball episodes. And I didn't watch Dragon Ball until I really got into like Dragon Ball Z. Up until like I finished around like when the Cell saga, before we got any of the Buu Saga in Canada, at least dubbed, that's when I started to watch Dragon Ball itself and things like that. So it was around then, but it was definitely the anime, of course.
Okay. Glenn, did you answer? I remember you answered.
I did not.
Go ahead.
My journey is again very strange for Dragon Ball. Originally, I saw bits and pieces either through YouTube clips or like times where it's on TV or whatever. Mm-hmm. The first time I ever got a somewhat full experience for Z, because I watched all the ball afterwards, was actually I watched Dragon Ball Z Abridged first.
That's crazy.
And then after that, about 3 years after I watched all of that, I watched all of Dragon Ball in its entirety, and then watched all of Z in its entirety for the first time. But I didn't watch it in the original series. I watched it in Thai. But I had seen clips of notable moments from the original series, like for instance, Goku turning Super Saiyan 3 in the original series. Okay, much better done in that anime, I would say, versus Kai. But
I hate Team 4 Star so much.
Do you want to go off now, or do you want to save it?
We'll save it. We'll save it for later. Okay. When it comes to misremembering stuff.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Pat, I'll be on your side for that one.
Thank you.
I actually started with Dragon Ball. I didn't start with Z. I actually, like, I don't necessarily remember what programming I was watching, but Dragon Ball was on when I was a child, and I remember because I used to wait for my dad didn't even really know what was going on, but I would literally wait for him to come home and then sit in his lap, and then we'd watch Dragon Ball at like 9. I think around 9 p.m. I used to always wait for him. He used to watch Dragon Ball with me together. So that's how I started I started, and then after when Z came out, by then I had known a bit more just about manga and Japanese stuff, just a bit more in general. So I kind of like knew what I was doing a bit more. But then Z came out, and I was like, oh wait, he's bigger now. I was like super hyped, so I couldn't believe it because I thought it kind of ended, you know. So I started the beginning. I never actually finished GT. I never finished it. I didn't.
I will also say, first time I read the manga was this past year for both, and I read it from Ball to Z, in terms of like the actual content that people know about.
Okay, I feel it. Hey, what's up?
You didn't miss nothing with GT, man.
Yeah, he didn't. I mean, it's been like a baby. What's poppin'? I'm going from Dragon Ball Z Abridged to Dragon Ball Z is like going from Shaq to Kwame Brown. That's crazy. I remember being shocked after seeing the Goku vs Frieza fight. I was like 4.5 hours long. I think if for like the original run, if you combine like all the time together, I think it's something crazy like that. Like it's really, really, really long. Team 4 Star ultimate to the existence of great and canon foolishness, like the fact Yamcha really became a singer for a bit, and Cat loves food is wild. What's up, Zodiac? What's up? Yeah, y'all waking up. I was up from like 7. I did not sleep long, but okay. What was the next thing I wanted to ask you? Oh, which one do you guys kind of prefer? Like, I think most of us would probably say depending on the arc and depending on the moment of the fight. But do you generally like the anime or manga more? Because I would say personally, for me, if you had asked me for years, I would have always told you, no, the anime better, anime only. I'm at the point now where I prefer the manga overall. There's certain moments and scenes I think are better in the anime, but I like the manga more overall at this point in my life. How about you guys? Start with Pat.
It's really arc by arc. Like, I know it's a safe answer, but
that's fine.
Like the Emperor Pilaf stuff, I can't stand it in the anime because they add a lot of stuff and it's very long, and it like bores me from time to time. But then like when you get to the second you get to Red Ribbon Army stuff, and then like the second world tournament, the added scenes that they put in those two arcs or sagas, whichever you say, is just so good. Like, for example, when Goku fought Mercenary Tao in the manga, he got his fucking ass whooped. And then he climbed Corn Tower, came back down, and he whoops Mercenary Tao that day. But in the anime, when he comes back down from the tower, he puts the beats on Mercenary Tao, and Mercenary Tao's like, how'd you get so fucking strong? And then he goes up the tower, and then comes back down afterwards, and then he gets his ass whooped again. So, like, Toei was kind of in their bag. Like, they had Goku meeting Tien Shinhan before the World Tournament, which didn't happen in the manga, and all this other extra stuff that they were adding. I was like, okay, this is good. And then when you get to, like, Saiyan Saga and Namek Saga, they drop the ball again. They add unnecessary stuff that's not good, so the manga is better for that. But then for Cell Saga and Buu Saga, the anime was rolling. So it's really case by case.
Okay. Miles, what about you?
I mean, I'm just kind of like a manga person in general, so I'm just probably gonna say as an overall thing, I'm taking the manga. Because I think things are just better paced. I don't like overly dragged out stuff, and that's the only thing with the anime where I feel like certain fights are just far too fucking long. When you look at the anime, like they are not like Goku versus Cell in the manga versus the anime. The time difference is actually insane. Same with Frieza and Goku. But I do think the anime does have its like perks of like some of the things that they would add in the fight. Because I think even like with the Cell fight, Goku didn't use the instant transmission Kamehameha in the manga. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. And I like that moment, but I'm still taking the manga.
Okay, Griever.
I hear the argument and stuff, but my counter argument is for all of that is Kai, because I fucking hate Kai. I hate Dragon Ball Kai. I'm watching it and I'm like, no, you cut out half of my shit. That's half my childhood. Leave it the fuck alone. So call it nostalgia based or something. But I remember Trunks screaming in the air against Perfect Cell for fucking 4 fucking episodes. I remember an entire week of just hearing Trunks screaming, and that's my childhood, and you ain't gonna take that shit away from me. So,
This man is gripped by nostalgia. Somebody save this man, please.
Absolutely.
Somebody save this man and his time that he is wasting. Oh my god.
So at the end of the day, I'm just gonna say right now that yeah, I prefer the anime, and you can call it nostalgia based. Though I own the manga, and I own Dragon Ball Z and stuff on Blu-ray and shit like that, and I enjoy both immensely. There are some things that the manga does superior, but the nostalgia base is going to tip me to the anime, and I mean it is one of the OG, dubs and stuff like that. So
No, that artwork in the manga is clean. Like it is so far ahead of its time. That shit is crazy.
I actually think I got a deeper appreciation for his artwork the older I was. Because when I was younger, I was not trying to read Dragon Ball. I needed to see that shit anime. I really wasn't trying to read it. Like, it was not moving me. So it's crazy. But Glam, what about you?
I think this might be a trend of the stream. I'm gonna line up a pad on this one. I think it depends on the arc you're reading or watching.
Yeah.
Because especially in terms of specific moments or even fight choreography. Like for instance,
what's up, J Wolf?
Goku versus Vegeta in Saiyan Saga I actually think is better in the manga than it is in the anime.
I agree.
For something like Goku versus Krillin in the second tournament, I think it's better in the anime than it is in the manga.
Yep.
And also say the same thing for Goku versus Cell in Cell Saga. Again, and also Goku versus Majin Vegeta in Buu Saga, better in the anime than it is in the manga. But I'd also say in the manga, I prefer Goku versus Piccolo and Goku versus Tien. So,
okay, so you just
and also in terms of pacing, like I think. Like pacing is the one thing I think that varies greatly, especially in Z for its arts versus the medium that it's in. But we'll get into that eventually, I think. But yeah, I think it's case by case basis in this regard.
Yeah. All right, that's fair. Like I definitely like let's just give like one example. Like I definitely like Goku versus Vegeta, Namek. I mean, Goku versus Frieza, Namek, way more in the manga, right? But like you guys, but like what you guys said, those knees to the knees and the rings trapping Goku to the rock and give him the slap. You get a mad clown like that. Yeah. That shit's way better than the anime. The manga not moving me with that shit. So I feel it. Goku versus Tien in the World Tournament is a classic to me. I'm with you. Trust me. I'll talk about it.
It's one of the best fights of all time.
Yeah, I'll talk about it. But okay, what are your general thoughts on Dragon Ball GT? Like for real, what are your general thoughts on it? Because like, I like it. I'll start. Go ahead, Ross. You start, actually. Go ahead.
I like it. I think to me, it might go with the nostalgia thing because, like, I saw it when I was really young, so I'm still going to have a positive reaction to it. But, like, it was at that time, like, I didn't really know there was a difference between canon and non-canon. So to me, I thought this was completely canon. I really appreciated being able to see Goten and Trunks actually be fucking adults. With Trunks being like the VP now, Goten like kind of just having girl trouble and shit, which is the reason why I don't like Super, because it's like, why are these niggas still kids?
Goten is maidenless. I'm joking.
Nah. He was
I'm kidding. Go ahead.
But I liked the kind of familial, like, Pan, Goku, Trunks going across the actual galaxy, trying to collect Dragon Balls, doing their own shit. The Super 17 shit was kind of like whatever. I don't really give a fuck. I think that's kind of when you go back into this is now just a whole Goku show, and which is kind of like whatever. I think the Omega Shenron stuff is cool concept, bad execution, but it does have really good moments. Like I really like the Goku versus the 4-star Dragon Ball and how it had its connection to his grandfather, and like how that like friendly thing, and then even just the Omega Shenron fight I think is really good. Okay. And then even the fusion of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta is really, really good.
Okay. The thing I've always said about GT, personally speaking, like I think most of us would agree the kind of like outlier arc, but just like not moving anybody for the most part in any capacity is the Super 17 thing. That just wasn't it. Maybe. Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I was wrong. But what I've always thought personally with the Shadow Dragon Saga is I'm like, okay, real consequences for abusing the Dragon Balls and actually would have to make you think about continuing to use them. Like, you can't just keep abusing this kind of like this system. I thought actually giving consequences for that was conceptually brilliant. Execution is dog shit in my opinion, so I don't like it. But I agree with some people in the chat where I think Super Saiyan 4 is a really good transformation. I would just change some color things, personally speaking. But I like the idea of you going Ozaru in like a super form and like condensing it, and it's like pushing your Saiyan biology to its complete limit. So I like Super Saiyan 4. There are things in GT that I like, but overall I really don't, and I never finished it. And this is a side note. You guys got a way better opening than we did in Canada. You guys got the little Grand Tour rap. I'll go to the Grand Tour. Whether you like it or not, that shit was better than what we got. We got some in another time and place, scattered all over space. We've got to find them all. Gotta find those Dragon Ball. I said, turn it off. What is this? Where's the rap? I was in America like 2 months ago. Where's the fucking rap?
To be fair, Matt, in Canada we did get the rap in later arcs.
Oh, okay.
Around the baby arc, but at the beginning, I remember that shit. I was like, "What the hell is this shit?"
Yo, that's every time I hear that song, I like start to cringe, low-key. I'm like, no, no, where's my rap? Even though rap not even clean like that, I prefer it, but yeah. Okay, so what are your thoughts on GT, Pat?
I'll go next because it's super quick. Yeah, because I know Pat will have things to say. Never seen it, never will. Those are my thoughts.
Okay,
Good man.
There you go.
All right, Pat, want to go next?
Where do I
Super
begin?
Saiyan 4 does look raw though.
Where do I begin with Dragon Ball GT?
There we go.
Because there's so many good things about it, right? Like Naya said, Super Saiyan 4 makes so much sense. Yeah. This should be the peak of Saiyan transformation.
Evolution.
And you should look like a monkey. The whole tail coming out, your body covered in fur, hair as long as Super Saiyan 3, but you still got your eyebrows. Like, that shit raw. That shit look cool. First time I seen that, I was like, he looks so fucking awesome. But then, how did we get here, though? Right? How did we get here? That's the problem. Because, first off, the Black Star Dragon Balls, great concept. We're going back to our roots. But instead of going across the Earth, we're going to be going across the whole universe.
Time and
spreading
space.
Through galaxies, looking for Dragon Balls.
You got
Why on Earth are we making Goku a child again? What is this? I hated it from the moment I saw that shit. I was like, this is the wish that we use with the Black Star Dragon Balls? We made Goku a child? I've always hated that. I hate the fact that he was a fucking child.
Yeah.
Then, we're going across space. We're not bringing Gohan. We're not bringing Goten. We're bringing Pan? Are you out of your fucking mind? We're not bringing Vegeta? Like, what are we doing?
You just changed. You got a mustache now.
we come back from space, and we got Baby, who's a fucking parasite, and he took over the bodies of Gohan and Goten, who don't train anymore, mind you. They don't fight. And they took down Vegeta? And then he takes over Vegeta's body. That whole Baby saga just sucks. Like, it doesn't move me. It's not good. The only thing good about it is Super Saiyan 4. But with Super 17, we had callbacks to Dragon Ball Z, the best saga, by the way, with Android 17. We have Dr. Gero make another Android 17 in hell with Dr. Mew, who made Baby, who's a failure, but he was like, we're going to make this 17 an energy absorption model, and then we're going to have him link with the 17 on Earth, who is a infinite energy model, and they form Super 17. Super 17 is so fucking raw. He's so cool. I can't say anything bad about him. He came through, he packed up all the Z fighters. That shit was crazy. Goku showed up, he packed him while he was a Super Saiyan 4. Oh man, that's the peak of GT right there. And then we get to the Shadow Dragon saga. Again, great concept. We're gonna make them pay for overusing the Dragon Balls? Because in Dragon Ball Z, Elder Kai said that the Dragon Balls are special items by the Namekians for rare instances. Why are they on Earth? You shouldn't just be using them all willy-nilly like that for whatever you want to use them for. So the fact that they had a consequence for this was great. The only problem, all the Shadow Dragons suck. Almost all of them suck. The only good ones are Nova Shenron and Sin Shenron. Oshana Shenron kind of pretty. She kind of moved me a little bit, but the rest of them, nah.
I do think, and this is kind of like with the execution thing. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure also their strength and the personality was based off the wish that they were each based off a wish that we've seen in the series.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
true. Right. Yeah. So that's why some of them just suck. Cause what was that? The girl that you're talking about? She was the one that was from Oolong wishing for panties, right?
Yeah.
And then she had the ugly ass transformation like Zarbon, and they were like, "What the fuck is this?" Okay, yeah, I was just making sure.
And yeah, like GT has so many great concepts, so many brilliant ideas, and then when it comes to put them together, it just falls flat on its fucking face. Like, I'm sorry, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta is a fucking man-child. The fate of the fucking universe is at stake. And you're over here doing party stream attacks, fucking around, not finishing the job, and then you defuse. Look at you. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, but doesn't Vegeta do the same thing?
No, but Vegeta wasn't trying to kill Buu.
Yeah, and Vegeta and Gogeta are supposed to be different personalities in that way. Like, Vegeta is supposed to be different personality more.
Even then, like, canon, like Vegeta was much more serious than Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, because I've seen that fight specifically. But even like when Gogeta's fighting Janemba, he's much more serious than Super Saiyan 4 is. And then
that's on canon though.
And Broly Gogeta is just like all hands, no bullshit the whole time.
Right.
Like,
yeah. Super Vegito purposely didn't finish off Super Buu because he knew that Gohan and the kids were still alive inside of him.
How he knew that?
He was trying to get absorbed on purpose.
That's true.
Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta was fucking around for no fucking reason.
It's the same thing that Gotenks does.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what pisses me off. Because the form is cool and he's strong as fuck and all of his attacks are nice. So I'm just like, bro, finish him off. What are we doing?
I couldn't with them. Big Bang Kamehameha Rado, but I couldn't with them.
Yeah, Big Bang Kamehameha. I like that shit.
Yeah.
See, I can go next. I agree with basically everything Pat was saying. That's pretty straightforward. But I want to say, like, there were some good concepts, absolutely. I never finished all of GT. I watched, as Nai will remember, gotta find those Dragon Balls. And it was like, okay, so we got Emperor Pilaf. Emperor Pilaf coming back. Like, once again, that was a cool concept, right? Trying to get his revenge on Goku and stuff. Finding these Black Star Dragon Balls, doing the shit. Turning him down into Kid was a dumb concept, I will admit. But what it was done for, I think, two reasons. Number one, power scaling, because as we saw, he couldn't go Super Saiyan 3 because his child body can't handle the power and stuff anymore. And he could only go that form for a few seconds. And number two, how else would you bring the tail back? Because as we said, one of the best parts, which is better arguably than the Dragon Ball God forms, I think we all agree, that the pinnacle, what happens when a Super Saiyan turns into an Ozaru? And it's like, never thought about that. And then it's this whole thing, right? So without bringing the tail back on Goku in some way, there would have been no way for us to discover the Super Saiyan 4. So it was sort of done as a plot device leading up to Super Saiyan 4, I think. Mm-hmm. Now, there are some things that we got to agree on, like, as Naya will very fucking much know with Seven Deadly Sins, I can't stand body snatchers in anime. I don't care how well it's done. I can't fucking stand
trash.
Body snatchers. It's always been trash. Even when it's done for an episode with a villain of the week, I don't like it. It's like, okay, so the main character is taking body over. I don't care.
I feel
and
it.
So I didn't like that. Vegeta's dad stash, though, that's raw. That was amazing. You gotta appreciate the dad stash.
The hair bothered me more because he was all about Saiyan's hair. I'm like, bro, what is that?
Yeah.
That actually bothered me more than the stash. The stash is whatever.
Like that's like Tim Allen Santa Claus. He must have had to cut that shit every hour on the hour to keep that cut. You know what I mean? So, Yeah. Also, one thing I did like that was a concept that was brought up is because of the abuse of the Dragon Balls and stuff. I like that idea. I love that, like the Dragon Balls, and as a result, at the end of GT, Piccolo cannot be revived. Piccolo stays in hell. He can't be brought back. Like Goku promises one day they'll find a way to bring him back. But the fact that where death has been such a non-concept in Dragon Ball for so long, it was very, very nice to see real stakes on the line. Like Dragon Balls are not the be-all and end-all answer infinitely. So that was really, really cool. And also, yeah, the Super Saiyan 4 thing being the pinnacle and stuff. Gogeta not acting his personality is absolutely true because that's very Gotenks. And the reason we chalk it up to Gotenks acting like that was because they're two children. Mm-hmm. Trunks was not mature at all, and Goten was childlike to begin with. They were never taking anything seriously.
And Goten kind of follows Trunks. Like Trunks is like the leader of the two, if you get what I'm saying, because you're a little older.
That's right. So at the end of the day, Gogeta, being the way he was, actually made no sense because I think somebody mentioned canon versus non-canon. The problem is both GT and the movie are non-canon. So have the same non-canon Gogeta, except one fucking just took everything totally seriously, and the other one, as we said, screwed around. Granted, didn't know about the time limit stuff, but I would argue it's like, but that's no excuse to be fucking around with the fate of the universe.
Even then, the non-canon version of Gogeta versus Janemba versus the canon version of the Broly movie act very closely to damn near the same. Like,
exactly. So they really screwed up with that one. And just to say really quick, I didn't finish all of GT, but what I do own to this day is the VHS tape, that I'm showing my age, of the last 4 episodes of Dragon Ball GT. And the only reason we got it is because it said Gogeta returns, and me and my brother were like, okay, we got to see this shit. Like,
I'm not mad at that at all.
Yeah, never watched the Shadow Dragon stuff. I watched some of the baby. Unfortunately, I actually went back because I saw Super Android 17, who I think Pat brought up was fucking raw. So I was like, all right, I got to see what this is about. That was cool too. Bringing Dr. Gero back into it, blah, blah, blah. I was like, that's cool. But overall, yeah, I saw like the first few episodes of them traveling in space. I'm like, nah, this ain't hitting. And then fucking the last 4 episodes, and that was it.
I feel it.
Shout out Vegeta for not being able to do Super Saiyan 4 on his own, by the way. Hoed once again.
Another thing that pissed me off. We're in GT, you still can't do Super Saiyan 3? All right, man.
Well, no, in Dragon Ball Super, to be fair, he's already surpassed Super Saiyan. There's no point.
But remember also the only reason wait, but also remember the only reason why Goku ever was able to even learn Super Saiyan 3 was because he was dead. And
but the kids are able to do it.
Yeah.
That's fair, I guess, actually.
Yeah. But they're a fusion.
That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Well, actually, Vegeta never saw the Super Saiyan 3 until, he mentioned that he knew about it after he got brought back in the booth.
After he died, he knew Goku.
But he never saw it until fucking they were in the middle of fighting.
No, he saw it. He saw it from the afterlife. He watched them fight.
Well, that's what I mean. Okay, so he saw it from the afterlife, but that was the only time. So he didn't exactly, he had like all of 5 before he was brought back to learn that shit. So
actually, Lost Child, I kind of liked how GT ends literally the last season. I don't hate it. Oob was Mission Potential. I don't like Oob. I never liked him, so I don't care. I don't care for that little ass kid.
Yeah, that's another thing. Oob was a complete non-factor in GT. He's supposed to be the person that Goku been training all this fucking time. Yeah. And he can't do shit. Not a goddamn thing.
Even with the
even with the Buu, it became Majdu.
Yeah, even
and it still didn't do anything.
Yeah. Majdu was sorry on God he was. But,
that fucking series is so unserious.
Nah, I'm not mad at that. I don't know. It just, again, it's kind of frustrating because it's one of those things where you see there's like good ideas, but it's like, what's going on? Because I am a fan of it's actually interesting that I like one thing I like it's a little unrelated. I like that everybody has a thing. They're just like, no matter what story it is, they're like, listen, even if you do this well, I don't like it. Even if it's for one episode, I don't like it. You're like Body Snatchers. Some people are time travel. I hate amnesia. I can't stand it. I don't want... Stop forgetting who the fuck you are. It doesn't move me. I don't care what the reason is more often than not. I don't want to see this amnesia nonsense. Who am I? I don't know. What's your name? I don't know. And the fucking title starts like, no, turn it off. So...
Unless, hold on, the one time I didn't mind the amnesia was planned by Light in fucking Death Note. Because that was planned amnesia.
Okay.
That wasn't I got hit on the head.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But same question, but now we're gonna talk about Dragon Ball Super. Because this one, I believe from what I see, this is just anecdotally, this one is better received. I do see a little bit of revisionist history on GT. Some people are like, but like most people I know don't like GT at all. I get like the whole mixed bag with Dragon Ball Super. What are your general thoughts on Dragon Ball Super? Why do some people receive it well? Why some people completely reject it? Are they any good? Is it any good? What do you guys think?
I said this last night. Oh, you go ahead, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'll start. Comparatively between GT and Super, right? GT has far better concepts and ideas, but again, execution is the key. The thing that I like about Super the most in the anime, not the manga, fuck that shit. Toyotaro don't know what the fuck he doing.
Oh, great. Oh, damn.
They fucking have a lot of episodes dedicated to character moments. Vegeta especially. Like, it makes me feel more connected with the characters when they're having downtime and stuff like that, when they're not fighting. They have a lot of gag episodes that's, like, actually really funny. And then, like, when it comes down to, like, the execution of, like, some of the fights, it wasn't really moving me like that until the Tournament of Power. And then in the Tournament of Power, there were so many Dragon Ball callbacks. It was crazy. Goku was over here using his brain on Big Man Ting, talking about some Jiren's so powerful, I gotta find a way to eliminate him. He knew he couldn't beat him straight up. And in the fucking tournament, they can't fly. So what are you doing? You trying to knock him out? He using Destructo Disc. He fucking sending energy balls and controlling them from a distance, like when he was fighting Frieza and shit like that. I'm just like, bro, look, this is the Goku that I know. The genius fighter. The fucking, the innovative champion. Like, I love this stuff. Then when you get to, like, some of the ideas in Super, like Goku Black, oh my God. He is one of the greatest villains in the entire franchise. That shit's crazy. First time I seen him, I was like, who is this? Why is there an evil Goku? Then they showed that he was a god, and he took Goku's body, and he feels like mortals are the ultimate sinners. So he took the body of a mortal to take all of their sins onto him so he could be the god of the new world. I'm just like, bruh, I'm not really that big into God Complex, but when it's done right, that shit hits. Then you got the Super Saiyajin Rose. Like, oh my God, Super is just so fun. Then you got different universes and stuff. They got different universe Saiyans. They got Hit, who's an assassin that could stop time and shit like that. Or skip time. Sorry, not stop. He could skip time. His fight techniques are raw. Fucking Jiren is overwhelming strength. They had to find a way to beat him, so they working together. Goku got Ultra Instinct Sign, and then he got the perfect version and stuff like that. Like, it just, Super makes me have fun. I could turn my brain off and sit down and like, yeah, I'm enjoying this.
Okay, that's fair.
Way better than GT.
That's fair.
I'll go next because with Pat, like, I slightly disagree on the concept thing, but you brought it up with guys like hitting the separate universes. I think are a gold mine if they're ever looked into.
Yes,
but
yes.
I don't know if it ever will be. But I've watched the anime and read the manga. Toyotaro is in fact a bozo, but he has sometimes, I don't know how, he has moments of brilliance, but specifically really for only one character, and that's Vegeta.
Yeah.
But Super is for sure a definite mixed bag. Especially in the manga, in this one particular instance, it's crazy how it actively goes out of its way to make Goku look like shit, despite actually trying to make him look amazing. Like, it's mind-boggling how much worse he is in Super than he is in the other series. And yet, guys like, but for Super, I think it's also a revival of certain characters. Vegeta is so good in Super.
Yes,
in both these mediums. Piccolo, much better in Super than he was from what I've seen of GT and actually at the end of Z, especially in Buu. Gohan,
at the end of Z, he was a meme.
Yeah, Gohan in Super. I'd actually say especially in the manga for Tournament of Power, considering what he does in that arc in the manga version. Oh my goodness, he gets some shit. And
hey,
I know
that new Dragon Ball Super movie, we in there.
Yep. If that,
we in there.
Apparently that's going to be Gohan Piccolo centric.
We are not in
yes,
there.
Yes, sir. We in there. No, you're gonna be in there. Chris gonna be in there, so you're gonna be there.
Yeah, she got me. You're right.
But I will say the best thing to ever happen to Super is Android 17 in the Tournament of Power. He is literally the best thing in Super, in my opinion. But
He's
I
so
also like
cool.
other characters like Beerus and Hit. I think are very good for what they're introduced. Broly as well, in his movie. I think it's the best version of Broly in my opinion, because I actually feel.
I think that's fair. I really don't think they're that different though. I really don't.
I just
think
think there's more to relate to in the Super version. Like you actually spend time with the dude outside of just his.
I'm not denying all that. I'm not saying it's not better.
Yeah.
I just don't think like the contrast and like the character concept is as big as everyone made it out to see when the movie first came out. But I'll get there when I get there.
Yeah. But in terms of actual like fights, like, oh man, I don't really even want to talk about the Mora arc because that shit's trash.
A ram? They were not serious. A ram.
They got fucking Goku turning into a goddamn giant Gundam, fighting a
Goku
giant
became
ram
a Apache
Gundam.
chief in that arc. It was wild.
Like, bro, I'm looking at this shit. Like, Toyotaro does the opposite of what Toriyama does. Whereas, like, Toriyama has great fight choreography, and then, like, somewhere in the middle, you're just like, and then he wraps it up really nicely. Toyotaro starts off hot, and then he finishes it, and you're just like, what the fuck did he just do?
Yep.
This shit sucks.
I'll also say it because Goku Black is a good villain, but goddamn, his arc is horrendous. Like
The
he
conclusion
himself-
to that arc is not good.
Yeah, and I also say like having Zamasu in there with Goku Black as well actively brings Goku Black down. But when he's by himself as Goku Black, I agree with that. Goku Black's one of the better villains in the whole franchise.
It's so like the anime, like the fact that it's still voiced by Nozawa, but she just does it differently. It's the way he talks. It's just like, ooh.
I mean, hell,
he
bro.
hated
The
me.
moment in both dub and sub when Vegeta's beating the crap out of Goku Black, talking about why he can't properly use Goku's body, is probably one of the best Vegeta scenes ever.
I think so too.
That shit was moving me.
I think.
Call back
That
to
shit was
the
moving
gaming
me.
stuff.
What about you, Griever? Super thoughts on Super.
Okay, so overall, yeah, I think we can all agree that regardless, I agree with Pat's idea. I think core concepts of GT are better, but the execution is so poor for most of them that Super is just overall a better series.
Yes.
Definitely. Of course, the Goku Black thing is sort of hit and miss for me because it's a body snatcher thing.
Yeah.
And that's the bane of my existence. However, I will admit that as a villain, he's not that bad. But I got some problems with the Goku Black stuff. One of the big things is the fact that Vegito came back after 15 motherfucking years, and I'm not a Gogeta guy. I'm a Vegito guy. He came back. They retconned the earrings because they couldn't have this man win. So they retconned the earrings after bringing this man back to prove I am the ultimate fusion motherfucker. And I was hoping for a whole Zoro Monet thing. It's like, I don't care that you wished you're immortal. I'm just going to keep beating you black and blue until you're so fucking terrified you don't reform that motherfucking body. But no, we had to go, no, time limit, and then Zen, like, it was a shitty ending to the arc. It's like, we literally can't beat the immortal body. I'm like, no, scare this motherfucker into...
Vegito getting cucked in that arc is one of the worst things ever.
That is one of the worst things ever. But on a highlight thing, like... Jiren wasn't really hitting for me and stuff like that, but there were some good things. Gohan going back to training. Broly was good. Frieza coming back into the series. Frieza, the OG classic super villain.
Hold
so
your
cool.
fire. This man is not black. That line is so crazy. That line is so crazy.
I like the whole future Trunks. I like the whole idea of Trunks coming back. That Trunks defeated Buu and all that. Well, in a way,
yeah,
and all that.
That was awesome.
He defeated the Buru and went Super Saiyan 3.
Yeah.
I love that Vegeta got mad when he thought he was tricking him. He's like, "You're using that useless form." He was pissed because he's like, "No, we already went through this shit." But also, one of the best things that I did love about it was the fact that Master Roshi, even Whis, confirms, like, yeah, why wouldn't Roshi basically have Ultra Instinct? Ultra Instinct is basically the pinnacle of martial arts. It's got nothing to do with power levels and ki or any of that shit. So it's like, why wouldn't Master Roshi, who's people tend to forget, hundreds of years old, and he's hundreds of years old, and he's a master martial artist. So he's, as we said, it's not quite Ultra Instinct, but it made sense in both the anime and the manga. It was like, he can dodge this shit.
But yeah.
Yeah. But it was like, and I love his reasoning. He goes, powering up. He goes, who taught you that? Frieza? Vegeta? Who? Like, he's like just slapping Goku right. He's like, which one of the masters, remind me, who taught you that power was the answer? because I don't remember teaching you that shit, boy. You know, and I was like, fucking A, Master Roshi, the original master, going back to teach a student, you know, you can teach an old dog new tricks sort of thing.
Mhm.
So I definitely love that. There was a lot of things. And let's just be real, my Bulma.
God.
That scene, I don't care in both. Well, it was better done in the movie, but I don't give a fuck that shit. I use that clip to this day to explain to my wife, I'm like, this is why you want me as a husband. So I'm about to pull up a cheat on you. Oh, and just really quick, one last thing. I hate that in this arc, it made sense in some points in DBZ, but can we just give Vegeta a straight up motherfucking win? It doesn't have to be Goku to do the final blow, just for once, one time, please.
Well, I mean, I disagree with that whole general idea that Goku wins all the time. He really doesn't. But and Vegeta gets W's, just not on the main villains.
That's what I mean. But Vegeta should get one W on it.
I personally thought the return of Frieza, Vegeta not getting to be one. I thought that was egregious. That was honestly one of the worst things I've ever seen. I'm just like, bro, Trunks and Goku got a body. Vegeta, all right, man, cool. Vegeta's the one who literally had to live under this man's fucking tyrannical rule.
Yeah.
So I thought that was I was so pissed in that movie when that shit happened. I was livid. I'm like, this movie sucks.
Yes. That's the one time I get the comment of Goku does everything. Because in that case, like, he really should not have beaten Frieza. It should have been Vegeta.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't know if you're here, Alan. I think you're on mute. I don't know if you wanna chime in. But I know you're listening. I know you might be at work. But all right, Miles, Super.
I'm kind of mixed on it. I think there's good things that are good, and I think there are things that are terrible. I think the kind of beginning's kind of just like whatever. I have no real care for it.
Yours as well.
I like the idea that, like, we introduced the different universes, and I like seeing when we met Champa and shit. But that first like tournament was weak as fuck to me. I thought kind of like the rehash, like the fake Frieza and all this shit was just very repetitive.
I completely forgot that this man had Kaioken back again in the anime. That's another point.
That is nice. This kind of goes the manga and anime difference. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the blue transformation is completely different? Not
the blue
completely different, but it's very different.
Vegeta and Goku do not master the first time they get it.
Yeah,
but isn't it also
you're supposed to keep the aura like inside your body?
Yes,
because that's what he does in the black art.
Stamina related.
Yeah,
stamina related.
They both master the form after the Goku.
And I think that one of the difference is like, when you activate blue, it actually takes a lot to go into it. So if you de-transform and go back into it, you're like not as strong if you return. Like that was like why he lost a hit or something like that.
Yeah, because blue is you're essentially stacking, similar to Super Saiyan 4. You're stacking two transformations on top of each other.
Yeah.
But the difference is that with blue, it's mixing a Saiyan transformation with a God Key transformation.
Yeah, and the manga also doesn't have the Kaioken thing, right?
No, it does not.
True too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really do like Goku Black. I like Zamasu. I like that we actually finally get back to like Kai's having actual relevance and importance, because that's one thing in Buu I kind of didn't like, where it's like we see this short guy and he said, yeah, this is a guy that's like 1,000 times stronger than Frieza, and then nothing comes out of it. So I think seeing that, I prefer the manga version of this arc way more, because I actually like when they do the fusion of Zamasu and Goku Black. The techniques he was doing were so different from just basic ki blast shit we saw. You have the ki sword, the ki scythe. He was summoning fucking the Kishin metals and throwing at them, doing like all this different shit. Mm-hmm. And I think I think that's a benefit of Super.
A rift in the dimension, and Vegeta was like, "What the fuck did you just do?" And he said, "I don't even know." But my rage has no limits. I said, whoa.
We have that. We have him bringing back the clones. Like, there's so many different, like, new abilities with Ki that I feel like Super has kind of shown, which I really appreciate. Even, like, before the tournament,
when you look at Tournament of Power.
Dude, before the Tournament of Power, dude, when we saw Beerus and all the actual Gods of Destructions really fight for a bit, that was nice.
I'll also say this: I like the intro versus Universe 9 shit in the anime, especially Boo's fight versus the guy that kicks baseball.
Oh, the werewolves.
Yeah, specifically, I like Boo's fight in a lot because Buu actually gets to do something. That's why I enjoyed it a lot, and that's also why I like the beginning of the Moro arc, because again, Buu gets to do something, although it doesn't really.
Oh, you like Boo, huh?
No, it's like I want characters that are supposed to be strong to be able to do things. It's not necessarily
Fair.
that I like Boo as a character, but like
Okay.
he should be allowed to do
That's another thing with like Super that I really like, because they're trying to spread out the spotlight, and at the same time they're keeping the core like feeling of Dragon Ball. Like in the Goku Black arc, they realized that they couldn't beat Zamasu because he was immortal, so they decided to seal him. And how did they decide to do that? By using the Mafuba. I was like, bruh, I ain't seen this move since like I was like 10 years old. Like, come on now.
Yeah, and
like,
I
it's
agree.
little stuff like that. I just like it's very appreciative.
I'll also say as well, I think we should talk about the current arc. I don't know why Bardock is a nice guy.
I'm not reading that shit, so I don't know.
I don't understand. Like, it doesn't affect anything else in the story except for him.
I think
And
it's
he's
a
just
very
randomly
weird
nice.
thing because it makes Raditz the odd one out in the family. Like, Raditz
Yes.
is actually the special one if you think about it, because it's Goku hitting his head as hard as he does that makes him, like, because even, I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, I do remember a statement from Grandpa Gohan saying he was actually mad unruly until the head injury. Like,
Yes.
he was,
Yes.
violent.
Yes.
so he was gonna be a Saiyan, like, through and through, like, naturally, until he hit his head. Like, that's why he was able to be raised like a gentle, kind-hearted Earthling. You know what I'm saying? So like with Gine and like Bardock just already being naturally like that, it's like it just throws. I don't like it. It throws it off because Goku's supposed to be a different and special type of Saiyan. I'm not saying every single Saiyan is a barbaric warrior. I know that's not the case, but it's very jarring to them when they see Goku. You're like, where is your instinct to dominate and conquer? But what's wrong with you? Like, you're not a Saiyan. Like, he's off. So I think by doing that with Bardock, you fuck all that up. I don't think it's a good storytelling choice, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think if it had been Gine that gets him out of there, because I can understand the mom, not to be like gender roles and all this other nonsense, like the females are nicer than the males bullshit. That's
my
not really what
my
I'm trying
problem
to
too
hint
is
at,
now it looks way more like the Superman thing.
exactly
Like
That's
Laura
it. Like, I can
Jor-El sending
understand
Kal-El off to Earth.
if Bardock was a dickhead and Gine was the nice one and sort of got Goku out of there, that I can understand. But
Yeah.
Bardock, you just made him nice, either for some reason to have this, because the current plot is like he's super integral to what's going on in the manga right now. I mean, does anybody really give a shit about granola? I don't even know.
No,
but like,
no.
Nah, I don't care.
I appreciate somebody finally using the Dragon Balls to just be the strongest in the universe, though. That was the thing I appreciated.
Yeah.
But
it's hilarious that they keep doing it.
Yeah.
Like, that's 3 people in one arc. I'm the strongest. No, I'm the strongest. No, I'm the strongest.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck off.
But as for me, like, I'll say this. I'm not mad at you guys with some of the Toyotaro thing, but I personally think the Tournament of Power is much better in the manga. I don't like it in the anime. I agree with that. Because like the anime has a lot of cool moments and scenes and yada yada, but my problem with the anime version of Tournament of Power, it's everyone versus Universe 7. And while in some ways it makes sense, because if you believe that it's their fault the tournament happened in the first place, that puts your existence in danger, it actually felt like a battle royale in the manga more often than not. Like, other people got shot, other people were fighting each other. Gohan got his moment with Kefla, the fusion and stuff. Like, I thought it was just a lot better executed, and it still hit a lot of the same story beats, so to speak. So I actually just thought it was better. And the Roshi moment, I think I appreciate a lot too, like you brought up earlier, Griever. I like that moment.
learn to move well.
Yeah, it's like just power up, like just be strong. Like, who taught you that? Where you learned that from? It wasn't me.
Yeah.
Wasn't King Kai.
Yeah.
You know, like whatever. So like I like that. With as far as what's better, the anime or manga, I don't really have a preference. I'm like probably what you guys were with Z and Dragon Ball. It depends on the arc in the moment. I'll go back and forth. I actually like Blue better in the manga. I like the idea of keeping it inside of you, and like the explanation for how like beat Vegeta and stuff. It makes more sense because in the anime, I'm like, what the fuck's going on? I actually did not care for the Kaioken over the Blue. It wasn't moving me. I didn't care for it. I think it looked cool. I actually don't. I don't dislike Hit. He's alright. I like Goku Black's like when he's in Goku's body. I think Super Saiyan Rose is my favorite new transformation. Like I don't like Blue God, Ultra Instinct and Ultra Instinct Omen is not moving me in any capacity.
What
I like
about
Rose.
Ultra Ego?
No, I just like Vegeta. Ego's really not raw, and his eyebrows are gone.
Ego is not raw. That form is
But-
actually trash as a moment.
Yeah. But I just like Vegeta. That's why I looked at it. But it's not a cool form. But I like Rose. My problem with that arc is that I think it's horrible in execution towards the end. Like once they fuse, the arc is terrible. And I actually like. I don't remember if the manga did this, but I like in the anime that they just go back in time with the time machine and keep getting like sensu beans. Because I'm at the point where it's like I actually like if you're abusing the system that you have here. Like you should never not have sensu beans. You have the time machine, use it. Go back, come back, come back. Like I actually like that. And then actually Trunks beating Deborah or whatever and stopping Majin Buu's resurrection, but the Kai dying, Supreme Kai dying. I thought that was all good. It was all good. I legitimately do not think there is a worse arc than the Moro arc. I actually like the GT arcs way more than that fucking Ram. That shit was ass. From top to bottom, there was nothing. I don't care about Vegeta going to Yadra. That wasn't cool either. None of that shit was raw. The jail was not raw. He's not raw. His power stink. Him eating planets not moving me. Spirit. I hate it. How they beat him
Did
is
he
all
even
garbage.
learn?
I mean,
No, because
cool, man.
it's one thing if Vegeta's gonna keep doing that shit, he's not doing it. It's not moving me, bro. Like it was just.
Did he even learn instant transmission while he went over there?
He used it.
He
used
used it
once.
just to get to the planet. I think basically
Yeah.
like a one time thing. But
Okay, well,
I
at
like
least he knows
Yard
it then.
Rat stuff. That was it.
I hate Jiren. He's the worst. I think he's a piece of
Thank
shit.
you.
But an evildoer I can't stand that guy. I like Topo. He's the one I like the most of the Pride Troopers. I like
Nah,
him.
would you agree that Jiren's better in the manga than he is in the anime?
Yes, but I still don't like him in the manga.
I agree.
But
I
he's-
just think he's a lot more digestible in the manga.
I don't mind him. There's nothing wrong with somebody just overwhelmingly powerful for
Well,
you
yeah,
to beat.
but Pat, like when he's talking about like his motivations at the end of
so
like
much
the
better
anime, it's
before
like,
that backstory.
what?
The moment he starts
I
talking,
mean-
he stopped being
Yes.
even remotely intriguing. That's the problem. He's one of those people that the moment
get
he
it.
starts to talk, he's just been a strong silent type. That would have probably worked better for me.
And in Dragon Ball, we already have examples of people just born naturally strong. Frieza never trained a day in his life. Broly just naturally fucking strong. So this is the third time, and it's not hitting. So
Yeah. But I like
I mean,
Topo,
hey,
and,
it's
I, and, I,
Dragon Ball.
and I
Some
actually
can
do
fight.
like that
I'm all-
preliminary tournament glam. But I like it for Topo showing Goku out, where it's like he used because he was a God
I
of
like that
Destruction candidate, and Goku went things like, all right, I'm gonna finish it now, and he got cocky and he fucking got kicked in his fucking shit. Like, yeah, look at you, bozo.
Yeah.
So-
I think the Topo fight with Goku is the second best fight of that tournament because I
like
just love Boo's more.
The preliminary fight that Goku had against what's his name, the main wolf guy,
Bergamo.
Bergamo, yeah, because when he's fighting him and he goes Super Saiyan, he was like, "Oh, you kind of big, you a little strong. Now watch this," and he goes blue, and all the gods of destruction are watching it, and they're like, "How are that rivals the gods?" I was like, "Oh, that shit kind of moved me." I was like, "Ooh."
His name is Granola. Yeah, it's Granola. I feel like Raditz was fooling Vegeta and Nappa. Like they were rich, cool kids. I think Bardock was cool but rough, but Needed and Kine was just overall nice. I don't know. I'm just not a fan of
The Bardock shit is unnecessary and doesn't need to be there.
Yeah.
we already had
Bardock shit
Bardock.
was hot.
back
Like
in the
literally,
day.
you could have just had Gine be the one to send Goku away, and it would have worked fine.
Yeah.
What was wrong with the original Bardock movie? Is my question.
Okay, so
No,
let me
goddamn
I'll say this quick and then let's move on to the next thing because we only got two points so far. But okay, I think.
I never even got to finish mine.
Oh shit, my bad. Go ahead.
I'll just keep it quick. I think I kind of agree with basically all you guys said. I think the two arcs after the Tournament of Power, I think, in concept are very good. I actually like the beginning of Moro because I find it nice to find ways to try and circumvent the now exponential power growth that we have. So having someone that can use magic, which is can now affect you no matter how strong you are, I think in theory was really, really good. But I don't see how this guy going around just absorbing planets and not really doing the more magical stuff was indicative of that. And I like Granola. I kind of like how he has the sniper kind of motif and uses the ki blast like in a more streamlined and like
The problem with like Granola's arc is what's the bounty hunter planet
The
selling
heater,
people?
the heaters.
The heaters are no, like, bro. The heaters are lame.
they remind me of like a shittier BoJack gang.
Yeah, I don't see any like the villains in that arc are not good. Like if you had just Granola, but there's like no plot without the heaters, I guess. But it's a weird arc.
Yeah, I can agree to that. But yeah, that's just kind of my thing. I think it's just kind of like a lot of missed points on how certain things could have been. I actually like Vegeto's ego form though. I think it's really really cool. I like the design.
It's a bad form in terms of its usability if it doesn't up his base.
Yes.
Bad form.
But do you like the design?
No, because no eyebrows.
I mean, it's just purple hair with.
Why do you guys hate the no eyebrows thing?
Because it's stupid. Anybody would know. You ever see them girls who draw their eyebrows out? They look stupid and goofy as hell. Where your eyebrows at?
The form doesn't look good. I'm sorry.
You ever seen Super Saiyan 3 Goku with eyebrows? Or in
It's
the
better.
anime, right
I
before,
like
it
the
looks
moment because Vegeta just like it's a long time since like no good versus evil is just me in the heat of like that. Like
That's what I'm saying.
That was moving me. The form itself is not. It's just what Vegeta was saying.
Exactly.
I think the no eyebrows help him give that like primal look.
Hey man, I'm not denying all of that. It just not resonating with me. It's not. It doesn't matter. keep your eyebrows, bro. Because
17 goaded.
Okay.
The goat.
I'm not a 17 fan, but I'm not mad at you guys saying that. But my biggest problem with Super has always been this power scaling is so motherfucking bad that even if I turn my brain off, it insults me. That's my problem.
Yep.
That's my biggest problem with Super. But I wanted to talk about the Broly thing real quick and why I say what I said. Because I think people misunderstand when I say I don't see both Brolys as that different. I think the new Broly movie is a lot better, and the way that they contextualize it and kind of explore the character is done in a different way. And yes, their underlying motivations are different. Oh, you cried as a baby, Kakarot. That shit's whack. I understand that. I really, really think that some people are not really seeing how not different they really are, though. In terms of like Broly, the character, like Broly's like. He's mad.
The berserker
he's mad.
mode
He
and
gets,
all that
yes,
stuff.
and he just screams. He gets stronger and stronger and angrier and angrier. The same thing happens. Like Paragus is still kind of controlling him. When I go through, like there's so much overlapping commonalities with the first Broly movie. I don't know 100%. Why everyone's acting like I'm fucking crazy. I'm not saying I'm not saying the first movie's better. I do actually like Broly fucking him up for like half an hour a bit more, but I'm not saying it's better. This movie is much better done. Much better executed, and I do think they make Broly a lot more, like you said, relatable or whatever the case is. He had his little pet, whatever. You know, Chila is cool. I like all of that, but I'm like, bro, this movie's not that different. They fight for most of it, bro. Right? Broly's just getting angrier and angrier, stronger and stronger. Paragus dies. I'm like, okay, this one Frieza killed him, not him doing it himself. And I'm like, what is so fundamentally crazily different from the both two movies? Even though this one is better, it's not that different, bro. It really is.
If we're looking at the first Broly movie compared to Dragon Ball Super Broly, then it's not that different. That's true. Yeah. But the thing is, Broly has 2 more movies after that, and that's where the difference starts to come in.
I'm lying. I'm lying, but I only was talking about the first movie. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. If you're talking about just the first movie, then yes.
For me, the thing that really stands out about the Super version is that Broly surviving and actually now like there's potential of him and Goku having some sort of a relationship akin to Goku and Vegeta's relationship, to be honest. Like Goku saying "call me Kakarot" to another character was powerful to me. Like I'd never thought I would ever hear him address himself like that.
That shit was not moving me. Everybody in my theater, everybody in the theater,
shit moved me. I'm with you, Blam. That shit moved me.
Everybody in my theater whipped their meat out. I'm like, bro, let's fucking go home. I want to leave, bro. I'm so fucking tired by the end of that movie. I was done.
Like when I saw like,
that was hitting. That was
like
good.
Broly being a part of the squad and like terms of what that offered in my head, I was like, oh yes, like the thing I want most from Super
Go Broly, go Broly, go.
I want Goku, Broly, and Vegeta to have a 3-on-1 or 3-on-3 something together. That's the one thing I want.
Threesome? That's crazy.
Sure.
But anyways,
Nah, you're a wild boy.
Yeah.
that's all I'm saying. I think the movies frame them a lot different. The context is a lot different. But when I really peel back the layers, I'm like, this is a much better version of what you did before. Okay,
Yes.
you're right. Specifically in the first movie, but I really don't think it's as like. I think the problem with a lot of people is, I'm not saying you guys said this, but with a lot of people, I'm like, they really tried to act like it was night and day, like it's not the same thing in any. Bro, what are we doing? Because then it wouldn't even be Broly if you try to change him too much. Like, come on now.
Yep.
No, they actually gave him characterization above
Oh, yes.
slow guy who goes, "Oh," when baby cries. They gave him actual character this time, so it
Wait,
just
why do
felt
people
like
hate?
night and day.
Okay, wait. Why do people hate the crying thing so much?
It doesn't make any sense.
It's because
It's
fucking
stupid.
Yeah.
Wait, maybe
You're gonna hold a grudge against somebody when you were an infant?
Wait,
How do you
I
even
was-
remember something like that?
All babies
May-
cry.
Wait,
Jesus.
wait. Maybe I'm taking this different. I always took it as, it's not that Goku's crying. It's that Broly was stabbed to almost death at the same time when Goku
No,
was
you don't know why
crying.
that doesn't make any sense, Miles. You
That
wanna know why that doesn't
why?
make any sense? If that is the case, he should be mad at Vegeta, not Goku. Because it's Vegeta's dad that stabs him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but as a baby, he wouldn't recognize that
Arrogance-
trauma. The
yeah,
trauma
but then
that's coming is the crying that he already
Argus
like.
told him that.
doesn't
which
like.
he definitely did.
The worst
and it
part
doesn't
about
matter.
that is that shit happened on the first day they were born.
Yeah, like it doesn't matter. Like
Yeah.
him being angry at Goku at all doesn't make any sense.
And they showed in the flashback, it wasn't just the knife. They showed him like in the middle of the night, like at 2 a.m, like babies do. Fucking just Goku kept crying because he's a fucking baby, and Broly going there like,
Yeah, but that- yeah,
motherfucker, shut the fuck up, you know, like.
The crying already being annoying is what like allowed him to associate this because he's already so used to like hating it.
I know, but all babies cry as a form of communication. That shit.
You would have a point,
It's-
Miles,
Miles.
if he wasn't referring to him by name all the time.
Yeah.
Miles,
Kakarot!
a baby
No.
being Miles,
That's fair.
a baby
Miles,
being
Miles,
traumatized.
because like I need, like we need to, we're gonna have to move on at some point. So let me just nip this in the bud. Like the people's biggest problem is the fact that it's like to have an entire character's literal motivation for wanting to kill somebody so badly is that when you were literally like just fresh out the goddamn womb, some other baby kept you. How the fuck did you remember this, and why are you so goddamn angry about it? Like it's just like a stupid movie reason to get him to fight, but like it just didn't work for anybody. People like Broly, but like that part is stupid. That's all it really was. That's all.
Yeah, it's like a baby being traumatized by another baby crying makes zero sense.
Yeah. So,
They
so-
both fucking
so,
crying.
yeah.
Like what?
Yeah, he was
What?
crying too.
so for most people, it just didn't work as an underlying motivation to get the movie popping. If you get what I'm saying. But all
Also,
right.
shout out Broly's weird Ozaru form in the
Yeah.
Super movie, by the way. That was kind of cool.
All right, so give me your. I'm gonna start, but I want your favorite 3 characters. My favorite 3 characters are all in the same family. My favorite character is Bulma. The second favorite character is Vegeta. My third favorite character is Trunks. I'm actually gonna. I guess I'll do this now, even though I think I had it later. I personally believe that Bulma's the most important character in Dragon Ball. I don't think anything happens without Bulma. Bulma's the one who actually proactively gets the story started because she's the one looking for the Dragon Balls, and she's the one that runs into Goku, who has the 4-star. Bulma created Dragon Ball radar. Goku, Jesus Christ, crazy. Bulma also, like when I think about like future, like later on arcs, where I'm like, who makes the time machine to even give these guys a fighting chance? Who's the one who even like this? This all sounds crazy when I say it, but who birthed Trunks? Who domesticated Vegeta? Like I actually, I'm not saying she's
Domesticated is crazy.
she
Yeah.
tamed
He ain't
she-
my only pushback on the Bulma thing is that a lot of her influence is off screened and not really delved into. That's my only pushback.
That's fine. But like that's fine. But like I've always seen her as like later as the older I got, I'm like honestly, Goku is still the titular character that does all the things that like really matter. But I'm like it just doesn't get kicked into high gear without Bulma being there, and without her help.
Fair.
With so many things, just nothing happens. Her technology, her money, the time machine. Again, Vegeta being able to like be like live on Earth, and then Trunks being the warrior of the future who comes back, create like all of those things to me. I've always thought she's the most important character. I like Vegeta because I think Vegeta is the best written character in Dragon Ball, and I think that Vegeta has the best character arc, and I think that Vegeta is the most relatable character in Dragon Ball. Vegeta works really hard. Vegeta had a hard like life in childhood. I'm not saying he was like an angel. He was no angel.
Yeah.
That nigga was a murderer. I'm not saying he was a good person, but just to see him come full circle. And like I've always really, really loved that moment in Z where he hugs Trunks. He says bye to Bulma and Goku and he blows himself up. Like I think like when you first see Vegeta to when you see him later, I'm like, man, he's come such a long way. Like I know we all have the jokes, oh, he gets beat up and blah blah yada yada. Sure, that's great. Like I understand. Like memes out. I'm not denying that. Sometimes it should be funny. But I just can't respect any character in Dragon Ball more than Vegeta. The man works so hard too, to the point where I believe really and truly, there is no real in canon explanation for why Goku is so much fucking stronger than him all the time. I don't think it makes any sense, especially when I think about it from a speed standpoint, because Vegeta is always trading in like something times gravity. At the very least, in my opinion, he should be faster than Goku. I like Trunks because he's cool. Sword. You know, Bulma and Vegeta's child. He came through. I'm like, who's this fucking Super Saiyan? Like, Trunks was just cool. I do not like Kid Trunks. I do not like GT Trunks.
Nah.
I like
don't
Future
like
Trunks. Specifically. Let me specify. But those are my 3 favorite characters.
I want to, because Pat and I are going to probably say the same thing about Vegeta as well. I think this is another point Super's favor. The closing of the gap between Goku and Vegeta is very much needed and very much appreciated. Although that's my last point on Super. But anyway,
yes.
Vegeta GOAT! God, I love Vegeta. But like that top 1, 2 is Piccolo, 3 is Android 17, and that's mainly because of Super. I think he is so damn good in tournament power, especially in the anime. But that's my top 3.
Okay.
I think we all got Vegeta. If you don't got Vegeta, you still watching Dragon Ball? Like
you're tripping.
Vegeta is obviously like the GOAT, and I do appreciate once again, the power gap shrinking in Super, though not perfect, did shrink. I love that. I love that because Vegeta has always been, he's literally the anti-hero turned into the hero character. Like he's the original. He's just so good. Actually, my third was gonna be Piccolo, but because Piccolo's still raw, but Naya just convinced me that fucking it's Bulma. Bulma's got to be on that list. Bulma is just integral to almost every fucking arc in this story. GT, she's the reason there's a Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Like, no matter what series you watch, she's always in there. She's always integral.
Real quick, are you like super like Bulma trying to use her notes from the future to make the time machine? Like that was cool too. Continue.
Yes. I love that she's not above. Like she's like, oh no, it's more like no.
Yeah, she was like, in the future I made it, so that means I can make it now.
Right. She's got that concept. I really liked it. Now, annoying to me on Namek when I was watching it as a kid because she was like, why is she here? You know, and like it just felt that way to me as a kid. Now later on, I'm like, okay, I sort of get the concepts and stuff. But because she definitely got she became a better character over time too. So, but I mean, slap a god of destruction in the face, anybody. But mine is going to be my other one's going to be Gohan, and for the simple fact that
sir.
Naya said that the best developed character, best written character in Dragon Ball is Vegeta. I think there's a strong argument to be made for Gohan because literally, English dub itself, we had the narrator even come on at the end of the cell, and this was great foreshadowing in beat 'em up mangas, in stuff that wasn't supposed to be super crazy 4D chess storytelling. We had foreshadowing that Gohan had this crazy latent potential in him, and we thought, okay, on Namek when the old Guru did it and stuff like that. No. This was all culminating in Super Saiyan before it was called Super Saiyan 2, when it was just this is Gohan at peak. Gohan is better than Vegeta. Goku is better than everybody. He just unlocking the final form sort of idea from what we thought, and I mean, that scene was awesome and everything, but even then, a lot of people say, okay, Teen Gohan. I'm going to make a quick argument for adult Gohan, because we had when shit was down, Vegeta told him to his face, you fucking loser, what have you been doing this whole time? Like, you're a disgrace to us. Like, I don't give a fuck that you can still barely pull off Super Saiyan 2. That shit, what the fuck happened to you sort of idea, and Goku's trying to be okay about it, and Gohan's like, fuck. And then when everything goes down, he trains and he tries to get the Z sword and all that shit, and then fucking when he comes back as fucking ultimate Gohan, and fucking he just goes up to Buu and, I'm gonna kill you. And I was like, fucking Gohan, serious Gohan is back, baby.
And then he loses.
And well, yeah, he did lose, but he was stronger, so it was awesome.
I don't know.
Someone's next.
Gohan don't move me. I'm sorry. I don't even necessarily disagree with what you're saying. He just don't be moving me. I was never a Gohan guy.
Fair.
But that being said, I actually like Future Gohan. Probably my favorite version of Gohan.
Oh,
My only problem with that is that's where I don't understand where did his explosive power go in the future. Like I always thought that it was weird that he wasn't like I guess his thing, but I don't know. But
Also, Pat, I'm going to need you to do me a favor. When you talk about Vegeta, I need you to bring up the first scene that he's ever in, when he's sitting on that body and eating that person's arm.
Like, first of all, what are you eating? What creature is that? Like, nigga, you just like, what are you eating, bro? Oh my lord! When they were
First time
shading
we ever see this man. He is on a body that he just murdered and eating that corpse's arm.
Future Trunks don't have new forms because he ate things quickly. I was talking about I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
I think the reason Gohan in the future doesn't have the rage with him anymore.
I think no, you
because
I remember your reasoning. Go ahead though.
Yeah, because he would have to like take on the role of mentor and protector for Trunks, so he can't just wild out on the spot like that. Plus, they don't have like Dragon Balls in their timeline, so like the consequences are dire.
See, Pat, I thought it was because with Goku dying, Gohan never trains with anybody to reach that next level.
But Gohan's explosive potential is latent. It has nothing to do with it. Just the fact that he's just born that way. He gets mad, he gets angry, and then boom.
Yeah. I got one problem with that, though. So, Bulma invented a motherfucking time machine spaceship to go to Namek and get the Dragon Balls?
I've always
no.
Just put that out there.
She didn't make the ship to go to Namek. They found that.
Yeah, they found the ship that Kami came from.
No, I know, but literally think about what I'm saying. She made a motherfucking time machine, but a ship that can go to a planet that they know exists. Like, come on.
I've always thought that was strange. Bonjour, Mokel. I always thought it was strange that like they didn't try to go to Namek or something for Purunga, but I didn't want to be that guy, so I kind of let it go. So, but all right.
I mean, I'll let it go because the Future Trunks stuff is awesome with Future Gohan and everything.
Yeah, it's still good. That's why it's still good. But
yeah.
All right, Miles.
No, but remember, Namek was destroyed, and then they found a new planet, and they didn't know where that planet was at. Goku found them because he used instant transmission.
That's a good point.
And Piccolo's dead, so they can't find them.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point. I actually forgot about that entirely. I totally forgot. That's a good point. You're right. I was wrong. I'll take that on that one. Miles, top 3.
Vegeta, Future Trunks, Gohan.
Okay.
Good.
I think Vegeta. We all know he's just the best. Future Trunks. I like Future Trunks and Gohan because I like the different slight take of like how these Saiyans are compared to like the super prideful, arrogant, like battle-lusted Saiyans of like Vegeta and Goku, where Future Trunks comes from a timeline where like we don't take risks when we fight, we just murk people, and I appreciate that they kind of kept that in Super, where like when you see Bibbidi and then when they came, Trunks said, "Fuck that, I murked Deborah, and then I murked that Majin Buu just never came." Yeah, I mean, and I appreciate that. I mean, I hate that they changed his hair color. I don't know why they did that, but
it's kind of weird.
Well, yeah,
that was a strange decision.
Future Trunks, I always like, even like him like trying to have to like warm Vegeta up, like they're fighting Cell, and like doing all this shit, and he's like, "Just kill him." He's like, "Who the fuck are you talking to?" And he's like, "Just kill Cell."
What kind of Saiyan are you?
No, that shit was funny, bro, because
Vegeta's like,
Trunks said, he said, bro, we have to kill him now before he reaches his perfect form. And Vegeta was like, what? Don't you want to see how much stronger he can get? And he was like, no. He was like, I'm going to kill him now, even if I have to get through you to do it. And Vegeta was like, what the fuck are you going to do? Hit me? And Trunks fucking blasted him.
No, that moment, Vegeta in the water looking at the sky like this mother, this he really did it. Like yo,
Yeah.
he really did it.
That's my boy, all right. He fucking
one of the
smacked
most
a bitch.
brilliant moments in Abridged when Vegeta's, what is this feeling? Pride in somebody else.
Yeah. He's like, huh, all right, that's my boy, all right. That's my boy.
I think he was so proud of him. He was like, well, I'll be damned.
Yeah, that shit was awesome.
But yeah, I think that was great. I even like that Trunks held a transformation back so it wouldn't hurt Vegeta's pride. I really I think I like their relationship a lot more than Gohan and Goku. But
so do I.
Or I
It's
love
more
even
complicated.
That both Goku and Vegeta figured that form out. It's just that they've been warriors for far longer than Trunks, so they realized it was not hitting. This wasn't. It's not that Vegeta didn't reach that form. He just realized it was.
And that shows the experience of it all.
That was good.
And then Gohan's just like Gohan's like that perfect. I feel like he's really the true perfect blend of like what a Saiyan hybrid is, where you really see his human like kindness of like I want to be a scholar, I don't want to fight, but like when it gets down to the dirt and grittiness of it, he berserks out, and he just sees red and he just fires on all cylinders and just tries to beat the shit out of you. And even like when he does get powerful, that pride of like. He gets like Vegeta level pride once he's stronger than his opponent. We see it with Majin Buu and we see it with Cell, where it's like you could just end these guys already off rip and you're still kind of dicking around. But I really like Gohan. I think they're all good. I will say this is like one of the weird things where I think if I take into account movies or video games, I feel like Goku's just so much better. And I don't know why that is for me, but I just feel like he's just probably my favorite if we include like a different medium like those.
I don't like.
I understand that actually.
Goku don't move me. Sorry.
Goku's the real underdog, unlike every other fucking overpowered main character. He's literally a low class Saiyan with no lineage.
That's because
the son of fucking
Goku gets his ass.
Bardock special, bro. You different.
That is true.
All right, Pat. Go ahead.
Special.
Oh, it's my turn?
Yeah.
So, I actually have the same top 3 as Miles, but different order. But I will say this. Goku's not in there, but I prefer Goku when he's a child. So that version of Goku
my favorite
is the best version for me. Yeah. And he would be number 3 if it was just like just counting that. But overall, we have to take Goku as what we know, a child and all. So, number 1, obviously, is Gohan. Because it's just, I don't know, man. He was like my first favorite anime character. Because every time I see him, I'm just like, I love seeing when somebody gets pushed to their limit and their back is against the wall and they just fucking snap. And it's like, the first time you see Gohan, he's a mild-mannered boy. He's scared of the tortoise on Master Roshi's island, and then Goku's like, "No, he's friendly. Go ahead, play with him. He's having fun." Then Raditz come kidnap him and shit, put him in a sand space pod, and then fucking Raditz like, power level 710. What the fuck? And he's like, "That's not Kakarot." He's like, "It's the boy." This shit broken. And then he pick up Goku power level. He was like, "Wait a second. That's his real power level?" And then when Goku getting his ass beat, he bust out that shit and fucking spear headbutt Raditz. I'm just like, yo,
my space armor.
My space armor.
My space armor. We get it.
You're from space.
Nah, but it's like every time Gohan snaps, it's such a cool ass fucking moment. Like when they're fighting against
I got one pushback.
Frieza.
Even though that's raw, the bowl cut ruins it. But keep going.
Oh yeah.
You know me and bowl cut.
Chi-Chi was like, he gotta look nice for the aliens.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Can I just say, fuck Chi-Chi? She stinks.
But
nah, I don't understand Chi-Chi. She's a Caribbean parrot. Okay, keep going, Pat.
But they're fucking fighting Frieza on Namek, second form Frieza. Vegeta done lost the will to fight temporarily because he's like, shit, he way stronger than I thought he was going to be. This ain't good. Nigga stab Krillin about to die. Gohan going to go try to rescue him. Frieza like, where you going? Gohan like, move. Frieza like, what?
He was like, I said, fucking move. And he kicks him up against the head and starts beating the shit out of him. I was like, wait. And Vegeta's looking at him. He's like, maybe he's a Super Saiyan. What the fuck going on here? Like,
We don't
bro.
know about that yellow hair yet, shit. So fuck.
Like, he ain't got no experience. Like, I like that too in Namek because Gohan had like power and shit, but there was like, whatchamacallit, he don't got experience, so he be getting his ass whooped. And then fucking, whatchamacallit, he be wilding out for a little bit, but then afterwards, he calmed down and they're like, where all that power go? Okay. And then, whatchamacallit, we get to the Cell Saga, of course, when it finally culminates all his latent potential and stuff like that. And then they realized that Goku actually wasn't paying close attention to Gohan because he knew that he had the power, but he didn't really understand his personality because he wasn't really around a lot after like what transpires from Saiyan Saga to Namek. Like they had the 3 years in between where they trained for the androids, but he was pretty much dead or training or doing other shit. Mm-hmm. Whereas like Gohan doesn't dislike fighting, but it's like he would rather not do it.
Because like Goku has spent more time with Gohan than not, but he knows he wants to be a scholar, but at the same time is like he can do this fucking extreme power shit, and it's like no, bruh. He can't unless he pushes himself.
Yeah, because a lot of the times
strange. Like Goku is like observant and not at the same time for that.
Yeah, because Goku wasn't around for most of those moments where Gohan lost his temper.
Yep.
So he didn't really understand the scope of the situation. Like when Raditz when Nappa and Vegeta first pull up, all of them niggas get bodied before Goku gets there. So Gohan saw all of Goku's friends die. And then Goku showed up and took care of things afterwards. And same thing on Namek with Frieza. Like, Gohan was watching people die constantly and Goku wasn't there. So then at this point, he's like, okay, well, I know Gohan has the power because he survived. But it's like, but he was traumatized. And he doesn't want to, like, fight to the death all the time. That's not him.
But remember, Piccolo was there, and that's why in the culmination.
Yeah, that's why Piccolo understood because he was always there.
Strongest in the universe,
and this
is
why
also a scared 11-year-old boy.
Yeah, this is why I like, specifically like Piccolo's relationship with Gohan, especially because to me it's very clear. Goku is dad, Piccolo is sensei. Like I don't like the meme of Piccolo is actually his dad. I think it's complete and utter nonsense. Honestly,
it's trash. I hate that shit.
I said Goku's bad on all fronts. I think he's a bad husband. I think he's a bad dad. I think he's a bad friend. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's maliciousness. I think it's just because of the way he is. I don't think Goku's necessarily a bad person, but negligence is negligence.
Yeah.
That's
why Piccolo is in my top 3 because he is sort of a similar arc to Vegeta, where he changes over time and then he has meaningful relationships.
It's just not as strong, but it's good enough. I feel that.
Just to wrap it up, because I've been talking about Gohan for a break. The main thing I appreciate the most series, you don't really see like the son of a main character grow up and become an adult and start their own family. And I think that's just really touching to me. Like I appreciate that a lot. Mm-hmm. Like we saw Gohan from when he was a boy until he was an adult. Mm-hmm. I think that's really fucking cool. And number 2, Vegeta, because Vegeta just has so many fucking quotables.
You'll never be like that clown.
Any sense?
He's the GOAT, man.
Vegeta's the greatest, man. He's the greatest.
It's like, let me ask you, does that Shane like yourself ever experience fear? I'm like, bro, wait a second.
It has occurred to me I've never hugged you up until this moment. I was like, yo, wait a minute.
I like what you have to say. Hold on. Gohan is kind of harder for sure, but I definitely feel like Gohan was given a choice more so with Goku. I feel like he was sheltered a lot, but when Piccolo put him through training, he really broke that fear Gohan had and the sheltered lifestyle he had from Chi-Chi because Goku wasn't there. I feel like I think I agree with that. 'Cause I remember he threw him towards the mountain and Gohan like got mad and did that like ki blast thing, but
yep.
Yeah.
But Gohan is generally someone who doesn't. He's not particular. Like I've never liked the argument that Gohan is trash because he doesn't want to fight. My biggest problem is that he didn't at least maintain his level of strength because you still might have to protect the people close to you. You could study and you can work the fuck out, bro. Like I never understood why he couldn't find a balance with that. Yeah. I think letting himself become so pathetically weak is only bad because you still have to protect your family, brother.
Yep.
That's been my only thing. But I know he's not a person who wants to go out here and fade people. He's not a fader. That's not who he is. So I've never been mad at him being like, yo, planet safe, cool. I'm gonna read now. I've never had a problem with that.
I also say in regards to the Goku Piccolo thing, it's like,
and the Videl stuff is cool. Actually, I like the Videl stuff. That's probably my favorite Gohan moments. Actually, with him and Videl.
It's even more clear that Piccolo is sensei because like Goku tries to train him when he's a little kid, but she's like, no, you can't. So he's like, okay, I'll be the dad and I'll try and take care of him. At least when we don't see it in the beginning of the story. But then when Piccolo doesn't give a shit because he's teaching, it's like it's not. He doesn't give a damn that you're his flesh and blood in that regard. Where Goku still does. Mm-hmm. Even if there is negligence involved, which I agree with, but we'll talk about that later because I actually have some points on that and all that shit.
Okay, Pat, Vegeta, you going?
Oh yeah,
quotables.
The quotables, like, and also Vegeta is just when a series is focusing on him, it's just more entertaining in Z at least, because when Vegeta smells an easy victory, that shit is fucking hilarious.
Yes, sir.
Like when they were fighting Pui Pui on Babidi's ship, the man says, "Welcome to the end of your life, and I promise it's going to hurt." Then Babidi gonna change the ship's space to Pui Pui's home planet. He talk about something that's 10 times the gravity of Earth. Vegeta start laughing. He was like, "What's so funny?" He was like, "Well, if it was 500 times the gravity of Earth, maybe you might have something. But I was training in 100 times gravity this morning." Something like 10. Yeah. I don't even feel it.
I don't feel that shit.
Vegeta literally looked at that man and said, "LOL."
He's just so raw. He's so cold, and he's just like, I just relate to him. Like, there's something about someone who like had such a life like that and is constantly kind of hold and kicked down, but keeps trying and keeps training so hard. Like that's just someone I could respect, bro. But third.
Yeah, third. Future Trunks, because the history of Trunks special is peak Dragon Ball to me.
Yeah.
Like, because it's like, what would happen if Goku just wasn't around? Because, like, people tend to forget if you die twice, you cannot be resurrected with the Dragon Ball because the Dragon Balls can't make the same wish twice.
You know, no, it's not that. In the Dragon Ball actual manga, they state that you can't revive someone who's naturally died. He died of a heart disease, so he can't be brought back with the Dragon Balls.
It's that too, but it's also a second time that he's died. So
true.
On both fronts,
that's like with the same set.
Yeah.
Yeah, the three conditions for not being able to come back is if you're dead for over a year, you've already died before, or you die of natural causes.
Yeah. Right. And yes, we spoke about Broly already, and he's mid. Yeah. I'm joking. He's alright.
Wow.
He's alright.
Wow.
I'm not a bro. I'm not really. Broly's whatever to me. He's fine. He works.
He's a better Jiren.
I'll give you that.
Broly's in my top 10.
But yeah,
seeing Future Trunks' introduction, like knowing where he came from, like he pulls up, tells Frieza straight up, "You're about to see what it's like to fight a real Super Saiyan." And I'm not talking about Goku. And at the time I'm a kid watching the show, I'm like, who we talking about, Vegeta? Like, you talking about Vegeta? Because who's the Super Saiyan? He just goes Super Saiyan, and he takes care of Frieza in one episode. That's the same dude we've been fighting for like 20 episodes on Namek. He just did it in one.
And the best part is, it wasn't obvious who this guy was. It was like, what the fuck? There was no indication.
So like, he doesn't look like Vegeta at all. So I was just like, who the hell is this?
Also didn't help that in the anime, him and Bulma's hair colors are different. In the manga, at least they're the same.
Yeah.
Didn't you know blue and black make pink?
Yeah, obviously.
And this is like a very random small detail, but one of the things I like about Future Trunks a lot too is, for some reason, my favorite Super Saiyan hairstyle is when his hair's in a ponytail and he goes Super Saiyan 1. I just think it looks fucking beautiful. I don't know what it is. It's my favorite Super Saiyan hairstyle by far.
When he has like armor on?
Yeah,
100%.
yeah. Like before he goes like Ultra Trunks, whatever, and like his ribbon like not ribbon, his hairband like breaks. I think the ponytail like it's so fucking cold, bro. He looks so sick in it. Like I like it a lot. So yeah. Okay, we need to move on. All right. So
Yeah, I'm done.
What are for this one I'm changing it. You get one. What is your favorite Dragon Ball moment? You get one. No cheating. One.
Ooh,
Final
one moment.
atonement. What are we talking about, man?
Okay, Vegeta, Final Atonement. I'm with that. That's the great.
What? Not even close.
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
I think I'll go. It's when Gohan pulls up to Buu and he's just like, "What are you gonna beat me?" And he's like, "No, I'm here to kill you." I think that's my favorite.
Go! Oh my God, nigga, go!
He didn't win. He didn't win though.
But
I'm kidding. It was cold. I'm
Naya,
speaking haters. It's cold.
He was working Buu.
He was beating the shit out of him.
Yeah.
And it's nice because that's like that moment where we're all like, he's back. He's back.
He's back. Yes, sir.
This is the kid that we saw beat Perfect Cell. He worked him. He had to get Gotenks and then it did the whatever. But I still don't think it takes away.
I'm trying to saw Bulma with the baby. I'm crying. No, that was sad. I was sad to see, bro. Vegeta killed Yamcha and Bulma still. Like that's so crazy to me.
Vegeta didn't kill that bitch ass nigga.
You're right. But like it's low key his fault that he died. He looks to time, man. You're right. But Yamcha's a loser. I'm sorry.
Yamcha has never been good. I don't know where this idea that he was amazing ever came from.
He was never good. Not even.
All I'm saying is Wolfang, the spirit. Pick up my extra large spirit ball.
He got cool moves, but he sucks.
Wolfang
Fist go crazy. Wolfang Fist go crazy.
Wolfang Fist never did anything.
Hater.
But it's cool.
Hater.
Sure.
Griever. Favorite Dragon Ball moment.
Oh man, I got to pick between two. Shit. All right, you know what I'm gonna mention it is I'd love to pick Vegeta or Gohan moment, but I got to pick Goku threatening the Supreme Kai. Get the fuck out of my face. This Goku going. He no Earthling right now. He's just saying. There's a fucking motherfucking Saiyan out there wanting blood, and nobody's getting in the way of this shit.
Hey, Griever, you seen the meme where it's like, that wasn't Goku, that was Kakarot?
That was right. That was motherfucking Kakarot. And he was like, you get out of it. We're about to have one of the best fights in Dragon Ball history, and I ain't going to let you stand in the fucking way. I don't care you're God. Get the fuck out my face. And I love it. That moment was raw.
Okay. Who didn't go yet? Alan, you here? I know you've been. I need to unmute.
Ats wasn't giving his.
All right.
Yeah, I'm here.
What's your favorite Dragon Ball moment? You get one.
Shit. It'd actually be before Z. It would be when Goku runs out of the martial arts tournament to find Piccolo after killing Krillin.
Ooh, that's a good one.
That's a great one.
Yeah, he was. That was a great one.
Really. The way the anime does it, they have Goku knock over the martial arts symbol on his way out, and I just thought that was real powerful and like a nice moment to add.
It's also great because the look on Master Roshi's face where he sees what's going on and he tells Goku like, "Hey, stay right the fuck here," and Goku is not listening, and he was like, "That's an order," and then nigga Goku just charge out, and then you see the symbol of King Piccolo on Krillin's body. It's like, oh my god, that nigga about to rush to his death.
Yeah, that's easily my favorite moment.
Damn it, bro. Now I'm thinking of like three more that I want to say, but I can't.
If we got through the top three faster, I would have let you say. I'll give you guys one. I'll give you one more. Give me an honorable mention. Go ahead.
Oh, honorable mention?
Yeah,
Let the Pat. I want Pat to give his first.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish then. My honorable. Sorry, both of my moments are revolving on Krillin, but my honorable mention would also be on Namek when Goku told King Kai he wasn't leaving until he killed Buu.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Pat.
Okay, so
you got two of them.
Gohan, drop your restraints. Protect the life I love. That nigga Cell said, this sentimental downpour is killing me. I said, bruh. Nigga stepped on his head and said, yet another fighter you could have saved. I'm like, bruh. Cell wilding out right now. And Gohan goes Super Saiyan 2. And from that moment on, Cell had the worst day of his life. Oh my god. He fucking beat the brakes out of him. Oh my god. That transformation gives me goosebumps every time I see it.
Shout out the Japanese song over it.
Yeah, that
I love both versions.
That shit was better.
Yeah, I feel that.
And honorable mention, we gotta go to Namek. That nigga Frieza said, "No worries, I'll just take care of you like I did your Earthling friend." And Goku's like, "What Earthling friend? Are you talking about Krillin? Are you talking about Krillin?"
I won't let you.
I have never in my life seen Goku that mad before or since. The nigga was pissed off.
Yep. That's why the video games had him have angry. We're going, man. He was Kakarot. He was not Goku. He was not playing.
Miles, give me your honorable mention.
I low-key don't have one. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay, Reaver.
Okay. I'm gonna go with the Super Saiyan. Nah, fuck it. I'm going with the Vegeta speech at the end, but with the Kid Buu thing. They go through the whole history.
Oh, that's a great moment.
You know, at the end, he just concluded, "You're better than me.
Yeah.
You are the best." And I was like, "Yeah, okay. I'll take like." But he took the L like a Chad, and I like it.
Okay, Glam.
And this is to go even further beyond.
Oh shit!
Now,
If we're talking about just a
moment
transformation, that shit number one. That shit number one.
And that's the sad thing is that line is only in the OG dub. It's not in the manga, not in any other version. But I will say another super quick one. When Goku meets everybody else up before the tournament with Piccolo Jr.
Oh yeah.
When they see him as an adult for the first time, I think it was really good.
I get teary-eyed.
Yes, sir. Especially because Bulma gets thirsty over him.
And my favorite Dragon Ball moment is when Goku goes Super Saiyan 1. I don't think that's a secret. I've said that multiple times. That's my favorite moment of Dragon Ball, just in general. Super Saiyan 1 transformation on Namek. Because that was... I was like... The way that probably I would argue people were waiting for that Gohan moment payoff because of explosive ability. With hearing about this goddamn Super Saiyan legend, I'm like, bro... When is it gonna happen? When is it gonna happen? And I remember like, wait a minute, that's why he yellow in the intro? I had no idea. I did not put two and two together. Like, it was like the culmination of that moment, and then like I was like, bro, this is so crazy, and I loved it. My second favorite moment is actually it's actually a similar moment, but this with Vegeta. When he comes against 19, I probably wouldn't have said this unless until Pat really brought it up yesterday. I probably went with another scene, but him coming and he was like the strongest person now with Super Saiyan 1. You know, he was confident as hell. He smiled, he gritted.
Nobody told him shit.
My heart is pure.
Pure evil, that is. And that android like you experience fear, and he's like, "How did you do it?" And it goes back to the meteor shit. Like, I don't care anymore. He just fucking like, yo, it's time. It's like when Vegeta is running the show. I just think everything is way more interesting, and the hype is just better. Bro. I love it. Goku over there holding his heart.
Funny, bro.
I got AIDS.
That nigga Android 19 grabbed his arms. He said, "Don't let go now." He put his feet on top of his face and ripped his arms off. And he started running. He was like, "Well, I guess androids do experience fear after all."
Big bang attack.
Yeah, Raptor Dragon is dope too. But yeah, okay. Give me a couple of your favorite techniques or abilities, and then give me your first give me your favorite transformation. That's later, but give me your favorite transformation. I think you said mine's okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No, are you saying the form itself or the actual moment of transformation?
That's actually a good. Okay. Start with just a favorite form in general.
You gotta be OG Super Saiyan, but transformation Super Saiyan 3.
Okay.
Not even close.
Okay. Yeah. So okay. So answering both ways. So I will say my answer actually doesn't change. I still like Super Saiyan 1's moment and form the most. So that's just me.
I'm gonna quickly just chime in. I'm gonna go. I agree that's fair, but I'm gonna say Super Saiyan 2 transformation for Gohan was peak, and Super Saiyan 2 the form, just because Vegeta and Goku's hair doesn't change that much. They still look like Super Saiyans. They're still badass. They still have their eyebrows. However, they get that lightning bolt shit, and that lightning bolt shit is fucking awesome. So it just added to the aura. It just meant things were more serious than before.
Yeah.
Damn, Griever just said everything I wanted to say. That lightning go crazy.
Love to see it. You shorten up the time.
Miles?
Is this only for Saiyans?
No.
No, it's Angel.
I said transformation / form. Sorry, I probably should have said that. Maybe that makes
sense. Final form.
See my honorable mention probably would have been 100% full power because I'm like oh my god, I forgot he was only going 50. Like, bro, how much power do you have? I remember like
I always like the concept of like simple to complex back to simple.
Okay.
So when you see Frieza kind of already ugly, getting big, turning into like a fucking xenomorph, and then he just goes back to like this kind of all white, very simple, short looking creature, and the way in which he pulls it off, where it's, yeah, I'm already fucking you guys up, but I'm about to just show you something more.
Some real despair.
Yeah.
And
oh shit, bro, I might have competition for that transformation.
Wait, hold on, Alan. What are you gonna say?
Oh no, I just said when Frieza hit his final form and they saw how small he was, they were like, "Oh, he's way weak. We should be able to take him now."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and thing was like, you're an idiot. You know, looks don't fucking matter. Like, that's just fucking power, nigga. Like, what's wrong with you? But what's your favorite transformation and favorite form?
Super Saiyan 1 is my favorite form, but I'd say like the actual transformation would probably be Super Saiyan 2, like the moment it happens.
Okay. Nice.
Who did it go?
I think everybody did.
Okay.
I was gonna say, yo, Pat, you remember in the Broly movie when Vegeta turns Super Saiyan for the first time and his hair turns green and he's fucking powered up and shit?
Yeah.
Bro, oh my god, that's the best
transformation
of that whole movie.
Yeah.
That shit was beautiful.
What? Okay, so
now when he went God, I started a standing ovation.
Yes,
in the
sir.
Yeah.
Just as a small thing before we move to the next point. I actually think Super Saiyan 3 is a bad form. Like,
there's nothing good about it.
Yeah, because I remember that it also like it drains him so fucking quickly too. Like it's kind of like it's like not efficient. Like it's very hard to maintain because Glam actually reminded me of part of the reason why I don't like it because he was in a dead body when he got the form, and that was part of the reason why I guess it was easier for him to do it in other world because of the bodies are different. But in the real world, it didn't ate up the remainder of his time too with Baba what's her name? Baba whatever.
Baba.
Yes.
Yeah. And she gave it back to 24 hours, and that like ate up all the time and stuff. Like I truly part of the reason I actually like there's a part of me that truly believes there's no reason why Vegeta can't use the form. I just don't think he thinks it's practical. So he skips from two to God, which I think is fine. Yeah.
He uses way too much fucking ki for a human body, where in the afterlife you don't the ki drain.
I don't think Super Saiyan 3 is required, personally speaking. Like I think you can skip that form. That's just what I think. But
absolutely.
Let's get into some action. First of all, do you guys think that like Dragon Ball has some of the best fights in manga / anime just in general? Like all across the board. Like if you compare to all of your favorite battle shonen and battle manga and anime, like.
Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
Absolutely.
Because I think I agree for the manga, not so much the anime, but the manga I do think that not many mangaka can craft the choreography the way that Toriyama can, personally speaking. But anime, I'm probably like at the point where I'm like, nah, like it's classic and it's cool and stuff, but there's probably a lot more stuff that I prefer from a combat standpoint. But okay, favorite Dragon Ball fights. What do we?
We know which ones we want.
Can I actually? Let me start because I want to talk about Tien versus Goku in the fucking 22nd Budokai. Because that fight and Goku versus Frieza are my two favorites. That's my favorite tournament arc. I'm not mad at anybody who likes the one with Piccolo in it. The last one. I'm not mad at anyone who likes that one. I still think it's a really great tournament, but it's just like there all the moving parts and Goku and Krillin and like the Yamcha get his fucking leg broke and then like the Crane Master versus like I'm like okay we have a lot of moving parts here that I really like, but when TN's like kind of gets a little bit more respect from me, like yo, I'm gonna blow this ring up. Please, dog, bro, I'm about to blow the ring up. And Goku, like, is in the air. Like, Goku lost because he hit the fucking car, like, a second earlier. Like, no. Like, I think that tournament is one of those things where I think I see, like, Impel Down. Like, there's never a dull moment for me. Every page, every second, I'm super engaged. So I really, really like that fight. It's one of my favorites. I'll stop there for now.
That's the same tournament where Goku fights Krillin, right?
Yes, it
Yes.
is.
Yes.
And also where Roshi fights Tien.
Yes.
Peak.
Yeah. Amazing. God tier. Glam.
Me and Pat are gonna both have the same favorite one in the anime, and that's Goku versus Majin Vegeta. In
Yes,
the anime,
sir!
Best fight in all of Dragon Ball. Period. I don't care what series it is, what medium it is. That is the best fight in the whole thing. But if I have to go with just manga, Goku versus Frieza.
70 versus Piccolo is a good one, by the way, chat. That's a good one.
The kick on Frieza.
Woo! That's the greatest kick of all time.
I'll let Pat go off on Majin Vegeta versus Goku in the anime.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give that one over to two, even though that's probably the pinnacle right there. I'm gonna do mine's more of a beatdown, but I'm including the entire fight is just Gohan versus Cell, including from Super Saiyan 1 all the way, because it was a fair fight for the most part. The sensory beam stuff was what the fuck. But then fucking we got the Super Saiyan 2 portion where then it turned into a beatdown, and it was like, okay, we got the father son coming at the end. Like shit was going, like narratively it was working, fucking fight wise. I remember watching it as a kid in the anime, and I was just like, fucking yeah, this shit's awesome. You see the fists clashing in the sky, like it just, yeah, I like it.
I feel it. Miles?
Goku versus Frieza, and then Vegeta versus Buhan.
Vegeta, okay. I said Vegeta for a second. Okay. I can never forget that thing, because I remember I missed the episode where he turned into candy, and I was so mad. I was mad at my mom for like a month because she did it. I'm in my room. I'm looking at the mirror. You have the angry tears. I'm like, I'm gonna run away. I was so fucking pissed, bro. Everybody at school was talking about that. So excited. I didn't know what the fuck was going on until I saw the reruns. I was so mad, bro. I'll never forget that shit.
I'm gonna run away.
I'll never forget that.
Where he turned into candy. I'm crying.
Yeah, they're like, yo, he was fucking him up as the gumball. I'm like, I didn't see it. So fucking bad, bro. So, Goku and Piccolo versus Raditz is very underrated. I agree with that. I think that's a pretty good one, pretty solid. I think 17 and Piccolo is really good. It's really cool. That one's cool.
I was gonna come out the cut with it. Then you just said it.
So go ahead. Take it from me.
That's
okay.
top. That's top 3 for me. Oh man.
Hold on. What do you think? What was I say? Oh yeah, since mine would be Goku versus Frieza, but since we already covered that, I'm gonna say damn it, I just had it. Come back to me. I just lost it.
Shit.
I do think that like someone that made a case to me. I remember Ross heard it. Where like from a narrative standpoint, Goku versus Vegeta was the best one on Earth. I like that fight. To me, it's like a classic. Was it you? Okay. All right.
I forgot.
Yes.
Scratch Goku versus Frieza. Goku versus Vegeta and Saiyan Saga is my second favorite, and then Piccolo versus 17 is my third.
Okay.
There you go. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Actually, Goku.
But it wasn't for Goku versus Vegeta though. It was a long winding narrative onto why Goku versus Frieza is a great fight.
Yeah. Oh no. Okay. No, but someone was telling me that like a lot of fights copy the. I don't remember. So I'm just gonna butcher the quote. I'm just not. I'm just gonna butcher what they said. I don't remember it well enough. But okay. So just out of curiosity, are there any fights in like Super or GT that were moving y'all? In any capacity,
Damn,
oh, go ahead. Oh shit, my fault.
I like Goku versus.
Wait. Let Pat go. Go ahead.
I was gonna say number one, of course, is Super Saiyan 2 Goku versus Majin Vegeta because
Talk.
the fight has something that a lot of the fights in Dragon Ball Z were missing, and it's just straight up coordination. Like a lot of Dragon Ball Z fights became like punch fast, punch fast, punch fast, so fast you can barely see it. But this one was like the impact. Like you can see when they're dodging the attacks, when they're getting hit, the way they follow up the attacks, like the combination, the blast attacks, the fucking beam struggle. Like it had literally everything.
The dialogue. Oh my
Bruh, I'm just like watching. I'm like, this is fucking amazing. Like I'm sorry, it shits on their first fight. I'm sorry.
Facts.
Yeah.
Oh, but only anime though, because the manga. It's...
Just anime, yeah. If we're talking manga, then nah. And then, like, my second favorite fight is Piccolo versus Android 17, because it was like, they pull up to Kame house, and they're like, where's Goku? And Piccolo's like, he's not here. But if you're looking for a way to pass the time, I can entertain you.
Yes, sir.
And Android 17 is like, fuck, I just beat this nigga the other day.
But he don't understand.
Then they start fighting. And man, they start punching each other in the gut. The impact going crazy. They kicking each other in the face. Body slamming each other. Lariat slamming each other.
I can only
Piccolo used a Hellzone grenade. Android 17 used an energy barrier. Like, bruh.
The barrier was. I can only imagine how good that fight had been if Piccolo had been stretching his arms, like he used to in like OG Ball now in Super. Oh my god, I would have loved that shit.
That fight is so.
And also, not in that fight, but when that motherfucker uses light grenade on Imperfect Cell, oh my god, bro.
Yep.
But you were asking the question of super fights right now.
I was gonna ask after if we're done talking about the Dragon Ball things, but I will.
Yeah, we're done.
I'm trying to think of anything. I mean, I like Trunks putting fucking Frieza in a spliff, and King Cole. Like that shit was raw. Like he just came like anyways, and then puts his sword back and he's like, "You guys want a soda? Oh, you waiting for Goku?" Like, bro, don't act like you didn't just do what you just did. What the fuck was going on?
that moment in Abridged is great. I'll give you a planet. 2 planets? 1.5? You just went down. I'm a haggler.
Yeah. Boom. Hi guys. Fuck this guy.
Oh shoot. Episode where they what parodied Goku versus Raditz and Piccolo. That was good. Don't forget Raccoon getting his ass. Oh, Raccoon stuff was actually like I actually don't mind the Guinea Force stuff either, but okay. This just out of curiosity, because like there's probably like a couple like sequences that I like in Super, but I can't actually tell you that there's a fight I like from top to bottom. It's mostly like a sequence. If you force me to pick one, it's the part where Vegeta is talking about you just took that body, all the cells where Kakarot's fights, yada blah blah. Vegeta was fucking up Black. That's probably the only thing I would say. Honestly, again, I could give you moments like, okay, it was cool when he did a little Kamehameha surf, I guess, against Kefla or whatever. I didn't pop the way everyone else did, but that's the best I can give you, like moments. But a fight in Super from beginning to end that if I fucked with doesn't exist.
Yeah. Other than if you want to count the Broly movie, then I'll
yeah, that's fair.
That's fair. Like Vegeta versus Broly is the best fight in that movie.
Right? Yeah. I actually agree with you.
Yeah. I like all the fights.
I like Goku versus Hit, and I like Goku versus Hit in the anime. In the manga, I like Gohan versus Kefla, because I just think that was well choreographed. I will say
an Earthling.
There's one minor fight in the anime for Tournament Power that I enjoy, mainly because it's 17. But it's when he's fighting the Sailor Moon cat girl, and he jumps onto the artificial sun and then blasts her from that. That shit was goated to me.
Okay.
I love that moment.
I'm out of it. Reaver.
Well, I think, like as I said, unless you're counting the Broly movie.
Okay.
Which other than that, because
that counts. It counts. It's Super. It counts.
Yeah. That's because we didn't really get it in the manga, so that's sort of, and that was Toriyama. He wrote it, or was involved. So I'm going with just from start to finish, Goku, Vegeta versus Broly. Like that shit was just awesome.
Okay. Alan, you got any from Super that you liked?
For me, it'd probably be Goku versus Jiren in the first fight.
Thank you, because I'm like,
never saw Goku get his ass beat like that in my life.
Okay.
The way Jiren was tossing Goku around that stage was crazy.
I'll explain. I'll explain why that wasn't moving me. But I feel it. I'm not mad at that though. I understand. Miles.
I'm going with the manga, all the gods fighting each other. I think that's easily the best fight by far.
I'm not mad at that. That was pretty cool. That wasn't bad.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
So did
we
I.
actually
I did
get
not
to
remember
see.
that.
Yeah, we get to see gods making arrows out of keys. They're putting people in barriers. The Joker dude's making cards out of like the actual difference of what they're doing. I really really like, and then also just seeing Beerus like kind of being actually maybe the strongest god. Yeah. Using Ultra Instinct, fighting everybody, dodging, fucking him up. Yeah.
Yeah,
I would have to go with that.
What's
Yeah.
the power rankings of the gods in perspective? Like Beerus is definitely like at least.
Yeah, he's up there.
LeBron just tweeted he's off for the season. Who cares? Go ahead, Pat.
We're winning nothing anyway. Who gives a damn?
Yeah.
Gogeta versus Broly go crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
That shit is actually insane. They fucking broke the fucking space-time dimension when they clashed. And they were going toe-to-toe in that shit. And Gogeta was like, I'm done fucking around. And then he went blue. And he started whooping his fucking ass. That shit went crazy, bro.
I mean, you know how I feel about that movie. It was too much. By then I just wanted to go home. Like, for everyone doesn't know, if I've told a story, me, my friend Alan, and my friend and Laz is the one who wanted to go, so he wanted to go see this, right? And I'll never forget this because I honestly think all of us checked out mentally at some point. Alan was fighting for his consciousness. He was in and out of sleep. Laz kept looking at his watch, and I just zoned out at some point where I'm like, oh, they're still fighting. Like I understand why people liked it, but I don't think Dragon Ball fights in the anime look any different more often than not. This is cleaner, more like, newer animation and digital drawing, and the little filters and ovals are going crazy, but this is fast punch kicked up. Like it's just the same shit to me. It wasn't moving me. Like I didn't care after.
Nah, see that I have to have.
I think the Vegeta part was dope.
I mean, when he went when Broly was first.
Exactly, they were experimenting with this movie, and they did really well.
Well, that's why I say the Vegeta portion is the best part of the whole movie.
But I mean, and also, after many decades, man, if you're going to a Dragon, that's like you're going to a Dragon Ball movie and you're expecting them to not throw Kamehamehas, Ki Blasts, and fucking fists around. I mean, that's what Dragon Ball has been.
You have to understand that. Like I mostly came to hang with my friends. It wasn't I didn't want to really see it in theater. I came to just kind of hang with Alan and Laz. I didn't want to watch it in theater.
All right.
You're not wrong though.
No, I'm just saying because for me, that's the first anime movie other than Pokemon, because I didn't know at the time that was anime, that I ever got to see in theaters because I'm in backwater Nova fucking Scotia. So I drove in a blizzard to go see this thing. I remember the VHS tapes. I never got to buy them because we were poor. I didn't get to see the Broly movie till I was older. I saw it in Walmart all the time. Couldn't see it. Finally got to go see a Dragon Ball movie in theaters, an anime movie when I knew what anime was, in theaters for the first time in my life. And I was like 29, 28, whatever I was. And I'm just like, so it was hitting way different for me as a result of that. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like the movie took chances, and they did really well with the first person shit, incorporating CGI in the middle of the battle. And fucking
ass whooped in Super Saiyan God.
Yeah, like it wasn't like a normal Dragon Ball fight either. It was 1v1, then they switched out, then it was 2v1, and then they fused. Like I was really enjoying it.
Is that true? Is that the only time a fusion won a fight?
Yes.
Well, outside of movies, yeah.
Officially,
that's the only time it's ever happened.
And
even though we know Vegeta beat the shit out of Buu, so
that's like a pseudo W.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I guess you want to talk about movies now, Naya, because we're kind of on the topic, or do you just want to keep going in order?
Yeah, well, fair enough. I guess. Well, actually, no, because the movies I want to talk about like everything. So let's just.
Okay.
Yeah, but all right. I actually want to start with the Gohan thing. I know I make this joke all the time, but I just want to see what you guys think about it. You don't have to go into great detail because I always say Gohan peaked at like 11, and I put it back at like 10 because I think he's like 10 he's actually 10, but because he spent a year in British period of time, I think he's 11. I could be wrong. I could be off by the age. I could be off, but like, is Super Saiyan 2 Gohan versus Cell like the peak of his moment? I know a lot of people like to say like Ultimate. I don't like rate Ultimate Gohan the same way other people do. I don't think it's a bad moment. I don't dislike it. Still think that him being Super Saiyan 2 versus Cell was a much cooler moment for him in general. I think part of the reason that maybe Ultimate Gohan somewhat bothers me is because I didn't like the ritual to get his power out. You just dancing around him for hours as he sit there. Where I'm like, bro, train, my nigga. So, thoughts?
I'm in alignment with you for the most part. I didn't really even necessarily care about Gohan really at all until the Super Saiyan 2 moment. That's just me. Like I understood his character, but I didn't think it was really anything in depth or provocative up until the Super Saiyan 2 moment. With this, I'd say it changed when Android 16 starts talking to me. Is that when I liked him? But then as soon as Great Saiyaman started, it went back to where I was before, where I was just neutral on him.
Because I always tell people that actually my favorite Gohan scenes are him and Videl training. Teaching her to fly. It was all my favorite moments of Gohan.
Yeah, that was cool. I liked it.
Great Saiyaman raw.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm gonna say really quick that Gohan did he peak as a character? Yeah. Arguably, yeah. I'll agree because all the foreshadowing stuff had the Super Saiyan 2 moment, and so as a character arc and stuff, yeah, he peaked. But as a power scaling, well, clearly no. So
okay.
You know, but
I don't even
as a
agree with
character,
that.
I mean, the Great Saiyaman thing is just like it's weird and damn near unnecessary. It's like secret identity.
No, I think Great Saiyaman is a great touch because it's more in line with who he is.
Well, honestly, Pat, I think in the anime you have a point. I think in the manga it comes across as needless.
Well, I mean, it was just one day in the manga.
That's what I'm saying. Like why is this here? It's just here to be overly jokey, and it doesn't really do anything. Because the secret identity stuff is like it doesn't make any sense. Like you don't need to hide who you are. Nobody's gonna be bothering.
It reminds me of the Ginyu Force. That's why I like it so much.
I probably I'm like indifferent on it. It's just like a thing that happened. I don't really hate it or love it.
Yeah,
but...
it's like
I preferred when he was the Golden Fighter. You know?
I mean, that was even short of the Great Saiyaman.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Well, all right. So let's get to this topic. And this is not just who's stronger. We'll get to that too, or whatever. But it's the never-ending Goku versus Vegeta debate. Okay. I think we understand here in this call. There's a lot of misconceptions about like how many fights have actually won and lost, and you know how like when people on Twitter are just going off about it. But like in this call, I think a lot of us are aligned with Vegeta. But I would argue in most places that I go and most places that most people are Goku people. Honestly speaking, I do think a lot of people. I can't say a lot of my friends as they got older. I think the older sometimes you get, you kind of appreciate Vegeta more because you get how tough life is and like shit, man. Like sometimes you just really be training your ass off and going hard and you're not necessarily rewarded for it. But I guess we'll start here. Who do you guys think is stronger? We'll start here. And I guess we'll have to go like kind of presently if you want to go into Super. Do you want to go by like increments like? Or do you want to go just overall?
I'll say this. When they first met, right? Vegeta was stronger, for sure.
Easily.
Definitely.
Yes.
But I feel like I've always felt like Goku won that fight. Because he pushed Vegeta up against the wall, and Vegeta was like, I have nothing for him, so I'm gonna just turn into an ape. And then the Zenkai boost that they got afterwards. Well, the Zenkai boost that they got afterwards, Goku was more damaged after the fight. So then he became stronger on top of training in 100 times gravity. And then when he first came on Namek, he was stronger than Vegeta.
Easily.
And then afterwards, when Vegeta got his Zenkai boost, he was stronger for a little bit. And then Goku went into the little the rejuvenation chamber. Yeah, when he came back, he was stronger. Mm-hmm. When he came back to Earth afterwards, obviously Goku was stronger because he was a Super Saiyan.
Yes.
And
when Vegeta became a Super Saiyan,
he was stronger than Goku.
He was stronger, yes. Because I feel like his base level was higher than Goku's base level, and then he became a Super Saiyan. That made him over Goku. Plus, he was kind of sick, so his power level was decreasing. He wasn't really paying attention to it.
I don't know about that, but go off that.
Then when they went out the hyperbolic time chamber, obviously Vegeta went in first, so he was stronger. But then when Goku came out, he was far stronger than Vegeta.
Like
I actually think that's where the separation came.
Is that what?
No, I actually think that's where the separation between their power level came the most. Because Vegeta training by himself while Goku's training with Gohan. So they're reaching different levels of power also at that moment. So I think that's where the huge
Goku
gap
being able to
came.
make Super Saiyan basically another base form is.
Wait, but Vegeta wasn't there with
they
Trunks.
both went about it differently.
Yeah, but then he went in a second time.
And
Yeah,
even
both
then,
times the same
Vegeta was
solo.
still way
Yeah.
weaker than Goku because Vegeta didn't figure out how to make Super Saiyan the base form. Even
And he
even
never
after the time he went
actually
in.
trains with Trunks either. Like he trains solo. It's only you can only get you can only reach so much strength training by yourself.
Okay.
No, I don't
Then-
know. That's not illustrated in the manga, but sure.
Because Goku was dead, so he didn't have an actual body. His limits were different.
Yeah.
So in that 7-year skip after the Cell games, Goku became exponentially stronger than Vegeta, unfortunately.
Okay.
But I feel like Super has closed the gap where it's minimal. Like Goku's still a little bit stronger,
They're
but it's not
damn
by
near
much.
equal at this point.
Well, do you think it still makes sense?
For them to be close?
No, for Goku to like be stronger, I guess.
I say yes because
Yeah.
Goku had a large gap, and Vegeta has closed the gap because remember, Vegeta never had anybody to like teach him stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that Vegeta has closed the gap this much is a testament to him.
It kind of
Vegeta's
bothers me though because
ability-
they're always talking about how much of a fucking combat genius he is, and I'm like,
I mean, I think Vegeta's ability to catch up from that gap in Super is a testament to it. Like Vegeta's ability to pick up God Ki is fucking nuts from Super so far. Like
yeah, who's going crazy in the background?
that's I don't even know.
Yeah, keep going.
I mean, yeah, but like, I think it makes sense for Goku to still be stronger. As of right now, Ultra Instinct to me seems like a much better form than Ultra Ego was. And before Vegeta even had Ultra Ego, I would say the gap was back with Ultra Instinct being in play, with now Goku like trying to master it and shit.
Mhm.
Ultra Ego in theory closes it, but to be honest, I don't think that form is very good unless it ups Vegeta's base form every time he uses it, because it's just a stamina drain, like get my ass whooped to get stronger type form.
Yeah, I always thought that like when they were both blue, Vegeta was a little bit stronger, but Goku had Kaioken on top of that.
That's anime though. In manga, I'm fairly certain it's still like Goku's ahead by like a teeny tiny bit.
It actually kind of works out the same because he has the Kaioken stack in Super, and then he learns how to like absorb it into his body and keep the ki within him before. And because I remember correctly, he's fighting Fuse Zamasu by himself, and he even does a Hakai. So
Yes, and Vegeta learns how to suck it into his body after the arc's over. Right.
So do you guys think the biggest separator is the fact that Goku has had better teachers and mentors?
The fact that he's had teachers at all, Vegeta had none.
Yeah. I was gonna go with
It's got to
that.
be a
With that.
huge factor.
Like Vegeta's first teacher, to be quite honest, is Whis. Like we
Yeah.
haven't really seen him learn on anybody else.
Do you guys really see that as such a huge disadvantage though? You don't think that just
I
literally
don't.
being in the literal thick of it in space, destroying and like ravaging planets don't like, you know, like
No, but like you can only get so far
I think the
by
teachers
doing
is the
things on your
tipping
own.
point. Yeah. I think the
Yeah,
teachers-
having a
teachers are-
teacher tells you like, hey, you've been doing this way, but like if you try to incorporate it like this, like different perspectives for anything is always good.
Yeah, because like even you don't like this one, Naya, but like when Vegeta goes to Yard Rat and learns from them, like Vegeta's buff from that training in Yard Rat is huge. Like it is massive how much difference it is. Like you even see it when he's in base form, fighting like those two bounty hunters. His ki blast in regular base is so fucking huge compared to what it normally is when he unlocks his abilities by training with the Yard Rat.
Mm-hmm.
So it's clear like him learning from other people has benefited him even in the short amount of time it's happened greatly. Because now it's like Whis, Beerus, and Yard Rats have taught him in Super, and he's grown exponentially since, other than just like fighting on his own.
Okay. Well, what about like me saying that I still think that he should be faster though? Do you agree with that or no?
Yeah.
I mean, Goku's training under immense gravities as well, and like.
But that's
even
all
when he's-
Vegeta does, like all the time.
Yeah.
Well, no, because
Like-
I'd also say when you
And
see
he
Goku
he
dead,
actually came from a planet with
Yeah.
heavier gravity.
Yeah.
that makes sense. But like when Goku's dead and he's training with King Kai, you see that he has like, I mean, because this is a discrepancy in Dragon Ball. People think they're all like Superman level, like physical strength. They're not.
Or not.
Like Goku has like 15-ton weights on his arms and legs and needs Super Saiyan in order to like move quickly in them. But
Yeah.
he's still training under immense weights with that kind of stuff. So it's like it's something that he does as part of his regular training regimen, and that's also like he does it with King Kai on King Kai's planet. I believe he does it with Kami's training before the tournament with Piccolo, because all of his clothing are weighted, and then that weighted clothing gets removed by King Kai when he goes to.
Yeah, it started with Roshi with the
Yeah.
little turtle
Turtle
backs.
But Goku's
Yeah.
always been
Weighted.
underweight stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
And Vegeta didn't really start using the gravity rooms until after he got to Earth. And even
Yeah.
then, he's only born on planet Vegeta, which has the gravity, and gravity is going to fluctuate based on what planet you're at. So he's not really under a consistent level, depending on where he's going.
Now, I'm just going to quickly make a note here that even though Super definitely shrunk that power gap, and I think it's considerable, and I like it as being a Vegeta stan and all that shit, I'm just going to say right now, for years, for over a decade, at the end of the day, the culmination of Dragon Ball Z was the end of Dragon Ball for me. I wasn't watching GT and shit. So when Vegeta just finally acknowledged, he goes, Super Saiyan 3 is like Super Saiyan 3 is Goku. He's reached a level. I'm not going to reach it. He goes, he's the best of all of us. He's the number one fighter in the universe. And he just acknowledged it. You're better than me, Kakarot. You are the best. And he's smiling when he says it. Vegeta has acknowledged he will always be number two, and he was okay with that. You know, he had his pride moment before then with the Majin fight and stuff. And it just, like, to me, for years, it was always clearly Goku will always be one step ahead of Vegeta, but Vegeta had accepted that back in 96,
That's
98.
what I
whenever.
like about Super 2, because that dynamic is still there, but Vegeta's like, I'm not going to let you outpace me. We're still going to be close in strength.
Which
Like,
my
he
biggest
understands
problem
at
is that
least
sort of takes away from that moment where.
Well, I
where
don't
he
think so, because like
acknowledged
Vegeta recognizing I'll be number two, but not by much, is what I think the difference is. Like,
Fair.
he can still be okay with Goku being ahead of him, but he's like, I'm not gonna let you. I'm not gonna be like Gohan after I beat Cell. I'm not gonna get complacent just because you're much stronger. And we even see it at the end of Z, because Vegeta's still going into the tournament, and Goku's still like interested in like fighting with him and shit, like as well.
Fair
Okay.
enough.
So last question I'm going to ask before I get into who's a better character is, or who you think a better character is if they had to fight right now with Ultra, I mean, I don't know if you think Ego was supposed to be the full version of it. I don't know if that's like his version of Ultra Instinct. Is it Omen or Sign? I don't remember. I don't remember which one it is. No, the manga is called Sign, I think, and in the anime I think it's called Omen. Do you think that if they fought in those forms, who do you think would win?
Goku.
You don't think that
Because of the nature of Goku's
Vegeta.
Ultra Instinct.
you don't think
Vegeta.
you don't think that Ego was actually a good counter to the Instinct?
No.
No, but it's like the way Ultra Instinct functions is like you're letting the opponent do all the work for you, and like, you know, you're kind of just like reacting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but
it's
the
like you're
thing
not
is-
exerting any energy.
For all
But
of
the-
5
but the-
minutes,
but the
Goku's
thing
been
is-
training with Ultra Instinct for
The
far
problem
longer.
is like Goku's mastery of Ultra Instinct is way further ahead of Vegeta's for Ultra
Yeah.
Ego, and also that like they're both time limited. I mean, Ultra Instinct, if it's completely mastered, won't be a time limited form. That's the first thing. Ultra Ego is at this moment in time, and I'd actually say its time limit is shorter than Goku's for Ultra Instinct has really ever been. Like it's Vegeta's time, because he's also taking lots of damage in order to boost himself up. as
And
well.
also, let's just go back to Vegeta and fucking Logic. Both of them, they agree on this from Section F. Let me guess, you just established this new golden form and rushed right here. Nah, that's not how you do it, man. Like,
You gotta
they
master
both
it.
acknowledge that's the wrong way to do it. So right now, currently in the story, Vegeta just unlocked this form. He can't fight a form that Goku's been using
And
for
even Vegeta
hours.
recognizes that he's not like, when he does the form, he's like being rageful and full of hate and just wanting to fight. It's not me anymore. I'm not that person anymore. So like the form is non-conducive to his mindset right now too. That's the other thing as well.
Can't Goku stack Super Saiyan on top of his Ultra Instinct right now?
He cannot.
Wait, what? What was the question? Sorry, repeat that.
In the manga, they said something about Goku being able to stack Super Saiyan on top of Ultra Instinct, or at least use.
He can stack Ultra Instincts over it like with each form. He could use Ultra Instinct in any like the dodging thing in any form, but it gets sharper with each transformation when he's doing it.
Like because I don't recall him ever transforming in Ultra Instinct. It's always been the white hair. It's always been.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. I mean like go Super Saiyan and then you use the little dodging thing of Ultra Instinct.
Yeah, like he doesn't do shit. Yeah, he does that, but him and the white hair is still better than all of that.
Okay, so just to play.
Wait. Goku was. He was using Super Saiyan God against Granola and Ultra Instinct.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like the sign version.
It
wasn't white hair, which is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
the white hair version of Ultra Instinct, which is the mastered form, is better than anything else.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
But he's still using it's kind of like Ultra Instinct. There's no like true like not limit, I guess.
Like it's a technique. It's not necessarily
but
just to play devil's advocate here, because I don't necessarily agree or disagree with anything that's being said, but I don't necessarily believe that Ultra Instinct is conducive to Goku's mindset. Goku's not empty because he has to like focus empty his mind a lot too. Like it's not necessarily natural for him like that either. And sometimes he's fucking mad. He even said it until like I'm mad, but like I can't be angry. I have to like empty everything and be calm. Like I can't say that Vegeta Goku's like, yes, Ultra Instinct is perfectly tailor suited for my personality either. I really don't think the time limit is that different, even though this one is new. I hear what you're saying. I got you. I got you. I don't think the time limit is really that different. I think it's pretty negligible. And I've seen them both. I think actually maybe I'm wrong. Has Goku ever like in the same fight? I guess Tournament of Power, I guess, because it's like 48 minutes or whatever. Never mind. Okay. But didn't Vegeta go into it, lose it, and go back into it?
He did.
Yeah.
I guess Granola?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
I don't remember that.
So and actually, Naya, you bring up a very good point. Have you never noticed that Goku cannot he's never Super Saiyan and then use the Spirit Bomb? He can only do that after the Spirit Bomb was gathered and launched, because you can't form a Spirit Bomb in Super Saiyan form because it's like angry ki or something. It was explained in the manga. I forget the exact reason, but it's like that's like animalistic. You need to be like of sound, calm mind and calm body and like a good person.
Yeah, it's always completely calm to use a super
because like his whole thing
Spirit
is
Bomb.
Yeah.
Joy of martial arts and all this other kind of. So it's something that he's learning. It's not necessarily mastering.
And the reason that I asked, I'm not saying this is true, that I asked if you think that Ego would be a good counter is because if Goku's on, because like you know how like a lot of these shows it's like sometimes an opponent is stronger than you can't beat them. You kind of take a hit, and when you take the hit, you try to counter when that happens. So it's kind of like have you ever seen Samurai Champloo where it's like he took the stab and with the sword in him, then he counters. Like Vegeta's not really gonna dodge anything. He's gonna try to like completely bully the hits. And I think offensively that can somewhat negate his effectiveness. I still think defensively like Goku will dodge a lot of attacks, but I'm just curious. I'm just asking the question. I'm not saying. Go ahead.
Also, Ultra Instinct isn't like an end all be all to like anything. Like if anything, the Granola fight, in my opinion, just showed like Ultra Instinct.
Even against Jiren, like if you're still close to strength with him, you can box with him.
Yeah, you can still tag him. Granola still hit him and knocked him out in one hit. And Goku's time limit thing, even within the form itself, gets worse over time. And just not even the fact that like you can maintain it and then the form's gone. Just even over time it gets bad. So like he's not like some unhittable like monster since he's just automatically in this form. He can still get pieced up.
And we even saw the power gap once again, bringing up the Roshi Jiren thing. We saw the power gap, even though Roshi fully mastered it. He has a form of it, and even Jiren being this fucking monster and Roshi nowhere fucking in the same universe could still fucking dodge hits. And it was like, holy fuck. So there's an argument on basically both sides from what Nia brought up.
All right, I was just curious. Just wanted to ask. All right,
Yeah,
so
like it could be a close fight, but I ultimately still think Goku.
That's fine. Who do you guys think is a better character or more interesting character? However you want to. Okay.
So I'll lead up with this. I like I said, I've enjoyed Goku much more when he was a child because it was much more fun. You know, he had that adventure spirit in him, and then the way he grew from all of his fights was just amazing for me. But as an adult, I enjoy Goku in spurts, where it's like when he first came to fight Nappa, like he was so fucking cool. When he fought Frieza as a Super Saiyan, that shit was amazing. But like most of the time, I'm just like, he's just there. It's Goku. I don't have no ill feelings against him, but he's not moving me.
Mhm.
But Vegeta, it don't matter what Vegeta doing. He always moving me. He always moving me.
Yes. No.
Vegeta's clearly like the top dog, but I will say, Pat basically said is a moment, and once again, this might be nostalgia based, but the Buu Saga, which a lot of people behind is not that great. I love it because at that point, I found Goku had reached a level of maturity, whether it was all the meditation training he was doing in the other world or whatever. But there are so many moments in the Buu Saga where Goku is acting like a fucking adult. He's matured since all the bullshit from earlier. So I just remember loving both characters. I would never be able to pick them as a kid between Vegeta and Goku because Goku had these moments, like the Supreme Kai thing, like the fucking, like the speech he did before they fused. He tells Vegeta, "Wake up! We've lost the Saiyan race. You have to fucking get over that," And it's like, okay, like Goku's actually recognized when he's got to fucking basically pull up his drawer sort of idea and stuff, and he very rarely did that before. So there's an argument for who's better. I think Vegeta's clearly the better written character. But Goku's also one of the very few overpowered underdog stories, which is true, unlike Naruto and Bleach and everybody else. He's not Superman. He worked his ass off. So did Vegeta, to his extent, but they worked their ass off to become as strong as they did. Nobody handed them the keys to the kingdom. They worked every single arc to get where they are. So I don't know. It's hard. It's a hard pick.
Okay. Who else didn't go? Before I go,
Miles.
Yeah, Vegeta.
Okay.
We've been through it.
Alan, anything you want to say about it? Goku, Vegeta. I don't know if he's there.
I second whoever just spoke about Goku.
Okay.
That was me.
Yeah, I agree. Like Vegeta's a better written character, but I would have to pick Goku over him still, personally.
Yeah,
Nothing wrong with that.
I don't actually think Goku was poorly written. All things considered. I mean, in just within like the course of of the Dragon Ball. I mean, Super things get weird. I think GT things get
Super
weird.
He gets exponentially worse.
Cause I've always said like the one thing about Goku that I've always said because a lot of people are like character development merchants. Like they like dynamic characters, and I get it. I'm not mad at that. And I do think Goku has matured throughout the journey. But I think like Goku works. This like his character archetype and how static he is works for the story of Dragon Ball, so it doesn't really bother me. And again, spurts and moments are cool. I just think Vegeta has one of those character arcs when you look at it from the beginning and you go all the way around and see that circle close. You're like, damn, look how far he's come. And like Vegeta's one of those people where whether or not you like him or like you mess with him, you can always understand why he's the way he is. Like I think sometimes you see a character and like I honestly completely understand your personality, like why you are the way you are, for better or for worse. I think about him being like, yo, you're the prince, you're an elite, this and that. Your dad getting holed by Frieza, that's not right. Now you're under this guy's tyrannical rule for years. And it's like you try to seize any little power that you can. You go from planet to planet. You still killed your dad anyway. Like, and then seeing how he is now with his Trunks and Bulla and Bulma, and you're just like, man, he just comes such a you have to appreciate it in my opinion. So.
And one good acknowledgement. I know people pride and arrogance, but he also is self-reflecting because notice he never called himself the king of all Saiyans.
Oh yeah,
he has always believed himself.
You're the first person that pointed that out to me.
Yeah, he never ever in the entirety of the series, even in GT, he never takes the title of king, regardless of the same race ain't never coming back or anything like that. Regardless of how many Saiyans there are, he always says, "I'm the prince," and he's got the pride of being the prince. But he knows he can never take a throne of a race that's dead. He knows it in his heart. Goku points it out in the Buu Saga to him, and he hates to face facts. but he's self-acknowledged it his entire life.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about villains, antagonists in Dragon Ball. All right. I want you to give me.
Frieza, bro.
Huh? I'm a Frieza merchant too, so I'm with you on that. But let me hear what your guys' thoughts on some of the best antagonists and villains in Dragon Ball. Go ahead. I'm gonna be right back. I'm a Tinko, but Glam, you start. Best favorite, whatever.
It's hard because Vegeta, Piccolo, and Tien, I think, are all good antagonists, but the majority of what's good about them comes after they stop being. So I don't know if I can necessarily put them in there. So then I just sort of have to default to Frieza because he is the pinnacle of villainy in that series. Cell is he's definitely villainous, but I don't think it's like what Frieza does. I honestly would say is just infinitely more evil than what like fucking Cell does. Because what Cell does is like, hey, I'm gonna kill all of you for my own entertainment. Frieza's the type of guy that I'm gonna subjugate you and kill all of you for my entertainment, and then I'm gonna blow up your planet after, and if I don't blow it up, then I'm gonna sell it for money. So like and Frieza will also like he will torture most of the time his victims. Cell only does it when he really wants something. Frieza will do it on a whim because he's Frieza. So like in terms of villainy, I think Frieza's the go-to in all honesty. And I think Super does. I'm not going to say good things with him, but I think it's interesting where he's at right now in the story and how he's interacting with the protagonists, or rather not
Frieza?
interacting with them. Yeah, like Frieza right now. It's like him
Honestly,
just being a presence that doesn't really mingle with them is just, I don't know, like interesting, odd. Like that's the best way I can put it. Like what were you going to say?
Honestly, I'm going to say that Super makes Frieza more of a joke. Like,
yes. Agreed.
I can't look at Frieza now and feel like the same fear I felt as a kid, where I'm just like, holy shit.
Because it's like him just being there. Like, I mean, like, yeah, Goku Vegeta would just beat him though. Like, that's
yeah,
just the way it is.
There's no stakes.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like he can't, because of the way Super is now. Like there's less stakes and stuff like that. So I know he's not gonna do anything to them when he shows up. So he's just there to like laugh and make jokes and stuff like that.
What did I miss? What were you speaking about
Frieza, right?
Okay.
Frieza in Super. Like,
Frieza on his Joker game.
You know what it is, Pat? He went from being Megatron to Starscream.
Yeah,
that's exactly
there you go.
What it is. From Super.
Said that man is Starscream now.
All right, let me get on my soapbox for Frieza for a second. All right. Well, first of all, I'm not sure what you guys said about Super, but Frieza and Super I cannot take seriously, and I don't care what anyone says to me. There's nothing cool or poetic, in my opinion, about them tackling Jiren together. That shit was whack. I did not like to see it. His ancestors are fucking rolling in their grave. They're fucking sick right now. Okay, but Frieza like is one of those like villains that I could never forget. Because I think he's one of the few that are like just despicably true evil. Like I don't actually really believe in I think evil is relative, personally speaking. And I don't really think there's a lot of characters that are just generally just evil just for the sake of being evil. They might be a bad person, but there's something that I think Frieza just born this way. Like he's just a dickhead. So I remember just like we're seeing Frieza and I'm like, okay, but we're finally here, big bad. Like, what are we gonna do? And it's just like no matter who came, what power, what form, what little technique, he just had more power, bro. I'm just like, what do we do? Like we can't beat him. Like he just keeps coming. Like he put fear in me as a child. So you have like regular, you have Frieza or whatever. He's mad at Vegeta. It's like, you could transform. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, my power level's over 1 million. And Vegeta's like, fuck. After they're doing everything they can. Gohan getting angry. Krillin uses a Kienzan, doing whatever. All right, Piccolo come. Fuse sync with Nail. Okay. He comes through. I could do it. I could win. Yes. Like he could do it. Like all right. He go to Frieza. He put in work. Frieza said, all right, I'm like fucking the Xenomorph, whatever alien from the movie. And starts weighing him up like it's a drive-by. In his knees, ACL tore, everything. Just I'm like, oh my god, what are we gonna do? Okay. And he's like, honestly, I don't need to do this. But I'm gonna just do this just because. final form. And after Vegeta's like, yo, bro, blast me in the fucking stomach and let this nigga heal me. You trying to die right now? All right, fine. All right, I did it. I'm a Super Saiyan now. No, you're not. And he starts to bully Vegeta. Vegeta gave up. I said, bro, I swear to God, I know people clown him for this, and I'm not mad at you clowning him for this, but I understand, like, you guys understand, he's the only one who really gets Frieza. Everyone else is experiencing this, and it's new to them. He was under that man's thumb for years. And he's just like, at this point, like, I'm done. It's over. I can't beat him. He's just feeding him punches in his back, fucking him up. Okay, Goku, I'm healed. Comes out, Zenkai boost. Okay, it's looking all right. By the way, I know I'm gonna use my final form, but I'm using like 1%. Here's 50. Goku is cooked. I'm like, oh my lord, what is going on? Why can't we stop this man? Spirit Bomb, not enough. Fuck. Okay, you quote unquote kill Piccolo. You blow up Krillin. Super Saiyan 1. I'm like, now it's over. I'm not thinking about the 50. And he's like, I ain't going 100%. I'm like, God fucking damn it. Like, it just kept going. And then after, like, so obviously he comes back later. I'm like, you're still alive, bitch? The planet blew, like, this nigga's vitality is unreal. The entire planet blew up. This nigga's a torso and a hand and a head. And he survived. I'm like, yeah. He's the one still. I think he's the one. My actually second favorite is King Piccolo.
Nice.
Agreed.
I second everything Naya just said.
Yeah, nice.
King Piccolo is one of the best ones in OG Ball.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd say Top
Pai is actually really cool too, by the way. Yeah, I'm with him too.
And as Glam said, right, a lot of people are going to say different people, but I'm going to argue, well, King Piccolo is, so that's fair, but like, not going to count Vegeta or Piccolo or TM because they became, heroes later sort of idea. Like, are they really villains or are they antagonists, right?
Vegeta was definitely a villain. But like...
I'm going off on someone that's a little different. I'm going Dr. Bro.
Oh, that's interesting. Speak to me. Talk to me, bro.
I'm gonna tell you why Dr. Gero, because everyone, like, I agree that Frieza's top dog. He's the OG. But if we're like, instead of just all circle jerking Frieza for a second, I'm gonna go with Dr. Gero because this man was in Dragon Ball. He was making the androids. We had Android 8. We had the androids, right? He was Red Ribbon Army. He's been hating on Goku longer than anybody else in this series. He has hated this guy longer than anyone. He has hated this guy, and he worked for decades. He was dying, so he transformed himself, which I love what Team 4-Star did. Like, how did I put my brain in a body? But anyway, the point is the fact he made himself into an android because he didn't have enough life left or time to do it, and he did something that, yes, is commonplace nowadays in anime and manga, but he's like, no, you know what? Instead of, he made the androids who were still powerful, and we saw from Future Trunks timeline, it worked. But he's like, nah, I got something better than androids. I'm going to go an organic bio-android. I am going to steal. Who do I want to beat? I want to beat the strongest. So I'm going to send bots everywhere. I'm going to take the cells of every single strong key force. I'm going to take Goku. I'm going to take Frieza. I'm going to take Gohan. I'm going to take Vegeta. I'm taking all of it. I'm going to mesh this DNA together. I'm going to make the ultimate counter. He's going to have Piccolo regeneration. He's going to have Kamehameha. He's going to have everything they can do, and he's going to do it better. This man spent his entire, and he died for it, but he was so fucking salty at Goku for destroying the Red Ribbon Army that this man dedicated his entire life since Dragon Ball to defeat them. And what did we get? We got an entire fucking arc of Perfect Cell and androids and stuff. And if you like any of the androids, if you like any version of Cell, if you like any of that shit, then you got to trace it all back to the creator himself.
I'm not even gonna lie. That explanation is kind of
that was moving me.
All right, I made a point. Cool.
I was moved.
That shit was hitting.
I was moved. I'm not gonna hold you. I like that. I am not mad at that in the slightest. That was moving me. Truly.
All right. Cool.
Who's next? Who's up? Step up to the plate. Who got? Who's a cell? Who's
we'll
a cell merchant?
Up to the plate. That is I. It's my turn to step up. Now look. Very rarely do you see a villain in a series that is an amalgamation of everything that we know from our heroes. And that's what moves me about Cell. Because it's like, bro, this man is a culmination of all the cells of all the characters that we done seen, including the previous bad guys. He got some of Frieza in him. He got Piccolo in him. He got Vegeta, Trunks, Gohan, Goku. And they just like, but wait, that's not even all he has to offer. He has part 2 and 3 of his design. This man, Dr. Gero, set it up so that when he absorbs the previous models of his androids, he will become perfect. And Piccolo asked him, he's like, bro, you came from another timeline to this timeline when you were already the strongest in your own timeline. Why? And he's like, because the cells in me are screaming that I'm not complete. I must reach perfection. That was moving me. I was like, wait, hold on a second. Perfectionism? I'm moved. And he was going to do whatever it took. This man was going through city to city, absorbing people, putting his power level up slowly. And then when they sense his power level, what he do? He turned his power level down. He hiding from them. They're just like, bro, we can't catch him. Then when he show up, he's still in his first imperfect form, by the way. He show up. They're like, bruh, he's so much stronger than we could have ever imagined. This man almost broke Piccolo's neck when he punched him. I'm like, bruh. Then he wasn't even done. He picked him up and he blasted a hole through his stomach. Then he absorbed Android 17. He looked ugly as shit, but he way powerful. I'm just like, what's going on? Vegeta show up. He like, Vegeta, how did you acquire such strength? Vegeta like, I did plenty of sit-ups and push-ups, and I drank plenty of juice. And he like, man, if only I was in my perfect form, somebody like Vegeta would be nothing to me. And Vegeta's like, hold on a minute, boss. What you mean by that? He was like, what you mean by that?
Literally hit him with the
And Vegeta let him reach his perfect form. And when he does that, it's just game over. It's game over from that point on.
Not me.
Man said, I could defeat all of you right now, but that would be so boring. Where's Goku at? He's like, Goku's training? So Goku's doing what made you guys so much stronger in such a short time.
He's like, all right.
I'll give you guys 7 days. And if you guys come up, I'll make a whole tournament. And we're going to fight for the end of the earth. And Trunks like, why are you doing this? Why are you making a tournament? And he was like, because I want to see the look on all you niggas' faces when y'all realize y'all can't beat me. And when Trunks saw that, he knew he wasn't fucking around with somebody. He was like, oh my God, this guy is way stronger than us. Mm-hmm. And he's really trying to terrorize us. He's legitimately going to destroy everything that we love. And I just appreciate Cell so much. Like, he just gets me.
He gets me.
He gets me.
He understands my feelings.
Like, you ever see a villain where he does everything that you like? That's how I feel about Cell. Everything I see him doing, I'm like, exactly. Like, why would you not do this?
No, Cell's, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I don't, like, I get that. Like, I don't even dislike Cell. It's just, I have. What? He's alright. He's cool, but he's not. I don't know.
Just like Frieza so much more.
Yeah, that's probably the problem. Like I'm just like Frieza is the one. He put fear in my heart. So until he didn't, talking about, hey, we're gonna be 5 centimeters taller. Oh, brother, give me a fucking break.
Oh, man. Is Bulma the only one that gets petty Dragon Ball wishes? What's this?
Yes, only Bulma.
Only Bulma's allowed.
What the fuck wrong with you?
Sounds like bias.
They're not finding those Dragon Balls without her. Come on now. Who had the radar? I told you she's a goat. Okay. Wait. Who didn't go actually? Miles, did you go? Did you get?
No, I didn't go.
Go ahead, brother.
This was best or favorite?
Yeah,
Which one?
go ahead. Either or just or if you want to highlight someone underrated, if you want.
My favorite's Boo.
Let's move on to the next question. So I'm joking. Go ahead.
I was about to say, wait a minute, the bubblegum machine?
You guys are haters.
Bubblegum machine is crazy.
To me, I think Boo kind of perfectly encapsulates how like I initially just see like OG Dragon Ball just kind of Dragon Ball, which is like the goofiness aspect of it. And I think he brought such a chaotic like feeling when he came in, where it's like you really had no idea what was going to happen next with him, because you knew he was like the villain of the big bad, but it's not like Frieza where it's like I'm gonna go just kill you and do this shit. Like he's just doing weird shit. He's turning people into candy. He's going into stores and asking people for cake and shit. Like he's doing all this weird shit, and you see, yeah, he was. You see him doing all this shit, going on roller coaster rides. Bobbity's getting mad, and Boo's like, "Shut the fuck up, or I'll kill you." Like Boo makes his own house and literally like he makes his own shower. He does all this shit and just chills in day-to-day life. Like he like the fun part of Boo is just nice. And then seeing all like the guys try to come up with like ways to beat him. Goku passing on the mantle to the kids of like, stop playing around. Do the fucking fusion. This isn't a fucking joke. I'm not gonna be here long enough. Even though they did stick around. We had Gotenks come out. You guys hate Gotenks. I like Gotenks because I think Gotenks has some of the coolest moves in all of Dragon Ball Z.
I do like his moveset.
I like
Galactic. I do like his moves.
Galactic Donut and Super Ghost Kamikaze Attack is actually kind of raw. It's kind of raw. It's kind of raw.
Even the volleyball move, I like. Like his kiddish nature, I feel like helped him like imagine all these weird new like ki blast techniques. We had, you know, it forced a Vegeta Goku moment. And then I do like, I mean, it's kind of like the repetitive nature of like previous transformations with Frieza and Cell, but like I liked the absorbing nature of him. And rather than the Cell thing of it becoming more perfect, it was like Boo's developing into a new being and having a different understanding of like what's going on, which I appreciated.
Sorry, just a quick question. Actually, no, finish what you're saying. I got you after.
Okay. So from Majin Buu to his Happy-Go-Lucky to Super Buu, which was a little bit more of like that, like kind of evil incarnate, and like when he like his way of doing shit when he first comes with Super Buu is fucking insane. When he gets on top of the thing and they try to trick him as if he's Cell when he's not, where it's like, we'll get these guys to train. He's like, and Piccolo's like, go kill everybody on the rest of the planet. And Boo's like,
Sure.
And he outstretches his hand and just sends ki blast everywhere across the entire planet and just kills everyone. He's like, now what? And then Piccolo's like, fuck. And then Boo murks everybody else on the lookout, turning Chi-Chi into an egg and stomping on her, turning people into chocolate. Then we have the fight. Then we have our boy Gohan come back. Gohan beats the fuck out of him. We have more absorption. I just kind of like the climax of like Goku and Vegeta fusing, because fusing was so new at that time. That form of fusion was new, and I just like the whole concept of fusion being brought in. And I like the Vegeta versus Buhan, because the just dog walking he did, and then getting turned into a fucking jawbreaker and still working somebody's absolutely insane.
I missed that shit the first time around, Mom.
Still salty.
And then after that we have Kid Buu, and I love like the chaoticness of Kid Buu.
That's actually kind of like what I want to ask you. Like, what's your favorite version, or do you like them all for different reasons because they bring something different?
When I was younger, I definitely would have said Kid Buu. I think now I'd probably go with like the Super Buu, like Buhan like line. But Kid Buu, this is the anime only, but Kid Buu going to the afterlife to murk people is fucking great. And then like Yamcha's like, what happens if we die again? You cease to exist. He's like, huh. So I just think the Buu Saga and what Buu brought had so much chaoticness and also a lot of good fights that he's just my favorite.
It's not that I dislike the Buu Saga. It's just compared to Cell, Namek.
By the way, this is a good segue for us talking about arcs. We're talking about arcs now, so go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's just the cohesiveness is not there. Like the tone shift is so drastic because
That's my problem.
first, like when Boo first comes, right? You know, he blasts Gohan into oblivion. So I thought Gohan was dead. And then Vegeta fights him, Vegeta blows himself up, and then he regenerates. So we're just like, fuck, Gohan gone, Vegeta gone. Goku's left, but he's dead. So he's not gonna be able to stay for long. Only people left to fight Boo is the kids.
Mhm.
So fucking Boo starts doing all types of funny shit, like Miles said. Like it was funny, but it's like the situation kind of dire here. Like we don't really have time for this. And then like when he comes in contact with Hercule, like we're looking at it like, okay, where is this going? Like, okay, Boo said he's gonna stop killing people, so the arc is over. And then like you have the human coming there shooting Hercule and the dog and stuff like that expels all the evil inside Boo, and then he becomes Super Boo. So then like Super Boo comes to the lookout after all that, and he kills all the humans on Earth. And Piccolo's telling him like, bro, just wait an hour, and we're gonna get the fighter that you were promised. So Chi-Chi walks up to him and slaps the shit out of him, and he turns her into an egg and steps on her. And Goten sees this, and then he gets upset. Then later on, when he's fighting Goten and Trunks, they turn into Gotenks. He's still fucking around, and I'm just like, if that was Gohan or Goku and they saw that happen to Chi-Chi, they would not be fucking around with the villain.
I guess with that, it's not a pushback. It's actually a question to make sure I remember this correctly. Didn't they say with the fusion, the person with the stronger personality kind of has more control? Because I'd probably argue Trunks is more like in control there. I don't know if am I misremembering that?
No, it is true. Right. That's true.
I don't remember that statement being there.
No, it was. Yeah, it was
in the manga. I don't remember that being there. I reread Buu Saga very recently.
Okay.
It's also weird because they always try to make a distinction, like they're neither both characters. They are almost as if like
supposed to be a new personality.
Yeah,
okay,
like all together.
So I think that may have been an anime. I think that damn may have been like a double.
I think it is anime only line.
Because a lot of the lines, like I was noting lists as well, like as we're talking, like a lot of lines that say like Reaper's bringing up, like they're mainly anime lines, like manga definitions and stuff that they talk about are very different.
Yeah, fair. Just I've seen the anime a lot more than I.
Yeah.
They always say that like Vegeta's always like I'm neither Goku nor Vegeta, or Goten's like I'm neither this nor that.
Yeah.
I'm a whole new person. So it's hard to gauge like how much they would care about the previous thing that the previous personalities had.
But still, it's an amalgamation of both of their.
True. Yeah. Like
so I'm just like, why are you fucking around? Like when Piccolo was watching the fight, and Gotenks over here like, I still got something up my sleeve, but I'm gonna make it look like I don't. And I'm like, oh, I'm spent. And Piccolo destroys the door, and he's like, but I still had another move. And Piccolo's like, why the fuck would you say that you're spent if you're not? Like, this is not a game. And because of that, Boo came out there and killed everybody on the lookout because he broke out the dimension.
Yep.
So like that shit really pisses me off.
As well
and
as
it's just like
the fact that when he went to fight him the first time. In the manga, he goes to fight him the first time, he fights Boo, gets his ass whooped off screen, and comes back like, yeah, I'm all hurt, and Boo doesn't kill him. Like, there's no explanation how Gotenks gets back. He's just back, and he got his ass whooped.
And it's like, even beyond that, like, the writing decisions for Toriyama is just like,
he was winning.
Okay,
100%.
Gotenks went Super Saiyan 3 outside the chamber where time is different, so obviously it ran out before he was expecting it. I'm fine with that. But why have Gohan have his potential unlocked just for him to not take Boo down at the end? Because he was way stronger than everybody else.
I feel like that was one of those things where that's like the Eastern thing where it was probably happening. You know how like fans like they had the fan mail and this shit back and like saying.
No, but I don't buy that because at the time Gohan was the most popular character in the series.
That's not an excuse. Was he? No, was he? I thought it was still Goku.
He was. He was number one. He was number one during the Cell Saga and the popularity poll.
Yeah.
And he's already taken down the main villain before.
I never understood why he kind of reneged on that, because it's actually a question that I have, but I think you can ask it now. So I don't think it's probably like, do you think it would have been a really dope storytelling decision to actually have the story transition from Goku to have Gohan being the defender of Earth or what have you, and maybe Goten is on the come up, so to speak.
Yeah.
I think the problem is that there are so many good moments with
Personally, I
Goku and Vegeta after like that. Like, it's almost like Gohan had to die to get like, because for me as a Vegeta fan, and in order for Vegeta to really be at his best, Goku has to be with him.
Mm-hmm.
So like, it's like Gohan has to go down at the expense of all that good shit for me. So it's partially it's like, if I didn't know anything about the series after Gohan is Mystic and he fights Wuhan, I would be on the side of Gohan should have won and Gohan should be the main character at that point.
Okay, but that's another thing, right? Like, it's a lot of up and down because Gohan gets beat, and I'm just like, all right, I'm over this. And then Goku and Vegeta come back, and then they fuse. I'm like, okay, I'm back again. And then Buu turns into Super Buu afterwards, and instead of saving the children, they save Dende and Hercule.
Yep.
I'm watching Buu Saga. I'm just like, what are we doing?
It's just a lot of like padding out for time that like doesn't really
Actually
necessarily
no.
need to be there.
Also, Glenn, you
Not sure
still
why.
could
I
have
think it
had
actually
the
expires in
Vegeta
24.
stuff like after. I feel like. Wait, actually, hold on.
I'm not sure why.
No, because then like the Goku interaction, like when he's thinking about how Goku's better on the Kai's planet doesn't happen, like Vegito doesn't happen.
Wait, I got it in 2021.
Yeah, wait,
That's why?
yeah.
And Super doesn't happen either. And there's a lot of good. Even though Super's not good,
I'm okay.
there's a lot of good
I'm
shit
okay
in
with
it.
this.
Well, I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of good shit in Super, even though Super's not good.
Yeah.
They said peak ass. That's crazy. But yeah,
No, Buu Saga is fun, but it's just a lot of stuff that I just don't
There's a lot
agree
of
with.
bullshit to get through to get to the good stuff.
I want to make it clear because I think this could contradict something that I say a lot. I have no problem with goofiness and wackiness because that's how Dragon Ball was. Like, nigga wrote the power pole to the moon with a guy who turns people into carrots. Like, I'm cool with that. The thing that I always say is, like, I actually think it's very difficult I think one of the hardest things to do is to handle an ever expansive cast, right? And ever expanding cast, and I think that it's hard to balance comedy with and keep the story having like a serious tone. I think only a select few people can do that. I don't even think Toriyama's bad at it. I just think he honestly strayed away from it for so long that when he tried to re-inject it a lot into the Buu Saga, it was jarring for me. I got torn with it.
It was.
Completely agree. That was entirely because, like, when you brought up the carrot thing, I was like, the story had moved so far away from the goofiness aspect of what it was. Bringing it back to that with really no, like, build up to it. It was just thrown in. Like, the amount of fourth wall jokes in Buu Saga and the manga is just ridiculous. Like, that don't need to be there.
Yeah. So that's really like my issue. Like, I'm really not trying to like act like I don't like that shit usually, but it's just I wasn't used to it anymore, and it was just like I didn't think that it made sense to go back to it. Because even if you look at the art styles of like Toriyama with the more everything, you know what, technically when things become more triangular and angular and it's more serious and whatnot with the softer, rounder look, like it got more serious, even in the artistry. So, yeah. Let's talk about. Well, actually, anything else you want to say about the Buu Saga? Actually,
I'm glad they brought the tournament. I was just gonna say I'm glad they brought the tournament back. That was nice.
Okay.
And I love the punching machine thing. That was
I'll
hilarious.
give in Buu Saga's favor.
That shit's funny as fuck.
One point I'll give in Buu Saga's favor. It made Android 18 my favorite female because I love the pettiness about the money that she had with Satan. I love that moment.
Yeah, that whole thing is just great.
And also how easy it was for her to pick up that Goten and Trunks were hiding out in the one body as soon as she knows like the power difference. Like, I like the androids, but I didn't think they really came into their own until after they're introduced. 18 and 17 both I think are better in Super, but I think he benefits from Buu Saga, even if it's in a small manner. I think it's still
I've never been a fan of 18 or 17 like that. I don't know why. Maybe,
18 fine.
Maybe I don't like androids. I don't know. maybe I don't like. I discriminate against androids. I don't know what it is, but I don't even like dislike them.
Is it
That's
because like they were
crazy.
like? Do you think it's because they were man-made to be so strong? And there was no like
Well, no, I
personal
agree with the
training
notion,
for it?
like they're definitely like mid in Cell Saga.
I've never liked the idea that some human made that shit. Yeah, with human flesh.
Yeah.
It never made sense to me. But that I never liked that. But I wasn't thinking about that. But that is a part. I do have an issue with that, where it's like, bro, these niggas from space and shit. Like, how did you make this fucking monstrosity? Like, Cell, I actually think makes a bit more sense because you took DNAs from so much strong fighters, I guess. So it kind of makes more sense to me. But the thing that I always did like about the Android that made sense to me, and if this was more. Came more. I can't say it didn't come into play, but I like the idea that's because you could be literally stronger or equal to strength, but you're gonna tire out before they do because they don't exhaust. So I kind of like that because I remember when Vegeta was fighting with 18, he's like, yo, he's winning, and Piccolo's like, no, he's not. He's trying. He cannot sustain that level of offense for too long. It's not gonna work. And even with the fight with Piccolo, I'd argue that I think they say they're even. I'll say they're even.
Yeah, they
Strength.
said the same shit.
Okay.
They said he was burning himself out.
Yeah.
He was gonna win because he was wearing Piccolo out.
Like that makes sense to me. I like that. But them being as powerful as they were, I was always kind of like, I don't know. But no, I just don't know. 18 just didn't move me like that. I don't know. I can't really explain it. I like 18. I wish I saw more of Krillin. The 18 relationship more with the daughter. I mean, I think you get a bit more than a super. I would say the Androids were better in Team 4-star for me. Yeah. Gohan definitely should have been the protagonist. Here's the thing. Android 17 and 18 are cyborgs, so it makes even less sense that Jiro is able to turn normal humans into Super Saiyan level characters. That's exactly what I'm saying. But I've let it go over the years.
To be completely fair, to go on the Bulma rant, she fucking invented a time machine and she made a dragon radar for magic balls.
Yeah.
Yes, and Dr. Jiro's supposed to be a bigger genius than Bulma.
She said that Dr. Jiro she herself said Dr. Jiro is a fucking genius. So, and she's way more experience. I'm gonna go on a limb and say that man could, like, maybe it's a little wacky. I'll agree to that, but I'm saying in a universe where we have scientists pulling out stunts with mixing science and magic, I'm not against mixing the science and the magic. Just because it's not Bulma who did it, I don't really care. You know.
Well, I'm actually not mad at that because I do remember them saying that. That's true. I think they said that something like, but if only he wasn't like a dickhead, it'd be good. Or like good for the world.
Mm-hmm.
There's different types of science, right? Just because you could be a biologist, I could be a physicist. That doesn't necessarily make you necessarily better. Like I would argue that maybe their expertise don't overlap to the same degree. That's all.
Sure.
But I'm okay with that because I know her dad is also very fucking smart. So.
Yeah, because wasn't he the one who originally helped on the Dragon Race?
I actually don't remember. I couldn't tell you. I don't remember.
The only mention I remember him making is Goku's spaceship.
Yeah. Because he took Vegeta's, or one of the ones that, I know there was a couple that were on Earth. He took one of them remodeled, and he's like, why can't we go yet? I installed the coffee machine. It's like, I don't need a coffee machine. I need to go to Namek. He's like, no coffee. What's wrong with you? Like, that shit was funny. So, I got answers for you, anime and plot. All right, go ahead. 18 stunts up Vegeta, one of the funniest things I've ever seen. That hurt. I won't lie to you. That one hurts the most to me.
I was like, a woman catching a dub in a fight in Dragon Ball? Let's go, baby. She's different.
There you go.
Okay.
She really broke Vegeta's arm.
Yeah, that was a hard-ass kick.
Like,
Father! Like, no, what are you doing? Don't come.
Pat, not just one. Both of them.
And then she grabbed Trunks and swung him like a rag doll and knocked him out of Super Saiyan. Like, what
that's
the
my
fuck?
baby.
And Trunks,
like, that shit really threw me for a loop when I was
Trunks
a kid.
was like, bro,
wait, what?
They're OD here. They're not that strong in my time. What's going on, bro? Like, they built different over here on this timeline. So, okay, let's talk about some Dragon Ball arcs real quick. Give me some Dragon Ball arcs that you guys are a huge fan of. I already spoke about the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai tournament, but if you want to add anything there, you can. There's a red ribbon army stuff. Like, what are we thinking? King Piccolo, like, what's some of our favorite?
I agree with you, Naya.
Okay.
Tien's tournament is my favorite arc in the series.
Yeah, I love
for that portion. I like Piccolo's tournament, and King Piccolo's arc I think is good.
Yeah.
But personally, I find the dialogue that happens between like Roshi, Goku, Krillin, and Tien, and also the Crane Master as well.
Yes.
I think I find that the most engaging.
Because he trained Tao Pai Pai, if I remember correctly, right?
No.
No?
Tao Pai Pai trained Tien, and the Crane Master was Tao Pai Pai's brother.
Oh, there we go. I know they were related in some facet.
Yes, and Tien thought that because he was trained by Tao Pai Pai, he should be an assassin just like him.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, y'all don't got any arcs you like from Dragon Ball?
I'll go. I've always really enjoyed the Red Ribbon Army portion of Dragon Ball. I feel like that's when the series really comes into its own. Because like the first tournament is nice, but it's only like really two good fights, if we're being honest. It's Goku versus Roshi and Krillin versus Roshi. So I'm just like, okay, like, you know, we had the tournament, it was cool.
Like, Roshi blowing up the moon in Dragon Ball is a bit like
yeah, so
at that point, but it's like I don't know.
Like up until that point, Dragon Ball is like a cool 7 to me. But then when it gets to the Red Ribbon Army portion, it's just one little boy against an entire army, and they're doing whatever they can to wipe his ass out.
Yep.
Like he pulls up Colonel Silver.
Base? Oh
done.
My God.
Colonel Silver, done. General White, done. Ninja Murasaki, fuck out of here. Commander Red's like, bruh, this little nigga keeps messing up our operations. General Blue kind of like went toe-to-toe with Goku for a little bit there, but he wasn't able to get the job done. But he came back with the radar. So Commander Red was like, I'll give you a second chance. If you can beat Tao Pai Pai, then I'll let you continue on as a general. If not, you should die. The nigga Tao Pai Pai killed him with his tongue. With his tongue. He pulled up where Goku was staying at with Bora and Upa. Fucking fucked up Bora, threw his ass in the air, and impaled him with his own spear while he was in the air.
Yep.
Like, that was one of the most brutal ways I've ever seen somebody kill somebody.
Also,
he blocked a bullet with a shoe.
I honestly, in Dragon Ball, I really like Korin. To be honest, like I like when Goku's up there in training. Like I like Korin is a character that really gets sidelined in Z, but in Dragon Ball, like I really like when Korin was training Goku, especially in terms of just like moving around up on the lookout and shit, all this other kind of stuff, like learning about the water that doesn't actually do anything. It's very, very like honestly like Karate Kid-ish, like wax on, wax off type stuff with that.
And one thing I've also appreciated about Dragon Ball, while people were strong and had like levels of strength or whatever, it was more about techniques and martial arts at the point. Like that was more of the focal point of that in that portion of the series. I'm okay with it growing to what it is. I'm not mad at it growing beyond that because we got with the space and whatnot. I like that it was a little more grounded and stuff. Like I liked like multi-form techniques and stuff like that.
I remember seeing the ads in like even old Shonen Jump magazines that actually were out here, and they weren't that old, but they actually said like on the back cover you'd have a picture of like Goku from Dragon Ball, and it would say the Kung Fu Mastery or whatever, and then if it was Dragon Ball Z though, they'd say the Fighters. They wouldn't mention karate, martial arts, Kung Fu when they advertised Dragon Ball Z, but they would when they mentioned Dragon Ball, and I found that was significant.
Okay.
But
I like Tao Pai Pai showing up and then beating the shit out of Goku that first time. And then Goku training with Korin and coming back down and then beating the shit out of Tao Pai Pai.
Him riding on the pillar from the base all the way there. He fucking kicks it, throws it, and jumps on top. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to fly.
Bro, that shit's so fucking cool. He was just like, it's in this direction? All right. Fucking broke the pillar, threw that shit, hopped on it. I'm like, bro, what?
But can you imagine if that wasn't even the right way?
Nah, man. It's just that arc. And then, like, when he pulls up on the base.
Oh, you're right. Yajirobe is the Bean Daddy. You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Bean Daddy.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, but Goku about to pull up on the base to get the last Dragon Ball. Fucking launch. They launch Yamcha, Bulma. They're over here like, oh, that's Goku. He's got all the Dragon Balls. He's going to that direction. Launch is like, I know where that's at. that's the Red Ribbon Army base. They're like, what the fuck? They pull up, they riding for Goku. They're like, oh, we're gonna back him up. They show up. Goku's like, oh, I'm already done.
I'm done, man.
Like, bro. Like, no, I really, really enjoyed the Red Ribbon Army saga. like, it's not, better than the 22nd martial arts tournament, King Piccolo, or the 23rd tournament, but
I think it hits for different reasons. I just really like you miss Launch. I like Launch. Launch was cool, but
I miss Lunch and Launch.
I think if I don't quote me, I think Toriyama said he forgot she existed.
Yeah,
he did.
Yeah.
He said that for many years.
I only say that because there's a lot of quotes that people make up about Toriyama that he did not fucking say. Like that he wanted to end Dragon Ball after the he never said that. Shit like that. So I cannot find that source anywhere. There's no place I can find that. He never said that. So, but okay.
When did he want to end it?
No, I'm saying some people are adamantly convinced that the Frieza saga was supposed to be the end of Z for some reason, and they have these like fake quotes of him saying that he was forced to continue because of his editors, and I can never find an official source for that. So I'm like,
he didn't want to do Z. He wanted to end it at Dragon Ball.
His editors was like the editors kept saying that you had to change your villain and Cell Saga.
Yeah, that's what he's like a geezer and a fatso. Then he made it Android 17 and 18. He's like two fucking brats. And then after
there must have been an advantage to making a fat
imperfect Cell, and he's like, man, that motherfucker ugly. We need something different.
You saw in perfect Cell. He's like, okay, maybe if I'm gonna get absorbed, like okay, and then like he's like he was not even like he wasn't like unmoved by Cell. Like okay, kind of you get it somewhere. So it's like that. But
I will say that the designs for 17 and 18 are completely unlike anything that was in the magazine at that time.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's kind of groundbreaking.
Yep.
Because like they're twins, and it's like in a manga where everybody got spiky hair, it's just straight.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there another arc we need to highlight? The Meki and Saiyan.
Pat said everything I want to say. I really like Red Ribbon.
I mean, for me, I'll say Saiyan Saga is probably the pinnacle of the series in terms of an. Yeah, like I think it hits every note you need for the story.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, that was the introduction of Vegeta. So we got to. I'm giving. Yeah, I changed my mind.
Because with Namek, there are, I would say, like Bulma doesn't need to really be in the arc, like on the planet. Ginyu forces hit or miss.
Toku Sentai. Toku Sentai.
Toku
Sentai.
Yeah. The song is raw, but like
name is Roku. It rhymes with dude, and oh, you're gonna be hurting. Oh, two.
Raccoon was the fucking
Raccoon and Ginyu are good, but like Doldo, Berta, and Jace are.
Whoa.
I like Jace.
Jace and Berta
our
are cool.
Australian Jace.
I'm Space Brisbane. Go Space Broncos.
Jace and Berta are cool. Fastest in the universe.
The Blue Hurricane and the Ginyu first. Attack!
Goldo, okay? If you don't like Goldo,
we can use the seizure procedure.
Actually, let's be real. Ginyu's one of the only, even though I didn't like it, probably the only body snatcher I've ever fucking respected.
Okay.
So it's real. Because his shit made actual sense. He still needed to hit you with it. It wasn't some bullshit cheap thing. Like, it's like, no, it's still like a key blast base. And as we saw with the frog thing, it could fuck up.
I actually also respect that he hurt himself. Like, he gave himself like a pretty like fatal wound and then did it. So it's like, even if you like somehow figure out he's my body, like you dying.
Big brain.
He was body snatching done right with Ginyu.
But what I actually really appreciate about that moment is that it highlights what Vegeta was saying before he ditched him. Like, you think you're all big and bad and strong. They don't give a fuck. They'll take you hostage. They'll do this. They'll do whatever it takes to win. You're not ruthless enough. And Goku fell right into that.
Telling him that shit the whole arc. That soft shit.
It's not going to work here.
They're not like me. First of all, we're both Saiyans. So, like,
Oh, no,
you
dude.
spare me. I'm a, you know, I'm gonna respect that a little bit. These niggas, they don't fuck with us.
Nope.
But now I actually think the Namek saga is the most important saga in the entire series. Like Cell's my favorite, but I think Namek saga encompasses everything about Dragon Ball. Like you got the
I think you can make the
Saiyans
argument for...
reaching their heritage and stuff like that with Super Saiyan and like Frieza being the big bad behind the scenes truly all this time. And like the fight choreography is on point in the manga at least.
You know what it is for me though, Pat? I get more of an emotional connection with Saiyan Saga because of the Piccolo moment. In comparison to Namek. Like Namek is cool and it's got Super Saiyan, which is super important, but like I think Kaioken hits that power up button for me. And also Vegeta as a villain I think is very, 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 very good in comparison to Frieza as a villain as well, but I don't get necessarily the emotional aspect of it.
Wait, Glam.
With
Glam.
like I do with Piccolo and Gohan.
Wait, Glam, I have a question.
Yeah.
How'd you feel about like Vegeta like going to Goku and like saying you're the one that has to do this now?
I mean, Vegeta was dead at that point, so nobody else to do it. So I didn't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I'm saying did that emotional piece hit you?
No, because Vegeta's still a villain, and he's not doing that out of like respect for Goku really much. It's mainly because Vegeta's dead at that point.
Okay.
Like he's sort of resigning himself that he can't do anything.
I don't agree with that assessment fully. I do agree that he wanted to be him, but you saw all of his past trauma come out in that last moment there.
Yeah,
everything he had been subjected to.
Good.
I
think that Vegeta's moment's good.
That should have moved me because I didn't like Vegeta when I was a kid
me.
the very first time until that moment. I'm like, damn.
No. I agree. I think that moment's good. I just think the Piccolo Gohan moment's better.
And I think that I mean, fair enough. The thing about Namek that I like the most, like now, is Vegeta's journey on Namek from when he starts there from Earth, and even like to talk like, okay, like I can't rely on these fucking scouters. Like on Earth, they can, you know what I'm saying? Like from what's the guy who he's supposed to be even with? A pool or whatever.
It was Kui.
Yeah, and like
it was Kui.
Yeah, like from him to like the Doria to Zarbon, and he loses, and then he does the thing with Frieza and the Dragon Ball and shit. Like that entire journey, because he has to be sneaky and smart and strategic about it. Throw a Dragon Ball in the water, Gohan finds it. You fucking lying bitch. He's some type of radar. Like that whole.
Listen, that was no fucking watch.
Yeah. That entire moment from him landing to him literally getting put in the dirt and then gets transported off, I think like for me, it's like I love seeing Vegeta from that point of view. I had a great time. Even like him fighting Raccoon, doing his best, and Goku comes, like all of it. Him fucking up Jace, like it just for me, I was mostly invested because of Vegeta.
Yeah, I still during that arc, I just view Vegeta still like sort of villainous at the time. Like I like Vegeta in that arc, but I just for me like seeing Piccolo redeem himself after I'd already liked Piccolo in just regular Ball and how he transfers to there, and also seeing how I think Goku's the most emotionally invested in how his friends are in danger in Z in Saiyan Saga, because he's like, I gotta save him, I gotta get over there quick, and as soon as he arrives, he's like, he holds his anger in because he knows he needs to finish the job, but he's like, Gohan, you need to leave like now, or I'm gonna handle it.
I got you. I've never been I don't dislike Piccolo, but I've never been a Piccolo guy. I feel like Piccolo didn't get enough love in the stream. I mean, they gave love to Piccolo earlier. He's so clear.
They say he got one of the best fights.
Yeah. I said Piccolo's second best character in the story.
And they said 17 for it. Like, they're not listening, man. They're not listening. Okay.
I think he has some of the coolest moves in the entire series.
Yeah, Hellzone Grenade is moving me every single time.
Light Grenade, Special Beam Cannon, Hellzone Grenade. All I need to say.
Yeah.
What do you guys think is Toriyama's greatest strength as a mangaka, and what is his greatest weakness?
Fight choreography is his
fight choreography, easy.
Weakness, romance.
Is it romance?
Yep.
That's almost every shonen mangaka though.
Yeah, but like Pat, like it's even worse for Toriyama because he doesn't even bother to even try. He just off screen's like, yeah, they fucked. Now we move on. That's really it.
You don't think it's?
I think he's better than most in that regard.
Okay.
Better than most, but I still think it's his weakness. To me.
We all agree
Okay, that's fair.
his strength is the fighting, so we don't have to go into that. Okay. I'll actually will say that I don't disagree with that. If that's like his greatest, the most weaknesses, I think that I don't really want to say writing, because I really think Dragon Ball is a simple story. It doesn't really bother me more often as much as it bothers other people. I just think it's simple. If that makes sense.
The times where it's not written well, like I think it's very obvious.
Yes,
The portions where he's not writing well, it's like he's winging it. Like because you could tell he is week to week, like flying off the seat of his pants for most of Buu Saga. There's no long term.
Yeah, Buu Saga, he was winging that shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But everything else, I think, is like consistent.
I would say the weakness is just the cast portion of just like people just not being important anymore.
Yeah.
That might be Toriyama's strength as a writer. He brings people back.
Because from the end of like Dragon Ball, like there's a gap, but the gap's not that large. And then when the Saiyan Saga starts, Yamcha, Tien, Chaozu, they all get fucking bodied. And like Krillin was kind of hanging in there, but
yeah, it just became a Saiyan show.
Yeah.
His weakness is amnesia. I see the amnesia in forgetting things. I wanted to say that, but it's like I don't think the things he forgot are really that like it would have been cool if you remember launch, but whatever. Like it's not. I'm not missing her like that. I know he forgot about Goten and Trunks needing tails, but again, whatever. Super Saiyan bargain sale.
Nah, he didn't forget. He said that they're a recessive trait, but I'm like, that doesn't.
I think
that doesn't make.
Exactly, like that doesn't make sense.
When every other Saiyan has a tail, it cannot be a recessive trait. I'm sorry.
I honestly like. Okay, let's talk about this real quick, and then I'll go to the Toriyama part. Did you guys rate Tien for keeping Cell in that like little?
Yes. Oh hell yeah!
Yes.
You have.
Hell yeah!
I rated him for fucking saving Dende and Hercule with the tri-beam on Buu. I rated him for that.
Yeah, 100%.
Like the man is clutch, weak but clutch.
And man, Cell said, "How could I be held back by the likes of Tien?"
Sick.
I say, yeah, bitch. Just because you got a new form don't mean nothing.
That man was sick to his stomach. I think for me, that's the part that I like. I really don't care about Tien doing what he does, but Cell being like, "What the? This is Tien." That's moving me. I don't give a fuck about Tien though. After that part,
I love Tien. At least in Ball, like Tien's great.
Yeah, in Dragon Ball he's cool.
Yeah, Tien is great. I've always
all
liked
the
Tien.
humans. I like all the humans.
I don't like Yamcha.
I
like Krillin and Tien.
Krillin's my favorite human.
Stop hating on Yamcha, bro. His techniques go crazy.
Yamcha was never good.
His techniques go crazy, but he's just a loser.
I like Spirit Ball, Wolf Fight Freeze. I just not like, bro.
They go crazy.
Yeah, I don't like him, but his techniques are cool.
He got NTR'd. You're not raw.
I mean, he didn't really have Bulma in the first place.
Nah, I'm not trying to hear that.
Nah, that shit crazy because when Goku pulled up on Namek, Bulma was like, Sun-kun has become a dependable guy.
Yeah.
Did I make the wrong choice?
He even said that shit when she met him again at the 23rd tournament. She's like, damn, he got tall.
He canonically held him for hours. Is that true?
Hours? I don't know about that.
Hours? It was not hours.
It was like maybe
it was a couple minutes. Yeah. It was not hours.
What the fuck? You gotta source that, bro. You can't make statements like that without the proof.
I read Cell Saga like a month ago. It is not ours.
This is a wild thing to say.
That man said no source, but I'm with you.
He said no knowledge, just vibes. Yamcha's Lander in Gintama is the most carries ever gone by a manga. The humans in Dragon Ball are the biggest shaft. I agree with that. I don't know. It is what it is though. But okay. So, do you guys think that Toyotaro actually understands Toriyama? Because I know that, like, if I remember correctly, Okay, let me just.
I'm sorry, I was just being rude.
All I was gonna say is I remember there were Shueisha or Toy were doing something where they were trying to find someone to like illustrate it for it, and they were looking at some of the like fan made little like dojins and whatnot for like Dragon Ball stuff. And Toyotaro was the one that they ended up going with because they thought that he like emulated his style the best and things of that nature. But when you kind of talk to the people who really like Dragon Ball, they do not like Toyotaro. I'm probably the softest on him while understanding everyone's complaint. I think that he doesn't have the fluidity of motion and combat the way that Toriyama does. I'm gonna start fucking confusing them. Toriyama does, because in Toriyama, one thing that I've always appreciated about his fights, that your eyes flow a certain way, that it's seamless, and you can always tell what was happening first, even if multiple punches or things are happening in a panel. I'm like, Goku swung, Vegeta ducked and countered. You feel what I'm saying? Toyotaro does not have any of that. He has cool moments and cool panels where shit cool's happening, but the flow is not Toriyama's. But yeah, what do you guys think?
I think his style's the closest I've seen, but I wouldn't say it's perfect.
Okay.
No, I've seen better people on Twitter than Toyotaro, man.
Well, I haven't looked at Twitter like that, man.
I don't have like problems with him, but I can
not a
definitely
good
say
writer. I'll
when
say
we're
that
talking
for sure.
about like those fan writers that we see, like I've seen fan writers, I think, hit the style and like essence of Dragon Ball better.
I'm not talking about from a writing perspective, by the way. I'm just talking about pure like paneling and art. Like in terms
Even
of writing,
paneling art, I think I've seen a lot more like these fan based like mangas that people do.
In terms of writing, not even fucking close. Because he thinks he's doing goated shit, specifically with Goku, and he consistently just makes Goku worse every time he does it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I mean, that's all we have. We can move on. So, do you think Goku's a good lead? We talked about we talked about the Gohan taking him over already, so we don't have to go with that part. But do you guys think that Goku was a good lead? Because some people, I'll like you guys can go into it, and I'll tell you the pushback that I hear here and there from people around. But do you think because I told you guys already, I think he works for the story of Dragon Ball specifically. So
he's just like the perfect staple.
Yeah, I have no problem with Goku, but what do you guys think? What do you think makes him a good lead?
Well, I mean, for starters, he's just likable. Like, he doesn't really do anything that will make you upset. Like, if somebody dies, he's not gonna shrivel up like a little bitch or whatever. Like, when he comes through, all the people on the scene, like, they get elated because they're like, oh, Goku's here. You know, like, the mood changes. They're like, oh, we're good. He showed up. Like, he's got that hero thing going for him ever since he was a kid. And it's like, you know, it's got multiple phases in his life where he's got, like, spirit of adventure. Mm-hmm. And then when he grows older, like, he loves fighting people. Like, it's just, following Goku was fun.
Yeah, with Goku, I think he's one of, ironically, like, in terms of simple MC archetypes, he's one of the few I've seen where you do the simplicity, but you know he's not, if you read, you know he's not stupid. He's just uneducated. But also, in terms of his simplicity, he doesn't act like a goofball in serious situations. He knows when things are serious and understands the implications of those around him. And he cares about them, which I think is different. I think as an adult, he has moments of weakness. Again, Buu Saga's one, Cell Saga, Sensu being to cells, but like other than that, I think he works. I wouldn't say he's an amazing character, but I agree with Pat. He's fun to be around, especially in the original portions of the story.
Yeah. I'm just going to go off on a limb and just say what I've basically said. Nowadays, there's just so many people. He's likable and stuff like that, but also he wasn't like the son of the legendary Super Saiyan. He wasn't the fucking, you know, the chosen one or the prodigal son. He's a lower class Saiyan. Yeah, Bardock was a strong Saiyan, but Bardock was not the be all and end all in the history of Dragon Ball Z. He's just a hardworking, fought his way up, trains his ass off, and becomes, you know, nowadays almost every protagonist, even ones I like, you know, like Yoasuke from Shaman King or Ichigo from Bleach, they're still either the chosen one or their family lineage is the factor or something like that. Goku is built different.
Son Goku.
I agree with that.
Son-kun.
Yeah, say all that again. I like that.
Okay. Well, I mean, I was gonna say, what do you think really changes with Super and or GT for why he's like just mid?
He's
What do you think they really got
Different
wrong?
writers.
You know what I said earlier about how he's simple but not dumb?
Mhm.
He's portrayed as dumb and stupid.
Yeah.
Some people have argued
I don't know why they do
that Goku was always like this. Like this is actually how Goku.
No.
This is actually
No.
Goku.
No,
Like,
the
the shit
Buu
about,
Saga,
like,
as
Goku-
I've already argued, the
The
Buu
serious
Saga
moments
showed
in
his
Z,
maturity after
like,
being dead.
Perfect example. Him not knowing about having to kiss your wife is fucking ridiculous and makes zero sense. He's had sex. He's kissed Chi-Chi. Stop. Like,
Yeah, that's why I don't like that. I always took it as him not understanding why Trunks was using not to give Maya Shinji because that would have made more sense to me.
And then yet in the same series, I know it was the movie in the Super 2, he goes up to Vegeta and he's like, and he's elbowing him like, oh, my Bulma.
yep.
Stands innuendos about a husband-wife situation, but he doesn't fucking understand kissing your wife. Like that's the problem. He's
That makes absolutely no sense to me.
Yeah, it didn't make sense anyways. But the fact that in that series, he's knows it, but then doesn't, but then knows it. Like it's too much over the map. And it negates, as I said, all the meditation and maturity that he gained post Cell arc
He
that we
makes
saw
constant
throughout the Buu
mistakes in
arc.
Super 2. Like, he's constantly making dumb mistakes or
Yeah.
forgetting shit. Or just acting like a buffoon around other characters.
Okay. GT, just because he's a kid, and I'm joking. I don't talk about GT. I really don't. Do you think he's
Actually,
too?
he's pretty good granddad to Pan. To be
Yeah,
fair.
he's actually still like relatively mature.
Yeah.
Okay. You
He
think
takes his fight seriously,
Especially when he becomes Super Saiyan 4, he really like kind of has like no real jokey nature.
You think he's too simple? You think he works?
Ooh.
Key.
He works. Yeah, he works.
It works.
Key, like the energy system in Dragon Ball. Is it too simple? Does it work?
I
Do you think it's
thought it was
bad?
simple.
Mhm.
I thought it was simple until like Gohan and Videl were training together, and Gohan explained it to her. And it was like it's something that comes from everybody, and then you just gotta focus and find it, and then you gotta manipulate it. And I was like, okay, that works. I was never taught this because it's like, one thing people don't notice in Dragon Ball, right? Tien knew how to fly from jump because that was like part of the Crane School secret. And then Krillin learned it. And Goku didn't learn how to fly until the end of the fight with Piccolo.
Yep.
I don't even like. Yeah, it's also weird with that too, because like, I don't know
Didn't
if
he already?
he didn't know how to do it or he just didn't use it up until then.
Yeah, I
Because
think
He didn't know how to fly yet.
I thought he just waited to pull it out at the end.
No. He didn't know because when Krillin did it, he was shocked and surprised. And when he was fighting against Piccolo, when he was in the air, he was at a disadvantage. Like even when he was fighting against Tien, when he was up in the air, Tien was like, I have the advantage here because he was just falling. And like when he was fighting against Piccolo to get up into the air, he used a Kamehameha with his feet. It wasn't until Piccolo stripped him of using all of his limbs where he started flying and he headbutted him out the ring.
And also as well, like I think Ki isn't necessarily introduced into the story really until Goku meets Mr. Popo. Like it's not really like Kamehamehas exist prior to that, but that's like the only time you're ever seeing like energy be used or really.
Mm-hmm.
Chi is not an active part of the story until Goku trains with Kami. So it's this sort of very, very loosely defined. I'd say all the way through the story.
But it works.
Yes, but the problem is it being loosely defined also makes people have misconceptions about it. Like, for instance, people believe Ki dictates somebody's speed or strength based on like discrepancies when people talk about power levels.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't. It's like a stamina gauge and like an MP bar. Like it has nothing to do with how hard somebody can punch or how fast they can. Because power level measures everything. It's like your physical attributes plus your ki level is what it's supposed to be.
I just asked because I think it gets a lot of flack sometimes, but I'm like, it doesn't need to be more than it is. So I'm just like
Yeah, but I don't really understand the flack either, though, because at the end of the day, Key actually we've seen so much versatility in so many characters in different ways. Not just by powering up in Key Blast. We've seen that everyone takes the simple stuff for granted, like the flying. Like people take that for granted. Like that's people using Key constantly. The auras, they're not just there for show. That's Key. It's all like all the crazy wacky shit that everybody does in these power systems. Like we take the fact that people are flying around in anime nowadays for granted. And it's like, how are these characters flying again? Do they have wings? Like everyone just assumes that they can fucking fly because they're powerful, And so I think Key works.
Yeah, and then even go on.
No, it's okay.
I was gonna say even that like it's not just purely changing their shapes too. Like that they actually gain attributes depending on what you do. Like the destructive disc is actually sharp. It cuts things. It's not just like, or even in Dragon Ball, they specifically, I'm pretty sure they stated the Dodon ray that Tien and them use. I think they said it was stronger than the Kamehameha because of whatever, but wasn't also
it's a piercing attack. Yeah.
It's like because isn't the death beam similar? It's like it's a piercing beam.
Yeah. So these things do matter, and I do think that's lost on people. Like it's not just purely like, oh, this is a different Kamehameha. Like no, these are different attacks. They do different shit.
And then it gave them access to like telekinesis, some characters, and mind reading to some degree and shit like that. So
and Gildo could stop time.
Yeah, by holding his breath.
Certain things
That's
like that.
crazy. He got the same ability as Dio, and he trashed with it. That's crazy.
Certain things like that. Certain things like that is weird because I don't like Goku just having telepathy is like.
Oh yeah, that moment is always funny to me. But I'm like, you learned that from gravity push-ups, all right?
Yeah.
But do you think that divine key or God key? Do you think that complicates things, or do you think it's still relatively simple to understand and get?
No, it's still.
I think some people. I'm right now. I'm playing devil's advocate because I'm telling you, some people do not understand divine key. They're lost.
Because Dragon Ball fans don't read. They don't read. They just look at the pictures.
I feel like it's kind of pointless.
I don't think it is. I mean, it's just a separate key pool. That's all it really is. Like it's just like what gods use to power themselves up. But like,
I'm saying the nature in which it was
seems
initially
like it's a specific thing of like different gods at different things. Because like the Supreme Kai, at least in Universe 7, because he's like relatively new, doesn't really know how to use it. But like all the gods of destruction know what it is.
Yeah.
So, but the gods of destruction are also more combat oriented than the Kais are. To be fair.
It's basically like unlocking the second mana bar. That's basically all it is. Godly Key's its own fucking, like, it's not complicated.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Did you want to talk about magic at all, actually? Because magic still does tie into the overall, I guess, thing system. You want to talk about magic?
I mean,
I wish we saw more.
Yeah, it's not really important enough to really like.
What about the Ram?
It is. It's weird. Remember, like even in Dragon Ball, Baba. I guess was that magic that Baba was when she brought everybody back.
Yes. But it's like
yes.
Like it's not like something that's integral. Like it's barely ever. It's not really.
Yeah, the magic users that we know are Baba, Bobbity, and Bibbity, and I guess Boro,
Baba,
whatever.
There were questions I had, like, how did Baba all of a sudden, like, all right, it's been 7 years. Yeah, listen, gods, I'm making a deal with you because I'm a witch. We're bringing Goku back to life for a day. That sound cool with you? Like where does Baba get off with that shit? Like, what like
she is clout.
He knows Yama, right? Isn't it because she's bet?
She is clout.
No, she's the intermedium between the
spirit world and the real world.
The world of the dead and the world of the living.
Fair point. I suppose the cloud counts, but still, it was just like that always sounded funny to me because at the time you don't see her talking to Yama about it. She's talking to fucking the Kais about it. Like, it's like what, the Kais were just introduced. Fucking, we didn't even know the Kais were before you showed up. What the fuck?
Yeah, and then not to mention even like, so you guys brought this up earlier, where how Goku got so much stronger in the afterlife between the 7 years, but it's like, how much stronger do you think Bibbity's or Bobbity's magic gave Vegeta?
Vegeta was not as strong as Super Saiyan 2 Goku until he got Majin. Like
I know. So I'm saying, like, how much weaker do you think he was?
Well, he was still I think he could have went Super Saiyan 2.
He was still no. He was definitely still super. He could still go Super Saiyan 2, but his Super Saiyan 2 was notably weaker compared to Goku's.
Yeah.
According to Vegeta.
I think he was probably like around the level Gohan was at when he fought Cell.
I think. Yeah, that's what I think it is.
That's mentioned that it's like to Goku. He's like, "Oh, good to see that you're stronger than that."
Even before then, like Vegeta said, he and I are both still stronger than Gohan was as a kid. But the difference is that he needed Majin to reach where Goku was.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd say it's a notable buff. That's
what okay. So then, yeah, I mean that's another thing. Magic can give you huge buffs. Like again, that's pretty
like
impressive.
That's like a one time.
Yeah.
And Vegeta took that shit. He's like, hey, but he was low key sick with himself for doing it.
Yep.
Which I like. But okay, let's get to some misconception with the series. What do people get wrong? What do they say that it's untrue or they misremember? I want Pat to start off because I want you to talk about the Team 4-star thing because I want to know what you were talking about. So talk to me, bro.
Bro, I can't tell you how many times I speak to people in real life about Dragon Ball, and they just say something where I'm just like, "Where did you get that from?" And I'm just like, "Oh, Team 4-star said this," and I'm just like, "What?" And they're like, that's not true, right? And then just like, oh, no, it's got to be because they're making a parody. I'm like, okay, yes, it's a parody, but it's their own shit. Like, what's an example that I can... I'm trying to think of one right now because we done talk about so much Dragon Ball that my mind is empty now. But
or Goku being stupid is one.
Well, there's that. And then the bad dad thing. Yeah, that thing. When they say Goku was a terrible father, like at first I thought they were joking, but they were dead serious. And I'm just like, bro, how can Goku be a terrible father when Gohan's always happy to see him? Does that make sense to you? Like, does he have moments where it's just like, oh, you could do better? Yes, absolutely. Like being dead for 7 years when they were trying to get you back and you were just like, no, I'll just stay here and you got another kid on the way? That ain't it. Mm-hmm. But the way Gohan spoke about Goku to Goten the night before he came, where he was just like, every time you're around him, you just feel like everything's right. Like, come on, bro. That nigga's not no terrible father.
Every time Goku's on screen with Gohan, it's very clear. He cares about Gohan's well-being and his future. Very clear.
I'll agree with Pat right here. Like, I love that they didn't do the Buu Saga. I really am, because I love that shit, and it just got better over time. Their editing and shit and voice acting was just on point, the jokes. But that's the point. It's a parody. It's jokes. They took the memes and they fucking ran with them, Like, don't take it too fucking seriously, Like, it's meant to be funny.
They have poisoned the minds of an entire generation. Like, I seen one stupid idiot talking about Dragon Ball would not have been as popular as it was out west if it wasn't for Team 4-star. I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, so
this is fucking Dragon
they're just
Ball.
Stupid and lost as hell. Okay, I did not see anything like that. All right.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
Yeah, like, bro, they were like,
because the
yeah, they were like They said Team 4-star kept Dragon Ball afloat for many years when we wasn't getting Dragon Ball content. Huh? From 2001 to 2009, there was a Dragon Ball game coming out in the States every single year.
Yeah. I'm not gonna talk about that question because it's disingenuous in hell. It's not a real question. Honest question. What's the difference between Vegeta and Jack in terms of fights in W? That's disingenuous as fuck. They're completely different roles in the story. Like,
Vegeta has named the
I'm also not entertaining that. I'm just letting him know, like, that's not a real question. He didn't mean that. He just fucking
let's just say that Goku never actually beat Vegeta. Can we just say that?
I always say it, but Pat's the only person Pat's the only person I know who disagrees when I say that.
Because Goku whooped the shit out of him.
He did not.
And Vegeta was holding that against him for decades.
He did not beat.
No, they whooped the shit out of each other, and Vegeta was hurt because of pride. They whooped the shit out of each other, but the others not interfered. Vegeta would have killed Goku.
You can't look at that fight when they were both fighting as like humanoid forms.
Omar, I'm with you on that.
And tell me that Vegeta was getting more licks in. Goku was fucking punishing him.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying, but that's as an L. Vegeta takes the fact that he didn't dog walk him as an L, and he's always taken it that way.
Yeah,
that's what's pissed him off for decades.
Yeah, because
but Pat,
Wait, how?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes.
You cannot
Waiting.
sit here and tell me Vegeta did not beat Goku in their first fight.
Bro, look at the choreography of the fight. After Goku says, it's time for me to go up to a triple, he goes Kaioken ×3, and he whoops the shit out of him. Like, that shit is really bad.
Listen,
Wait,
Vegeta
Pat.
did not catch the W on Goku
Wait,
either. Like, let's not get it twisted.
Wait, so we're talking about a fight in which it was a 4v1?
I'm after Vegeta turns into an ape, the fight's pretty much over to me at that point.
Yeah, like that's
why.
Like it's a different fight after that.
That is what I'm saying. I've never understood that because it's one thing. Wait, hold on. It's one thing if you get hit with the Bloods Rave or something, and then you got the tail and he turned into a thing. This is a power that the man was born with. He's always had. It's an ability that Saiyans have. And it's a transformation in his toolkit arsenal. It's part of his power and power set.
But look at it like this.
Wait. So, Goku puts on the Kaioken, and right, he's working it with the ×3 and the ×4, and then he can't fight anymore. His body's fucking giving out. What are we talking about? I've always said Vegeta loses to planet Earth. Vegeta lost to the Earthlings. He lost to everybody. He beat Goku. Goku could not move. He had to give the spirit bomb to someone else to throw it. He was not in the fight anymore, in my opinion. I never understood my point is I never understood why you hold it against Vegeta for transforming. I do not see you going Ozaru is any different from you going from Super Saiyan from base to Super Saiyan. It's the same fucking thing.
No, but this is my reasoning.
Let me say this real quick too. Goku also can do it. It's his own fault for getting rid of his tail.
He didn't get rid of his own tail. They removed it for him.
But you know what I'm saying. Like,
it's still a feat to be able to keep her sanity in the Ozaru form, by the way.
Yeah.
So Goku goes Ozaru form against Vegeta. A wild monkey. Like that.
This is my logic and reasoning, right? The form of Ozaru is not a form that they use for fighting. It's a form that they use to just conquer the planet when they're done. So when I look at it like that, like if you were playing a video game, for example, in a video game, if you were fighting, Goku versus Vegeta, after you fight Vegeta, when you beat him that first time, it would be like next stage. And it would be a completely different fight because Vegeta would be an Uzaru.
Bro.
I don't agree with that. I think that's...
No.
But because my ultimate point too is that I actually don't even think Vegeta needed to transform. He did that because hold on. You have to think about how spent he was after he pushed his body past ×2 Kaioken, which he wasn't supposed to do. Goku couldn't really do much after that. Vegeta still had enough vitality. I'm not saying he couldn't fight. I said he couldn't do much after that. He was not the same combatant after he spent that much energy. I don't even think Vegeta needed to do that. He did that because he was pissed and I don't think he realized Goku's body was gonna give out the way that it did. I think he just legitimately thought he was this strong. And you're right. And it pissed him off. And I think you and Griever are right. There's a middle ground here. I think Griever is mad because he's supposed to be elite. You're a low class. Why didn't I fucking dog walk you? And partially, it's like I can't believe he's forcing me to do this. I think it's both.
I'd say I'm somewhere in the middle here. I don't think either of them won that fight. I think it's mainly an inconclusive thing, mainly because Goku's won, not unconscious. So I'm not going to give anybody a W unless somebody else is like down and out. That's the way I personally look at it. But I think I agree with Nai here. Vegeta is clearly the stronger fighter in that fight, even by the end. But I understand where Pat's coming from. Where I don't think Ozaru changes the tone of the fight, or in terms of how it's different. It changes when Krillin and Gohan show up. That's what the change is for me. But if it 1v1 at that time, if they fought and there was no other BS that happened and Vegeta knew the limitations of the Kaioken, Vegeta's win. Like, I think that's very clear.
Yeah.
Look, man, I'm just saying, what my eyes showed me, that shit was bad. That shit was bad. Goku was beating the shit out of Vegeta, bro. It was to the point where Vegeta couldn't even get a single hit in.
But Pat, who cares if you can get a good string of hits in the middle of a fight? All that matters is the end result. And the end result is Goku. He lost. He had to get outside help.
I feel like Vegeta conceded internally, and he was like, "Fuck that! I'm gonna turn into an ape." And then the fight turns into something completely different after that.
All right.
No, it's my power. Why? It would be more dumb if he didn't use it. Why would I not use an ability I have?
I've already been down this road. I'm not gonna beat my head against this wall. It is what it is.
No.
I think he's 2-0 against Goku. Cause even with the other one, he snuck him. I don't fucking. Why do people? I don't fucking care.
Yeah.
Stop. Cause Goku's the first person to tell you not to let your guard down. When he jabbed like Berta in the face. So I'm keeping the same energy. Don't let your fucking guard down.
But the second time, Goku said, no, Vegeta said we're gonna postpone because you're not focused.
Nope.
And then after he knocked him out, he was like, "We'll finish this when I get back."
Nah.
He did say that.
Yeah.
Somebody was unconscious with black hair, and someone went to fight Buu. That's all I know.
Look at this guy.
That's all I know. But okay, back on track though. Do we? What else? So Team 4-Star really. I know Sean Schema was. I think I heard him say something at a convention that he was kind of mad at like Team 4-Star for something. I like Team 4-Star. I think they're funny, but it never actually makes me think about the Dragon Ball canon any differently. It's just a fun parody of the Dragon Ball show, but I didn't realize that some people were saying things that it kept it afloat and stuff because there's still the games. I think the games still were doing relatively okay. A couple of movies were coming out, the TV specials and whatnot. And I wanna say I know there was some Dragon Ball fan mangas and stuff, but wasn't there? Is Heroes new or was that out for a while actually? How new is Heroes?
Heroes has been out for a while.
Yeah, so there's been Dragon Ball content. Whether you were watching it or not, it was out there. So I don't think it's fair to attribute that to Team 4-Star in any capacity. So.
And Team 4-Star actually brought a lot of things that a lot of the misconceptions people had about the series. They throw in manga only knowledge, and like I think there was even a fourth wall break and stuff. It's like, yeah, you clearly only watch dub or something like that. They actually bring up facts. It's like no, and in the interviews and stuff, they talk about like, yeah, we're manga. We read the manga first. And we laugh at all the misinformation that was on the internet when we were growing up and stuff. So now when they made it, they made a point to like use the Japanese names for things. He's like Raditz, Double Sunday. He goes, no, that's video game only. That's a dub thing, like all of Raditz's attack names and shit like that.
Double Sunday.
Yeah.
Raditz doesn't even have names.
Keep your eye on the birdie.
Yeah. or like another one is the whole Bulma briefs.
Yeah,
call it Bulma Brief. It's like she does not have a last name.
That's true.
There is not confirmed in the story, but everybody has that, and it's like she doesn't have a last name.
Yeah,
it's even remarked by somebody. I'm not sure. Oh, wasn't it like Videl or somebody in the manga? Remarked it was that Gohan had a last name. It's like, oh, son Gohan.
Yeah, it's not common to have a family name in Dragon Ball.
Yeah, some people don't know that, like, cause I noticed this when I started to watch it in Japanese that like Piccolo just calls him son.
Yes.
Yeah.
He doesn't call him Goku, So.
I remember as a kid, every time I saw Son Goku somewhere, I was like, "What the fuck are they getting Son from?"
Yeah, I thought they were wrong at first. I remember when I was a little younger.
Yeah, but Son Goku's always existed though.
At the time, I didn't know about Sun Wukong, right? So I didn't know about him back then. So I had no idea why he had to. I'm like, what the fuck is Japan doing? Tamae Goku.
Even though I hate to say it, because I always believed it because I saw this in dub first before I read the manga, was that the Patara earring fusion is far stronger than the fusion dance. That's only said in the dub. Unfortunately, it's anime only for sure, but I think it was actually also only the dub where the old Kai
I think that might be wrong, Griever, because I remember
that's OG dub freestyle.
I don't think it might have been in the anime, but I'm pretty sure it's not actually in the manga. I read it year, and I was like, oh fuck, because I want like Vegeta is stronger than Gogeta, guys. It's just stated.
I read it like a month ago, and I'm really certain.
No, the Elder Kai said something to the effect that this is better than what the memories do.
Yes. Yeah.
The only other it's not a definitive like power claim, but the only other concept you take in is that it's just power. So it's like we don't know what the difference between the two is, but you can assume that Patara is stronger in some capacity.
Well,
As a
I
kid,
remember. I
thought it
remember
was
the
gonna be
argument was
Diamond
because when you have
Fusion.
to do the fusion dance, you have to. Someone
Do it
would have to
perfectly.
lower their power level.
Yeah, you have to do that.
You have to
Well,
be
yeah, you have to have
perfectly
your
in
power level
sync,
similar.
power level the same.
And
Yeah.
height.
Yeah, I'm gonna say,
And
you have to be similar in height too, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, the Patara would just add everything, so you don't have to like lose even a little bit.
But the
of,
drawback for that was that it's supposed to be permanent.
Yeah.
So until it wasn't.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I hate that. Never mind. We hate
One
that.
I mentioned a couple I think one of them was the whole people think that Toriyama said that he absolutely wanted to end Dragon Ball at Frieza Saga, which is again
no evidence.
I'd say it's untrue because I can't find the source or interview or statement or anything anywhere. So there's stuff like that. Then people make up certain things, and you're right, Griever. Sometimes people take a lot of the things from the game, and they kind of think that it's like canon. What was I gonna say? There's one that I I'm trying to remember that I always correct people on. Someone go while I fucking remember. I lost it.
I have another one.
Go ahead.
The narrative that Vegeta loses way more than Goku is not true at all in the slightest in any capacity.
Yeah.
The narrative
They
that
have
Goku
the
wins all the
same
time is also
amount
canon.
of L's. Goku wins a little bit more than Vegeta does, but he also gets his ass whooped just as much as Vegeta does. The only thing is when Vegeta loses, it's magnified.
Yeah, and then like a lot of times what makes I guess what makes it look bad is Goku comes to somewhat correct it, or someone comes to correct it, or do what he couldn't in a sense. I thought the Super manga made a lot of those L's a little more bearable to me because I always thought the Super manga explained it more. Like when he lost a hit, and I didn't understand. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Because Goku's tagging his time skips in base form. Like, I'm so fucking lost. Which is why
Goku needed. Yeah, go ahead, Naya. Go ahead.
That's why I say like I hate the power scaling in Super because I've never turned my brain off and still was insulted. That's my problem with Super. I'm like my brain is off, and this Krillin, Goku Super Saiyan Blue Ki Black, like stop it. I don't care how much he suppressed himself in blue. Cut it out. Stop. He went blue against Krillin. I'm not trying to hear it. I just it just didn't make it's so all over the place. It makes no sense. I don't even think 17 being strong makes any fucking sense.
Man,
being a poacher? What the fuck are you doing? You're not training, nigga.
24/7.
I am not trying to hear that, bro. Like, that makes no fucking sense. He just gave everybody a fucking power-up hand job. It was so weird. So
he got infinite time to train. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, a great one saying that Kid Buu, another misconception I forgot about.
Kid Buu is the strongest version of Buu.
Yeah.
Kid Buu is
that's
a
true.
big one.
In
It's
the
not
manga,
true.
they're like, no, he's getting weaker.
Wuhan is stronger than Kid Buu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Buuhan,
Super
Buu
is
Tanks,
the-
and Super Buu, they're all stronger than Kid Buu.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Super Buu? I didn't know that one.
Yes, because when Goku and Vegeta were inside Super Buu, right? They were not trying to fight Super Buu at all. They were mostly trying to avoid him. And then when they removed Gohan, they were like, "Oh, he's gotten weaker." And Goku was like, "Wait, we can't go out there. He'll kill us."
Yeah.
Bro,
He's still strong.
we have to
I'm reading
remove the rest of
panel
them.
right now. He's a lot. His ki is a lot smaller, but he's still stronger than either of us. He'll kill us in no time if we
The
go
only
out right
form
now.
that Kid Buu is stronger than is Fat Buu, but every form of Buu is way stronger than Fat Buu.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about Evil Buu?
Gohan Absorbed is the strongest villain in DB.
Evil Buu is still stronger than Fat Buu, but I don't know how much.
Yeah, he's stronger than Fat Buu, but he's not stronger than Kid Buu.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd say that.
And we already talked about the idea that a lot of people are like, oh, well, why couldn't they wish Goku back with the Dragon Balls? Didn't read and fucking, from the heart disease thing. People didn't understand that one for the longest time, and it's like, no, if you naturally die, you can't wish people back.
And if you're dead for over a year, you can't come back.
For a year, yeah.
I guess this is like when I was like younger, but I feel like people were always wrong about how many times like Goku like died. Like people died in
that too. He only
I feel like
died
that was always
twice.
exaggerated.
Mhm.
Cause I always like the way people like literally made it seem like I remember people like being like Goku's died like 6 or 7 times, and I was like when I watched and read it, I was like he's only like died twice, and one was by choice, or
Yeah,
both
that
were by
high-
choice.
that
Oh,
high
both of
per-
us were by choice. Yeah.
That hyperbole was hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, this series does.
Yeah,
get a
every
lot of
time
that.
Goku died, he never got killed by an opponent. He sacrificed himself. which is another reason why he's a good character.
Yeah,
Because
technically,
especially
Piccolo
with even the
killed him.
spell thing, he didn't have to do it. Like he didn't have to kill himself.
Or people thought that he died at the end of the Frieza saga for the longest time. They're like, how did he come back to life? He didn't. He survived Namek. People just think that big flashback because we had an entire filler arc just constantly seeing Goku screaming while the planet is blowing up in Gohan's mind, like every episode, that people assumed he was dead.
Oh, Garlic Jr. saga.
Garlic Jr.
Oh my goodness.
The filler
That
one?
shit sucks.
Clean it up.
I know when Goku's in Otherworld, I'm pretty sure he does go to that tournament, but the anime completely like extends it, right? With Pycon?
Yes.
Okay.
The Otherworld tournament does not exist in the manga.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pycon is an anime only character.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Like just the entirety of most of like the death shit like
Yeah, I
the
was
world
trying
is
to
doesn't
remember
really
that because
exist.
I remember. I think I'm not remembering. Like, I don't remember ever seeing this in the manga, bro. Like,
Yeah, no, it's
so okay,
not.
yeah, because I was out to myself. I'm like, Pycon is actually kind of cool. Who killed this man? Or did he get this strong in Otherworld? Like, who bodied you, bro? You're kind of nice. So
Yeah. Well, what I didn't like about it, I hated that we just went to sell shit, and then fucking Pycon goes down to the underworld and kicks like one shots, perfect cell, Frieza, King Cold, all of them like they're fucking fodder, and I'm like, and Goku just got there, so I'm like, this guy is supposedly can one shot perfect cell, Super Saiyan 2 level cell, and Goku's supposed to able to fight him in a tournament. It fucking broke me, man. I couldn't stand that shit.
okay. Yeah, but yeah, there's a lot of things people get wrong about the series and just say it as it's true. Okay. So this next topic I want to have because I actually think that people overstate how influential Dragon Ball was on the show that came after it. I don't want to take anything away from it because I know how revolutionary Dragon Ball was, especially at the time in the 80s when a lot of those manga were doused in like super hyper masculinity on some like everyone is like 6'4", jacked as hell, blah blah blah. And got this kid with a monkey tail, right? And I do see how it influences so many things, but I've also seen how things before it has influenced Dragon Ball. So how influential do you actually think Dragon Ball has been on some of this anime after it? Shonen, manga, battle manga, whatever. How much impact do you think it actually has? Because I think people go too far, though I do think that it was very important and revolutionary actually in a lot of ways. Go ahead.
I would say very. I think it having the title of like the father of shonen isn't like a bad title.
Untrue.
It's untrue though.
Who would you say?
Kinnikuman.
Yep.
I would say Kinnikuman's the grandfather.
Yeah, because we're talking modern shonen. Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball would be the godfather of modern shonen.
I would say like Kinnikuman's the grandfather, Dragon Ball's the father, and then JoJo's like the uncle. JoJo and what's his name?
Fist of the North Star.
Fist of the North Star. They're like the uncles.
I feel like the influential aspect of Dragon Ball is overstated because it's directly influential to what they know. So like they don't really branch out like that. So like their experience is just like Dragon Ball, the big three, a couple other obscure shit. And they're just like, oh, I see Dragon Ball and all this stuff. So obviously Dragon Ball, since it came before it, is the grandfather of all this shit. And it's just like, it's not necessarily the case.
But we're talking.
But it is extremely influential, though.
And I would argue that Dragon Ball was one of the key factors in westernization, and we can't deny that. Sure.
Oh, for sure.
But Kinnikuman wasn't over here, and fucking Fist of the North Star wasn't over here. I mean, it was, but in very obscure little shops that you would find in some fucking Chinese like sweatshop store or something. Like you wouldn't find Dragon Ball and Sailor Moon are the big names that westernized anime to come over here. So I don't think that their significance, because we're talking their influence, not if they were the first one to do ABC. Their influence, they are the forefathers, whatever you want to call it, of westernization anime, making it commonplace. Most of us grew up on it, you know. I think that's being a little understated right now.
So Wait, hold on. Dragon Ball is the MJ of manga. People pretend like nothing before it existed, and he set the standard. To some degree,
That's not- that's
that actually made sense to me. But I hear what you're saying.
That's
That makes sense to me. My problem is that most people don't actually know their manga history. You know when people do not give any credit to fucking Osamu Tezuka? And I'm like, how dare you call
There's a
yourself
whole award named after him.
How fucking dare you call yourself a mangaka, manga fan, manga head, and not mention that man's name? How dare you not mention so many other people that came before? Because my problem is that people act like Toriyama wasn't impacted by the people before him in some shape or form, and then he passed the baton to the next generation or the next whatever you want to call it, inherited the will, blah blah blah, will of fire, nigga, whatever, right? Like that's really my issue. I really don't like to downplay how revolutionary Dragon Ball was, and I do agree that it did a lot for how we people in the West have seen anime. But it's like I always held this belief because it's factually correct. I don't care about your anecdotal story. Yeah. If okay, well, actually, I'll just use like a regular example, then I'll tie it into the manga thing, right? If you grow up around people who are generally speaking 6'2" and above, your experience in that place is that everyone is just 6'2" and above. But that still does not apply to the entire planet Earth. Most people are not that fucking tall. It doesn't change the literal statistical fact that most people are not that big. So you being like, yeah, it influenced me and the West over here does not actually account for how it impacted the industry in totality, which is what I always look at. Because I think about something like JoJo. I don't think JoJo was too popular out here for a really long time, but I cannot I cannot think of anything that I've seen or watched that doesn't have some type of JoJo reference, allusion, or took something from Wow. What's happened to my brain? What?
That shit just shut off.
Bro.
Jesus.
What's the JoJo fucking mangaka's name right now? It's not coming to me. Just say it.
Araki?
Jesus Christ. Here, Araki. Yeah, I'm like, bro.
Jesus.
I don't know. I just turned off. But yeah, like, so that's my problem. Because like, this is an argument that's hard to me to have with a lot of people too, because I hate operating from a position of information when I'm arguing with someone who's ignorant. It's like if you're like, yo, Shaman King is so much better than fucking JoJo. Have you watched JoJo? No. I can't argue with you. You have no fucking knowledge of the other side of the argument, which is my problem when I have to talk about Dragon Ball's influence. People are just giving me their anecdotal, like, their stories, and I'm like, no, I can literally tell you the history of how the shit moved. I studied it. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
No, that's a fair argument, and I don't think you're fighting about significant Western influence, because that's what I'm planet overall. Like, we can say that Dragon Ball isn't all that special, comparable in the East, but when we're talking about the entire world, I mean, I don't see a Jotaro float in the Macy's Day Parade. I do see a Goku one. So, like, the significance of influence over on a global scale, I think, isn't being underplayed. But in the manga industry itself, when you look at just the manga industry, then you can go, okay, that's why I agree with your statement that, yeah, is Dragon Ball any more special than, JoJo's or fucking Kinnikuman or anything like that? Absolutely not. But it definitely, I think,
wasn't Goku also the mascot for the Olympics?
I think so.
Yeah, he was.
Like, that's insane.
Yeah, see, the influence is just there.
Well, there was a couple characters that were mascots, but
okay.
Because I'll actually argue in a lot of ways, it's really the franchise itself in total at this point that has, like, it's not necessarily just the story itself. It's because of what Dragon Ball became as a multimedia franchise. If you feel what I'm saying.
Just like Pokemon.
Yes, that's actually a good point too.
The reason why people say it's more influential is because of the success. When you're talking about influence on an industry, success isn't necessarily the greatest determining factor. It's more about, like, writing technique.
Okay, Demon Slayer. The
absolutely.
Most amount of sales is Demon Slayer, but shit, man.
Exactly. like Demon Slayer.
Wait, hold on now. Why we do that?
Pat, just wait a second. I'm just like, Demon Slayer is popular, and you can do quality, whatever. Who cares? I do not think Demon Slayer as a story is going to heavily influence the next generation of manga more than, say, MHA, Black Clover, JJK.
Definitely Black Clover.
Agreed.
Black Clover. Come on now.
Okay, fine,
Who that?
whatever.
Who
Black
get him?
Clover
Who's
is better
what up and coming manga could be moved by Black Clover? You're a
agree with
loser.
that. I'm gonna-
Don't make your story. Don't make your story,
All right.
bro.
I'm
Fair,
gonna
fair,
agree with
fair,
that
fair, fair.
Because Demon Slayer, because I'll tell you what Demon Slayer will and so will JJK in one sense. They'll influence. They won't influence the manga.
Anime,
They'll
though.
influence the anime studios too. If you don't make 11 out of 10 animation, your anime is considered dog shit.
That's
That's all
interesting.
It's influencing.
Yeah, I think
That's
that's
all
fair.
true.
But like when we're in terms of just manga in general, like it's like Pat agreed with you as well. It's art techniques and writing. And that's where I think
Yes.
Kinnikuman Man really. It's like honestly, Dragon Ball wouldn't exist without Kinnikuman. Like for
Because also
Yeah,
sorry
no,
this
I
no
don't
no no
think
no hold on
anybody's
hold on
disagreeing.
before I forget you reminded me of one of the misconceptions that I want to talk about now because it actually ties into this topic where a lot of things that people attribute to happening first in Dragon Ball, it was not the first to do it. So and that because that kind of ties back into some of the things I've seen in Kinnikuman where I'm like I almost can't unsee this. It's kind of crazy because Yude Tamago, right? What I found interesting is like it's probably like sometimes I'll see a name or see something and I don't register it because I don't really know what it is. But as soon as I know, I can immediately in retrospect and hindsight be like, oh. For example, there's an iconic scene in Ashita no Joe that gets parodied in a lot of different series. And I used to see it a lot, but I never actually like knew what it meant until I read Ashita no Joe, and I immediately understood every time I saw it, it was referencing this moment. So there's actually a really large amount of interviews that I read that reference Yude Tamago as an influence, and that's the creators of Kinnikuman, which is crazy to me. So yeah, because even
Kinnikuman did a lot of the things first. Kinnikuman the Go Man.
Because
Yeah,
even
Kinnikuman was the first series to
Himaru
have like
Arakawa, even her for like Full Metal, she said, yeah, like they influenced me too. Panda Man is literally like a Kinnikuman type character. That's what Panda Man is from One Piece. So
Yep.
yeah, because it was the first series to have like an antagonist turn into a friend,
yeah.
and then afterwards go back into being an enemy, and then redeeming themselves. It was the first to have like tournament arcs. It was the first, like, I praise Dragon Ball for this a lot, but it was the first to have, like, a character we follow the story of him, and then afterwards we follow the story of his child.
Yep. And it's the first. This is the one I don't know for sure. It's the first that has done it, but it's the first. It's the earliest story in terms of year published that I've seen it in, and that's just completely changing the genre of your manga at some point, from gag to like more serious battle shonen kind of thing. Because the beginning of it, it's supposed to be an Ultraman parody, right?
Yeah, it was Monster of the Week type
Exactly,
stuff.
and then it changes completely into something else after the fact. And like Madaka Box is probably something that I could think of that's done something like that, like very, very drastically, but it's not the first to do it. So yeah,
That's very true.
So I grew in Ghana in a town without
I'll
internet.
have to
Somehow
actually
got my
finish
hands on
Kinnikuman
Dragon
one
Ball.
day.
Find out about manga. Dragon Ball's fame and influence is insane to me. Is that overworld poppy? Nah, that's
that
Brago,
isn't
right?
me. That's me.
Oh, it's
that's
you?
me.
Oh. Okay.
Well, technically, it's me/Jay. It's a whole meme. I'm not going to go into it right now.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna just agree with Nat. I think that as a global phenomenon and as a global influence, it can't be denied as one of the top things. But within the manga industry itself, it's not really any more special than some of the other greats that came before.
I don't even think people sometimes understand how much Devilman is super, super important too. But conference for another day. But like, okay, let's talk about like this Dragon Ball and other media. That's films, like the movies in general, the TV specials and TV ones, and like the games and stuff. I guess want to kind of talk about some of our favorites, the things that we liked and didn't like, and why are we starting with the Legacy of Goku 2? Why it was great.
That game is actually perfection. Like, if you want to make an RPG based on the story of a series, based on the way you saw it in the anime, that's the model that you should follow. Because not only did they have the Bruce Faulconer Funimation soundtrack in the game incorporated and turn it into an 8-bit style, they followed the story letter for letter with the dialogue and the sequence of events, and even down to the techniques. Like, I don't think people get how far ahead of its time this game was.
Is this Legacy of Goku Prince?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's like
this game is actually incredible. Like, even after like the Cell games and stuff, like Goku, you can't play with him anymore after the Cell games because he's dead. But you get to play with Hercule. Like, the care that was given to this game is just insanity to me. The only thing that I hold against it is that after you beat Cell, you can't turn Super Saiyan 2. I'm just like, why?
I mean, like, getting fucked up by boars is wild, but still, game raw.
Now, in the first one, those wolves went kind of crazy.
No, they went so hard in the first game. Oh my god, that shit was.
That first game
I was like, bro, I'm Goku. Why am I losing to wildlife?
Well, for real though, like, favorite games though. But yeah, you could. Sorry, real quick. That's one of my favorite Game Boy Advance games in general. Like, I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's definitely up there. That game is so good, bro. Go ahead.
Easily top five.
The best Dragon Ball Z game of all time, no question, is Dragon Ball Z Raging Blast 2.
I don't like that game.
And if you don't like it, I'm sorry. You guys just never played enough Dragon Ball Z games. It hits the perfect.
I think I played enough Dragon Ball Z games.
I played almost every Dragon Ball Z game.
Let me break this down.
Raging Blast 2 is some ass.
Oh god.
Let me break this down.
Burst Limit though.
Burst Limit's not that good.
What?
It's not. It's
Burst Limit is an amazing game.
It's a shittier Budokai.
I like Burst Limit for like the little in thing cutscenes and stuff because I like the way they did that the Earthling scene with with thing, but like
Burst Limit started that dramatic finish shit from Fighters.
Here's what I'll say real quick. I like. I mean, you've heard me say this before, like Pat, some people maybe in the chat heard me say this. Like, I'll never buy a Dragon Ball game ever again, no matter how good. I'm not doing it, right? I'm not saying I'm going to play it, and I've played some since because I've played both universes, never owned them, but I played them. I'm not buying them again. The same way I absolutely refuse to purchase another Naruto game. I'll never do it. I don't care how good it is, and. The reason for that to me was that they're coming out too frequently, and I didn't think they were different enough. And I was just tired of having to relive the same stories. Though some of them have their cool little what-if scenarios and little like Tiensha and Goku and cool things happening like that. Tenkaichi Budokai 3 is pretty much where I checked out of Dragon Ball. I did play Burst Limit. Actually, I bought Burst Limit. That's the last one I bought. And I did play the Raging Blast games. I don't even necessarily dislike Raging Blast 1 and 2. I'm just like, I'm good. And and at that point, I'm like, I really don't think like they could do anything to make Dragon Ball really that much more interesting. I think Dragon Ball Fighters is cool. That's not a bad fighting game, but it's not really my cup of tea. And I just like completely checked out of Dragon Ball games in general. I actually haven't played Kakarot yet though. At all.
I did say I was going to get you that game, didn't I?
No.
Yeah, I did. You're gonna play Kakarot.
No, I don't remember that, bro. What?
Honorable mention would be Ultimate Tenkaichi.
So the reason why I say Raging Blast 2 is the best is because I think it perfects a lot of the things like that we see in the previous games like Budokai Tenkaichi and shit, right? Dragon Ball Z, I give Legacy of Goku really high respect. It's a second, but as a Dragon Ball series, I think fighting games is where it should be. Like going like I think fighting games is like the best medium to show like have a video game for Dragon Ball Z. With this, you have the things that not every Dragon Ball Z game has, which is the transformations mid battle, in which you could power up, power down very easily. You can fuse in between battles or during the battle, and the actual means in which your moves are done actually is based off the anime and manga specifically per each character. Each game usually has basic rushes, which is there's no difference between. Each rush is based purely off a specific combo move that a character did within the manga or anime. that level of craft and care is something I have never seen in any other Dragon Ball Z game by far.
Fighter
even
Z
the way in which
now, I guess.
No,
I'm not an honorable
not
mention.
even.
I'm not an honorable
Not
mention.
even. I would say not even. Plus, Raging Blast 2 had an actual special put out for just the specific game with Hachiak, which is really cool, and they created a new character for the game. They had like a 20-minute episode that they made specifically for the game.
Is that the plan to destroy all the Saiyans? That or no? Something
Yes.
Yeah.
Plan to eradicate all the
That
Saiyans.
shit's ass.
That shit sucks.
That should not.
Whether or not you
No. I know your point isn't that it's good. Your point is that they took the time to make a special for it. I got you.
Yes.
Keep going.
And also the expansiveness of the cast while having all these different movesets is impressive because, as I said earlier, Budokai Tenkaichi 3 is great because it has all these characters, but they're all the same shit. It's just a reskin.
That's why Budokai 3 is better.
So I think
Budokai 3 is better.
So your argument kind of is like quality over quantity in a sense where it's like the reason that I kind of like Rivals more than I like Smash because I think Smash characters kind of all feel the same. They might vary in weight and stuff, but I really don't think they always put as much thought into the movesets to make them truly unique or you make them unique to whatever game they come from. Where it's like if I play Marth, I could play Lucina, I can play fucking Roy, I could play fucking Chrom, like it's all the same shit.
Yes.
Where it's like if I play Rhino and I play Clarion, they're completely different in my opinion. So,
Even the way like the characters punch is actually different. Like you're generally playing like Vegeta when you're playing Vegeta. Like it's I think it's the technically best created game that they've made.
I hear what you're saying, Miles, but that gameplay not fun.
It's fun.
The shit clunky.
It's fun. No,
it's not as fluid as Tenkaichi.
That's not
and it's
true.
overall boring.
Tenkaichi is blocky as fuck.
Nah. I have Tenkaichi 2 on the Wii, man. I played that last week, and that shit is fucking flows.
Raging Blast is so smooth.
No.
The transitions from your beam clashes to your dude, it is insane. From the countering, no, you're crazy. You're crazy.
I would put if we're making tiers, that shit is a 4th tier game.
I don't think you play the game.
What?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think
I've played almost every Dragon Ball game that came out on PlayStation 2, 3, fucking.
I think you have amnesia.
PlayStation 4.
I think you have amnesia.
I have amnesia.
Oh fuck! Pat has become Big Mom officially. God damn it!
I don't think you played Raging Blast 2. There's just no way. There's no way.
I did. It wasn't that fun to me. Like it was at a point like the games that came out for 360 and PlayStation 3, they just weren't that fun to me.
No, I agree. Majority of them
I
aren't good. I agree. Majority of them aren't good. Raging Blast 2 is the one where it was the actual saving grace.
Where do y'all put Ultimate Tenkaichi?
That shit sucks.
Yeah,
Trash.
I'm not gonna lie, that game is ass, but it has a special place in my heart because I can make a Black Saiyan.
Oh, there you go.
This guy.
Very first time.
I'm gonna go back further. I'm gonna say Budokai 2, not Tenkaichi. I'm gonna go Budokai 2 because number one. I'll tell you right now.
I don't think I played this game, Alan. Sorry. Ultimate Tenkaichi. I'm looking at it right now. I've never seen this. That's not true. I probably saw it and just didn't. I'm like, nope.
You don't need to play it. It's not.
I'm not going to. Nigga. I'm just saying.
Look. The definitive top 5 for Dragon Ball games: Legacy of Goku 2.
Okay.
Budokai 3.
Okay.
Tenkaichi 2.
I'm not mad at that. I do like 3 more, but I get why you guys say 2. I'm not mad at that.
Tenkaichi 2. Kakarot.
I haven't played Kakarot.
And Fighters.
Fighters is fun. But I think I'm taking Budokai 2 over.
My understanding with the Fighters with every with a lot of the moves and phrases and poses they ripped it straight from the manga. Like even the way Gohan looked up and the Kamehameha.
A lot of them they did with that. Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Because the fighting game that I could think of that references like an anime or manga that put the most attention to detail to me is JoJo's All-Star Battle. And the ones getting the remake, man, I'm telling you, every line, every pose, every move, the way they run in a lot of ways and walk is just straight out of the fucking manga, bros. It's amazing.
Honorable mention: Dragon Ball Advanced Adventure. That game is
Okay.
actually fucking amazing.
I'm gonna also throw a little honorable mention. I don't think it's
never
one of the
played
best. I think it's kind of revolutionary as Dragon Ball Z Sagas because you could actually multiplayer that.
Where's the Zeta versus Love?
Sagas is weird, but I
that game,
Budokai
that game is
2
very
had
whatever.
that fucking-
It's very
Budokai 2
whatever.
had that RPG fucking RTS element on story mode shit, and I'm a huge fan of that shit, and I just love that because it actually took you, especially if you were playing on like hard mode, you had to strategize because no matter how strong your character was, you were not beating up some of these bad guys. So you had to play the map, you had to play the game.
Mhm.
And
Thank you.
So that shit, Budokai 2 actually had like, yeah, it was just a side scroller Mortal Kombat clone. It was like, all right, whatever, and I mean that was fine at the time. We didn't have anything better, so you wouldn't know that there was better. And then fucking having that extra gameplay, that there was heart and soul put into that.
No, you're
See,
right.
I agree with that reasoning. That reasoning is moving me, but this is Dragon Ball. I don't want to go across a board. I want to go open world in a map. And when Budokai 3 had me flying, I know. That's why I said your reasoning was moving me. Okay. But when Budokai 3 came out and it was flying all over the map, you could use different characters while you were doing that. I was like, nah, this is the one. This is the one.
The only thing about Budokai 3 that pissed me off is I could never find fucking Broly.
You had to use Goku.
That was the last character that me and my best friend at the time got.
I could never get him. I'm like, this guy does not exist. That shit used to piss me off. I would go everywhere after every single fight across the entire world. He never showed up. I was like, I hate this guy. But no,
it was a very specific point in the story that you had to find him.
Yeah.
There was like some break. Like I don't remember how we figured it out, but I remember us being up all night trying to get that and stuff. It was fun.
But Budokai 3, when you turned into the red thing, and then you hit him up with the uppercut, and then you could do your special.
My problem with that game was my biggest issue probably from Budokai 3 was a teleporting thing. Like sometimes I thought whoever just had more ki at that moment was gonna get the hit because you just teleport behind each other. Get hit.
That's right. That's where you get the Super Saiyan transformation. That's how you get the bar that recharges.
Listen, I wasn't that smart back then. Maybe now I figured that out. Back then I was not playing games that seriously. I was just trying to win. I wasn't that good. I didn't think about all that. But all right.
Coming up on 5 to 6 hours now.
Hold on. Can I make a mention for the worst Dragon Ball Z game ever?
Of course you can.
Oh, go ahead.
Let's get some hatred out.
It's a Dragon Ball GT game, which is very fitting.
For the Game Boy?
Yes. There's like a
transformation.
Yes, that shit's ass.
Wait, whoa. I like that game. I like that game.
You like it? That wait. Do you like the game? But do you think it's bad, or you like the game? Think it's good?
No, it's definitely bad. But
okay, that's what I was saying. Like, the way he said that, he didn't say it like he was saying it like it was a good game. He said like I liked it though.
It's a guilty pleasure type game.
Okay.
You guys don't know true disappointment.
There's a specific moment where you can beat Golden Wizard Goku. Like,
y'all don't know true disappointment until you beg your parents to buy you Dragon Ball Z Legendary Super Warriors, thinking it's a regular Dragon Ball Z game where you're gonna be fighting, and you get the game, and it's a fucking card game.
Wait,
my god!
My answer, bro. Hold on, because that might be it. Because I had that shit.
I was so angry. I was like, "What is this?" That game and Dragon Ball Z Taiketsu. Them games suck.
Taiketsu was fucking horrible. Oh my
god, that shit sucks.
Not gonna lie, my man. But the worst disappointment I ever got hyping something was the Oracle of Seasons, Oracle of Ages commercial. That shit was in 3D. Fucking better graphics and goddamn the N64, and I'm thinking we're getting a Nintendo.
It to fall for summer to winter to spring, Reaver. What's wrong?
No. I like the games, but I'm saying before the games came out, the commercial didn't say on Game Boy Color. It was a 3D commercial with better graphics and mask. I'm thinking we're getting I'm thinking at the time Wind Waker just came out, and I hated that Toon Link look. I'm thinking we're getting a motherfucking like new 3D Zelda game. And then it's like, oh, it's on Game Boy. And I was like, I love the games after getting them, but that commercial robbed me of, oh, super awesome dark stormy Link in a tower. Like, Never had so much disappointment as a child. I was like 9. I wanted to go. I wanted to cry. Oh.
I'm gonna give you 2 more honorable mentions. One is the Dragon Ball Origins DS game. That's actually a good like OG Dragon Ball game. Especially I feel like there's not that many OG Dragon Ball games.
I don't think I've played a single Dragon Ball game on the DS.
It's you never played Super Sonic Warriors?
Oh shit! Fuck.
Dude, I was just about to say that.
My bad. Never mind. My bad.
See, there we go.
Super Sonic Warriors. Super Sonic Warriors is also good.
I thought that was a GBA game for some reason.
I think the first
one is on GBA.
The second's a DS, I believe.
That's not what I said. I don't think I played that shit on DS. But
yeah, the second was the DS. The first one's for the game.
No, okay, so I played the first one then.
Yeah.
We don't remember playing that. I don't remember playing any Dragon Ball Z game with 2 screens. I can't. It's not in my memory bank. Amnesia?
I don't think there's that many to begin with.
Okay.
But yeah, Dragon Ball Origins is fun. Yeah.
What's the worst Dragon Ball?
What about Bruce Fury?
Bruce Fury is a good game. The only thing I don't like is that there's no Super Saiyan 2 again. I don't know what they have against that form. And after you beat the game, whatchamacallit, you can't play as Vegito. You can play as Gogeta, but not Vegito.
You can do the Goten too.
That is like Pat said, y'all need to quit locking these characters behind bullshit.
Yeah, bro. Let me use Vegito. Fuck. They already got the moveset in the game. Let me use him.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's.
Hold on, Pat. You know what's funny?
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say just talking about when Pat earlier mentioned how you can't be Super Saiyan 2 Gohan at the end of Legacy of Goku anymore. I think it's funny because like that was back in like the early days of the internet, so I was online looking up ways to make that shit happen. There was like videos everywhere talking about, oh, you can if you go back to the sales, like go back to the tournament area and do this, and this, you can unlock Super Saiyan 2. I was doing all that shit trying to get it. I was so fucking mad, bro.
Niggas be lying.
I was one of them.
And just hop on the internet and just start lying.
I was one of them. I go there and cap. Told Mazio to unlock. I told to my friend and people, if you wanted to unlock Sharingan Sasuke in Clash of Ninja 1, you had to beat the whole arcade mode without like taking damage or some shit.
Yeah.
That nigga's not in the game. Oh man, that was a monster. Okay. What's our favorite and least favorite Dragon Ball movies and TV specials?
Best movie is Cooler.
Nah, man, he's real. It's Cooler's Revenge, the big Getty stuff. No, I'm kidding.
It's Cooler.
I like the Return of Cooler, and then the Revenge of Cooler, because the Return of Cooler just hits different. Like when Vegeta pulls up and says, "You'll spill no Saiyan blood today." I don't know. That shit just hits different, bro.
The power of Dragon.
Yeah, I gotta go with Cooler. Cooler when just even his first scene where Frieza dies and he's just like, fuck that nigga. I'm like, this guy's good. And I also like the concept because Frieza technically didn't have transformations. He made things to weaken himself.
Yes.
So the final form is his just true form. Cooler's like, he sucked. I actually have a transformation. And he goes into like that Shredder looking form, and when he just beats up Goku.
Oh my god.
I don't know what it is about the movies, but the beatdowns they get in movies is different.
Yo, he beat the shit out of Goku. Oh my goodness. He fucking ran up on his shit, slammed him down, and caused a fucking split into the ocean. And then he stood up there waiting for Goku to come back. And Goku tried to sneak him, and he backhanded him. And then Goku tried to hit him with a fucking Kaioken times 20 Kamehameha, and he surfed that shit. I'm like, bruh.
That shit is... And I think people love the moment where Broly walks through the Kamehameha, but Cooler did that shit first.
Yeah, and he did it better. It looked way cooler when he did it.
I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. Android 13 is probably my favorite movie.
Don't lecture me with your $13 haircut, boy. Goku dies.
Hey, coldest redneck. And
Vegeta, he stole your due. I'll kill him.
Look at my truck.
Fuck, you can't broke what ain't fit.
I think all in all, movies
My
are
choice
usually pretty good.
Vernacular. I disagree.
I think I'm in the same
Janemba
camp as
movie
Miles.
myself because we got one of the best. Well, it was the first reveal of Gogeta for a lot of people who love him, and I love him too.
Janemba's so good.
Yeah, and Janemba when he went and that Goku Super Saiyan 3 transformation, I was tripping balls, man. You don't need
That shit moves me every
anything
time.
you're watching that shit.
Bro, he shook the whole other world while he was transforming. Grand Kai was falling out of his seat.
Yeah.
I think the majority of those movies are whack. Yeah.
What?
And even just Janemba's just whole moveset is like the kind of turning into particles using his I was like, this is
yeah, that shit cold.
Yeah.
Another movie I like is Tree of Might. Because when
now we talking about the best movie,
when Turles pulls up with his squad,
smoking on the Tree of Might.
Get that Turles bullshit.
I love it because
he's the
Turles
GOAT.
pulls up with his squad, and the Z Fighters show up, and they're all fighting, and that shit goes hard. And then they get their asses whooped.
Glam, this is not a good movie. I had fun. It's not a good film, but I had a great time. Go ahead.
They get their asses whooped, and Goku shows up, and he fucking solos them. Mm-hmm. And then after that, Turles is like, "Oh, so you think because you beat them, you can beat me?" And Turles whoops his ass. This shit is so fucking tough.
That's what I'm saying. I like them all. Lord, I even like Lord Slug. Like I do like how the Team Force always.
Is that
points
the
out
false
thing
Super Saiyan one? That
Yes.
Okay.
False Super Saiyan. I always like that form, man.
It's a raw form, and I love how Team Four Star points out when like ever Piccolo shows up in the movies, he's like, which one's like the dumb one, the one with weird powers, the one and the what's the other, and the pretty one,
the weird pretty one is also
yeah. But I like all the like little mini villains too are like cool because like in Cooler's Revenge, I love the dude with the sword thing. He did it before.
The Salsa Blade. I don't remember his name, but I know the attack was like Salsa Blade or something like that.
The Frenchman.
Yeah. Bowser.
Yeah, but what about the Big Getty Star though?
The Big Getty Star. Every time they said that shit, I was just like, bro, the big. I can't see the Big Getty Star and not laugh, bro. I don't know what he means about it.
Wow, I can't.
Yeah, man, Goku was fighting Cooler. He was like, "You like that move, huh? I call it instant transmission." He said, "I know. It's one of my favorite attacks." I said, "What?" I said, "What?"
Yeah. Okay. So hold on. Does anyone like BoJack Unbound? Because that's a Gohan movie.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. I think BoJack Unbound. I just love the beginning where they're doing like the weird like little fighting shit. Trunks and like Tien are fighting, and they're like I just like I do like that movie.
I like there was consequences. I like the fact that both were strong and they were worried about him, like King Yama keeping him in the underworld. So King Kai's planet was his like the story, the actual like the concept was kind of cool. King Kai's planet blows up, and that was basically a prison the whole time. I liked that idea. I really did. The one on the Super Saiyan 2 was like, shit, we should fucking. We should probably seal him up a little better than the normal underworld for this fucker, you know? So, and future Trunks is still there, so it was like, okay. With long
Trunks had a body in that movie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Super Saiyan.
No, I think that BoJack, like, out of all the movies, BoJack kind of fits in a lot better. Like, besides the fact that it takes place during that 7-year gap, like. Just like there's Mitch.
Cutting it all.
Little robots.
Bodega.
Like Trunks coming back and telling everybody all those things that it would actually fit.
I tried.
Lovely.
I don't know what he's saying, but.
You might have to join and rejoin because I think you're cutting out a lot.
Yeah, go and come back. But BoJack Unbound, I don't even remember that movie that well. I would say that I like the TV specials more, I guess, because the history of Trunks is more of a TV.
Oh, they're
was a
both
TV
10 out of
thing,
10.
right? And the Bardock one are probably my favorites. Just in
I
general.
can see the future.
I can see the future. I gotta stop you from destroying my race in the future. Yeah, the
I knew you'd do that.
Gohan sucks in the future.
Does anybody?
I think
like the sorry, real quick before I go back to that. You don't like the new movies, except I know you guys like Broly, but do you like Battle of Gods or Resurrection of F at all?
I like Battle of Gods.
I like Battle of Gods.
Resurrection
As I've
sucks.
gotten older, Resurrection of F gets on my nerves.
Resurrection is awful.
Like I kind of like dislike it more and more each year.
Okay.
Dragon Ball
I
Super
love Battle of
Broly is
Gods.
amazing though.
I like Broly. I think Battle of the Gods is the best one though, personally.
Actually, Resurrection of F isn't really that bad. It's just the execution at the end was really piss poor.
Nah, it's bad because the CG fucking sucks when Goku and Frieza are fighting.
No, it's bad because they killed Frieza in the movie, and then like as you watch Super, they brought him back. So that movie is just a bunch of nothing.
Yeah,
it just shows Frieza's new form. That's it.
Yeah, I like. I think with Battle of Gods, I feel like we really at least got a new scope to like the world with the gods, and then like even a history of like Saiyans, and I just like that final battle. And like, there's that one part where they're fighting, and then he like punches Beerus, and Beerus is like, "This isn't a battle like for fun. This is a battle so your world doesn't get destroyed." And he just starts going crazy. I actually like that fight between Goku and Beerus honestly more than Goku and Broly.
Vegeta versus Broly is better than that fight.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Broly, as I said, I mean that movie holds a special place in my heart because I've been a Dragon
I
fan
personally
since I was
think
a kid,
Broly's the best
and the
Dragon Ball
first movie I got to see in theaters.
I don't think it's a good movie in total, but I think it's the best one I've seen so far.
I don't really see. I wasn't expecting this to be fucking Titanic, 10 Years a Slave, the Notebook level storytelling. It's Dragon Ball fucking Z. I'm here to see Vegeta punch fucking Broly. This is what I'm here to see. So
even with that, there might be a bit too much fighting.
I actually think I needed a break, bro. I needed an intermission or something. They're just going for too long.
Nah, if you ask me, there wasn't enough fighting. Shit, they could have fought for 30 more minutes.
No, I was waiting for the Goku to get, like, I'm grateful we got the whole backstory, but I was sitting there like, can we please get to? I said this movie runtime long enough. What I'm here to see, and I didn't think there was too much fighting. I mean, I was there to literally see Broly fight Vegeta and Goku like for 2 hours. That's what I was there for.
Grief was talking my language. As soon as they said Broly go and he started fighting, they kept fighting. I was like, this is what I came for.
This is what I'm talking about.
Wasn't like an hour 20 minutes of just the fighting though? Like it was
an hour straight of them just fighting.
I love it.
I like the fighting. I like the fighting personally. So
it was so nice to see. Even though I'm not a huge fan, like I miss hand drawn, like peak fucking animation to me.
Plus the way it's done the most unique choreography in any of the movies.
Yes.
And honestly, the anime.
Absolutely.
I just really love the fact
you
that
think?
Like, we got that little animation.
Nothing beats Broly going first person following Vegeta through a mountain.
That was cool.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we'd never seen that shit before. No, it was just cool. It was cool to see, like, here's what you do when you have Dragon Ball Z
even then, the
on
shit
a
Goku
budget.
did.
Fucking go.
The shit Goku did in Super Saiyan God when he was like holding in place with like a barrier and like in like a stance that like in sort of like spiritual martial arts, like that is the proper stance to do that kind of shit. And when you're like holding something, I was like, that's actually dope.
I think the only really bad movie is Bio Broly. I think that shit sucks dick.
Bullshit.
It's fucking
both
dog
Broly
water.
2
It's so funny bad though.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
It just sucks.
I didn't like the Dead Zone. I didn't really care for the Dead Zone.
Dead Zone.
No, that movie is cool because it has great choreography in it.
Got high?
Yeah, that's the one with the good.
Yeah.
Wait, wasn't Bio Broly the one where Trunks pissed himself?
Yes. No, he pissed on Broly.
Or no, that was the second one. That was Broly 2. He did that.
I think he peed him out the ice, right? Or something like that. I don't remember. I don't know.
Yeah.
He was behind a waterfall. He had to pee, and Broly was looking for him. And then Broly caught him, and then he pissed on top of his head.
Love it.
What about
that movie? Sucks. I watched it, and I was like, "Why did I like this movie again?" Because Gohan was in it. Gohan didn't do a goddamn thing. I was pissed off.
Yeah.
I still think the one of the first Broly movies are one of the better ones though. Even though I don't think it's a
The
good
first
movie.
one's
Yeah,
I
the
like
first
the
Broly movie is
first one's
great.
really good.
Yeah. So I'd probably, if you like ask me, like from a film standpoint, probably go like Coolidge Revenge, Battle of Gods,
Hey.
and probably the Broly movie. But to me, the TV specials of like History of Trunks and Story of Bardock are like the coolest things that came out of like this whole manga.
Yeah, they're a level above.
I honestly want to say I did watch the Dragon Ball movies. I just do not remember them. I haven't seen them since I was at least like 10, 11, 12 or something like that. I don't remember any of them. Not a single one, unfortunately.
It's been a hot minute.
Did you guys like the what was it? The Son
Mystical
Goku and Friends
Adventures.
Returns?
One of my favorite ones.
Never
TV
actually watched
special?
it like that. I know what happens. Like you kind of know what happens, but you didn't really watch it. So like yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's okay. It didn't move me one way or
I
another.
thought
I
it
just
was
watched it the past
interesting
time.
that. Wait, Tarbo's canon, right?
I think so. I think he's actually Vegeta's brother. That's Vegeta's brother, right?
I'm pretty sure they actually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they made turn it later where he's
Vegeta
canon.
having a brother is
He's
canon.
not in any.
So does Bulma. Bulma has a brother. That's crazy. A sister that we never knew about.
Yeah.
Sister.
Sister.
The sister is canon. I don't.
But yeah,
I don't
Vegeta's
know.
brother is canon.
Yeah, because he's in he's mentioned
just
in the Broly
released
movie.
again.
So, and the Broly movie is considered canon now.
I don't think he is in that.
Didn't y'all think it's crazy how we found out Vegeta was a fourth in the Broly movie?
Yeah.
They're like Vegeta the fourth.
I mean, his dad was
What
named
the fuck?
Vegeta,
This
so
has never
I mean,
never been said before.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess
Yeah, but
well,
that's
the
the
planet's
most-
called
that's
Vegeta
the-
and it's ruled by the king of Vegeta. So that's actually not that. It's not.
or me.
It's not
That's
that.
not
It's not that
uncommon.
crazy, I guess.
Well,
But
no,
you're
what
right
I
though.
mean,
You're
I
right
just
though.
wasn't expecting him to be a fourth.
Remember, a lot of
It was salad, but first, wasn't it? Salad though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Salada, whatever the fuck. My son, the planet, or me.
All right, this is your opportunity to mention or say anything that you think you didn't touch on, a character, an arc, a movie, or something. Cause I'm fucking hungry, dude.
Yeah, me too. I've been wanting food for like an hour.
Yeah.
I'm hungry for hands. Come on.
You want to throw down?
Naya knows what I'm talking about.
No, I have nothing to add.
Okay.
No, I think we covered everything pretty well, honestly.
All right. Thank you guys for sticking with us for almost 5 hours. Oh, man. Look at me, y'all.
Yeah.
Look at me now streaming for like 5 hours. Look at me. I'm different.